Hongyao Marketplace. Having been assigned to gather information, Zhou Chun could now openly leave the shop to stroll places like the street markets. Therefore, for the next half-month, he would spend most of his days outside, sourcing for discussions about the Red Shine iron mine within the marketplace, and keeping an eye out for any spiritual medicine that might appear at the stalls. Over this half a month, not only had he sent all the intelligence he gathered back to his family, but he had also acquired several decent spiritual medicines from his stalls. Based on the chatter in the marketplace, the loose cultivators didn't much care whether the Red Shine iron mine belonged to the top 5 cultivating families or some other power, as it was unlikely to end up in the hands of such independent practitioners. So, for the most part, these loose cultivators were watching the situation with a spectator's interest, eagerly hoping that the other factions and the 5 major families would clash, and preferably suffer heavy casualties on both sides. This was actually a good thing for the 5 major cultivating families, and at least they didn't have to worry about these loose cultivator groups causing trouble over this matter. But what Zhou Chun hadn't expected was that, only a few days after he sent the intelligence back to his family, a power made a covert move against the 5 major cultivating families. To be precise, they targeted the Zhou family. Without warning, loose cultivators who were heading to the Zhou family for cultivation suddenly fell into an ambush by a mysterious force, resulting in many deaths and injuries. As a result, the loose cultivators who had been regularly coming to the Zhou family for their cultivation were now too afraid to continue doing so. Their retreat not only meant a decrease in the spirit coins earned by the Zhou family, but also had a larger impact on the task of manning the spirit cleansing pavilion. With the help of these loose cultivators, the Zhou family only needed to assign 2 of their own to stand guard at the spirit cleansing pavilion, which allowed many Zhou family cultivators to spend time on other matters. Now, with the loose cultivators too scared to go to the Zhou family for cultivation, the spirit cleansing pavilion no longer had their help, and most of the Zhou family cultivators were now tied up guarding the pavilion, unable to attend to other matters. The enemy is fierce. It seems that all the loose cultivators in Xianxia have received a warning. None dare to come to our Zhou family for cultivation anymore. The clan leader has ordered the entire clan to prepare for battle and has temporarily forbidden clan members from leaving the mountain, so as not to give the enemy an opportunity to exploit. Here at the shop, the eagle messages will also be suspended for now. We will only follow the verbal instructions of the clan leader and the elders. In the Spirit Beast restaurant, Zhou Jiaxing conveyed the familial intelligence to Zhou Chun with a somber face. The Zhou family at Jufeng Ridge was just starting to get back on track, hoping to leverage the newly discovered Red Shine iron mine to make a significant impact. But they were suddenly hit with this huge setback. For an old family member like Zhou Jiaxing, there was no way he would take this well. Zhou Chun was also in a bad mood, but he still asked, "Do we still not know who the enemy is?" A force capable of issuing a warning to all loose cultivators in Xianxia and deterring them from associations with our Zhou family must be no trivial entity, right? The clan leader did not specify, presumably still investigating. Zhou Jiaxing shook his head and then clenched his teeth and said, "However, a fox can't hide its tail forever. They won't be able to hide for long." Zhou Chun agreed with this point. If the enemy had already made a move against the Zhou family, it surely wouldn't end with simply stopping the loose cultivators from coming to the Zhou family for cultivation. There would definitely be other moves to come. Eventually, their identity could no longer remain hidden. He then changed the topic and asked, "Has the clan leader given any instructions for our side then?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Jiaxing immediately answered, "The clan leader has asked us to temporarily cease the acquisition of common spiritual objects and to only purchase 100-year spirit herbs and the like, using the earned spirit coins to buy talismans and magic artifacts to enhance the family's reserves for military preparation." After finishing, he looked at Zhou Chun and said, "I will need to handle this matter personally. In the meantime, you will take charge of the shop to serve customers who come shop. Gently dissuade those who come to sell their goods." Understood. Zhou Chun nodded, his heart a mix of anxiety and anticipation as he agreed to take on the task. Afterward, Zhou Jiaxing took away more than 90% of the spirit coins from the shop's accounts and set out to peruse through the various shops to slowly purchase talismans, magic artifacts, and other treasures. Zhou Chun, meanwhile, manned the shop, responsible for selling goods to recoup funds. One day, as Zhou Chun was watching over the shop by himself, a man in blue garb, who appeared to be middle-aged, walked in. Upon seeing him, Zhou Chun habitually wanted to check the man's cultivation level first. Just as his divine sense was about to make contact, it was blocked by a much stronger divine sense that a cultivator of the Foundation establishment stage. Zhou Chun was startled and quickly bowed in respectful apology. Junior acted rashly and offended Senior. "Please forgive me." The man in blue did not seem to mind, and instead, with a frown, turned to him and asked, "Young one, are you the shopkeeper of this establishment?" Senior sees clearly. Junior is not the shopkeeper, but merely a shop assistant. Zhou Chun honestly answered, maintaining a respectful demeanor. Before the man in blue could say anything further, Zhou Chun quickly added, "However, this store belongs to Junior's family, and in the absence of a shopkeeper, Junior does have the authority to manage all affairs within the shop." "Is that so? Does your shop have any snake coiling branches with a medicinal age of over 100 years for sale?" The man in blue scanned Zhou Chun and stated his purpose in a deep voice. He wasn't here for the ordinary goods in the shop, but was looking to buy spiritual medicine. Upon hearing his words, Zhou Chun knew that he must urgently need snake coiling branches with a medicinal age of over 100 years for his concoctions, which is why he was using this crude method of going from shop to shop to inquire and purchase. To Zhou Chun's delight, he had just recently acquired a segment of snake coiling branch over 100 years old from the Hongya marketplace that he immediately said with a smile. "Then Senior has really come at the right time. Our shop does indeed have a segment of snake coiling branch over 150 years old, and it has already been purified." "Really? Bring it out for Yang to see at once." The man in blue, showing a hint of joy, eagerly extended his hand towards Zhou Chun, urging him to bring out the item. Zhou Chun, seeing this, did not dare to delay, hurriedly tapped his storage pouch and took out the wooden box containing the snake coiling branch. Slap. The man in blue, unable to wait, instantly flipped open the wooden box, took out the nearly 2-foot-long bluish-black branch, and began examining it closely. After scrutinizing it for a moment, he nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, it is a snake coiling branch of over 150 years. He then looked at Zhou Chun and said, "Name your price. Yang will take it." Senior sees clearly. Ordinarily, snake coiling branches are not considered precious spiritual medicine, but they are quite rare and hard to find. They shouldn't be sold at too high a price. However, rarity makes them valuable, and their complex growing conditions often mean they could be destroyed or overlooked by cultivators who fail to recognize them, making it incredibly difficult to find such aged snake coiling branches. Therefore, the price set by our shop for this item is 120 spirit coins, and we will not sell for less than that. Zhou Chun said as much, then carefully looked up at the man in blue and quickly added, "Of course, Senior, if you find the price too steep, you can wait for our shopkeeper to return and discuss further. He might give you a discount." "No need for a discount. It's a bit expensive at 120 spirit coins, but Yang is not so poor that he cannot afford that amount." The man in blue glanced at him, promptly picked up the wooden box and stored it in his storage pouch, then took out 120 spirit coins and threw them on the counter. "Count the spirit coins, and if there are no issues, Yang will take his leave." Zhou Chun was not about to be polite. Immediately unleashed his divine sense to scan the spirit coins, and with a beaming smile said, "There is no problem with the spirit coins, Senior. Please go ahead." Once the man in blue left, Zhou Chun swiftly gathered all the spirit coins into his own storage pouch, his face bursting with joy. He had made a major profit this time. That snake coiling branch had cost him merely 25 spirit coins. Now, with this single transaction, he had made several times that in profit. Indeed, he had not misjudged. The purification stone pot was his own treasure basin, capable of amassing wealth for him continuously. And this would certainly not be a one-time event. Long as he stayed in the marketplace and in the Zhou family shop, he was sure to encounter more opportunities like this. Perhaps, in the future, even without his family's assistance, he could earn enough spirit coins to buy those spiritual objects that aid in Foundation establishment. The fox's tail cannot be hidden forever. Before long, the true identity of the mysterious enemy scheming against the Zhou family was exposed. It turned out that the enemy at odds with the Zhou family wasn't some new adversary, but rather the group of loose cultivators that originally occupied Jufeng Ridge. However, these loose cultivators had now joined another, more powerful loose cultivator organization, which was none other than the Qin Alliance, currently making a strong name for itself in the Lanzhou cultivation world. In reality, it was the Qin Alliance who had made a move against the Zhou family. As for the Qin Alliance, it indeed had an incredibly strong momentum. From its emergence to the present, the organization hadn't existed for more than 20 years. Yet, in just under 2 decades, this organization had already gathered up to 3 Purple Mansion phase loose cultivators and 20 to 30 Foundation establishment stage loose cultivators, becoming the largest loose cultivator organization in the Lanzhou cultivation world. That, if the Leaf family and the Yu family, 2 families that had split from the Sandu sect and put down roots in Lanzhou territory, are not counted, then no. Native cultivation family in Lanzhou possessed more strength than the Qin Alliance. Therefore, in recent years, the Qian alliance have been extremely domineering in its actions within the Zhou cultivation world, provoking and attacking many cultivation families. Now, the Qian alliance had undoubtedly set its sights on the Zhou family. But although the Qian alliance was powerful, the Zhou family was not one to be easily bullied. Moreover, now that the 5 major cultivation families had formed a common interest alliance due to their joint development of the Red Shine iron mine, and among them, the Mu family of Biyu Mountain had also once been humiliated by the Qian alliance. How could the other families sit by and watch as the Qian alliance provoked the 5-family alliance? Swiftly, the 4 major cultivation families outside of the Zhou family jointly issued a statement, demanding that the Qian alliance immediately cease its provocation against the Zhou family, or else it would be seen as provoking all 5 major families. However, contrary to what everyone expected, faced with the joint statement of the 5 major cultivation families, the Qian alliance not only showed no intention of backing down, but even haughtily warned the other 4 cultivation families not to meddle in their affairs, or else they would be making an enemy of the Qian alliance. This arrogant attitude not only collectively angered the 5 major cultivation families, but also left many other unrelated Zhou cultivation families and loose cultivators amazed, feeling that the Qian alliance was perhaps getting too carried away. After all, if the 5 major cultivation families were to unite, they could also muster 2 to 3 purple mansion phase cultivators and 20 to 30 foundation establishment stage cultivators. Moreover, the 5 major cultivation families, with their many years of heritage, certainly had a depth that a loose cultivator power like the Qian alliance, which had only recently emerged in less than 20 years, could not match. The world is turned upside down. A bunch of loose cultivators who just got lucky and barely succeeded in foundation establishment now dare to face off head-on with the 5 major cultivation families if they've really grown tired of living. In the Spirit Beast restaurant, Zhou Jiaxing, on learning of this matter, also ranted furiously, his face full of anger. Loose cultivators had always been looked down upon by family cultivators. Even those from small families where only one foundation establishment stage cultivator carried the weight would look down upon loose cultivators in their hearts. This disdain surely did not arise without reason. Compared to most loose cultivators who lacked the care and protection of elders, who had no stable source of income, and who didn't even have a safe place to live, the cultivation conditions available to family cultivators were undoubtedly much, much better. Thus, in the minds of family cultivators, loose cultivators were like beggars of the cultivation world who could only survive on their charity, uncertain of where their next meal would come from after eating one. Now, to hear that a group of beggars had banded together and dared to oppose and try to take resources from main families was something Zhou Jiaxing, a family cultivator accustomed to superiority, could hardly bear without raging. Compared to traditional family cultivators like Zhou Jiaxing, Zhou Chun was undoubtedly much more rational in this aspect. Although he also looked down on the lifestyle of those loose cultivators and definitely did not want to become one himself. He did not completely view loose cultivators as beggars like Zhou Jiaxing did. He then calmly advised, "Uncle 16, please calm down. This matter may not be so simple. Indeed, there are all sorts of people among loose cultivators, including many brainless fools. But those who have been able to succeed in foundation establishment, let alone open their purple mansion, are unlikely to be such brainless fools. Now that they dare to be so arrogant, they must have some sort of backing." In fact, Zhou Jiaxing himself could have come to these conclusions without Zhou Chun needing to say much more. However, his comment undoubtedly caused Zhou Jiaxing to promptly calm down. "Yes, Zhou Chun, you're absolutely right. The abnormal behavior of the Qian alliance surely indicates that they have some powerful backing, or they wouldn't dare to be so rampant and arrogant." Zhou Jiaxing nodded vigorously, fully agreeing with Zhou Chun's reasoning. Then, with a wave of his hand that suggested a waning interest, he said, "Forget it, we can't intervene in this matter. Rather than fretting over it here, it's better to think of ways to increase the shop's revenue and purchase more treasures to support the family." After hearing this, Zhou Chun pondered for a moment and then suggested, "Why not have another discount sale? The family needs spirit coins now, and even if we only make a profit of 20 to 30%, we can quickly gather a substantial amount of spirit coins for the family. Discount promotion. Huh. That indeed is a method to increase the shop's income in the short term." Zhou Jiaxing nodded slightly, quite pleased with Zhou Chun's suggestion. After considering it for a moment, he decided to offer a 10% discount on the best-selling items in the store, while maintaining the original price for the rest of the goods. He also accepted another minor suggestion from Zhou Chun and hung a banner outside the shop that read, "Shop sale at cost price, for 3 days only." That's to prevent disturbing the peace and to avoid making the marketplace for cultivators look like a mundane vegetable market. Loud hawking was not allowed within the marketplace. However, hanging banners like this was not prohibited. The result was clear, as in any world, once a discount sale occurred, even if people might not need an item immediately, the lure of a bargain would make them unable to resist purchasing. Moreover, the goods discounted by the Spirit Beast restaurant this time were popular items already proven to be highly effective day after day, in less than 20 days, all of those best-selling items were sold out. The proceeds from these sales also allowed Zhou Jiaxing to acquire a considerable number of talismans and elixirs. Just at that time, the clan leader of the Zhou family, Zhou Daoist, made a personal visit to the marketplace to take delivery of the various goods Zhou Jiaxing had purchased. After checking the items turned over by Zhou Jiaxing, he expressed his satisfaction with the results obtained in the marketplace by the two men, and he generously praised both of them. However, after praising them, Zhou Daoist suddenly looked at them both and said, "The Qiyun alliance is aggressive, and the war is now inevitable. The family is currently short of hands. You two decide who stays to mind the shop, and the other will come back with me to join the battle." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun and Zhou Jiaxing exchanged looks, their moods suddenly becoming heavy. Neither of them had expected the situation to become so serious that even one of them would need to be called back to the family. "Junior," Zhou Chun was about to say he would go back as a gesture of respect for his elders. But before he could finish speaking, Zhou Jiaxing suddenly interjected, "Let the junior return." After saying this, he bowed to Zhou Daoist and said, "Clan leader, please understand, now that the Spirit Beast restaurant has temporarily stopped acquiring spiritual objects, whether my nephew Zhengchun or I stay doesn't make much difference. Naturally, it's more appropriate and beneficial for the family to have the junior with the higher cultivation level go back to defend the family." This decision took not only Zhou Chun by surprise, but also Zhou Daoist. Others might not know, but Zhou Daoist was aware that at first, Zhou Jiaxing had many complaints and was dissatisfied with his junior, Zhou Chun. Though he had heard that Zhou Jiaxing and Zhou Chun seemed to have reconciled a lot recently and were no longer at odds, he had never expected that, after just a few months, Zhou Jiaxing would have changed his attitude completely and began to support his junior Zhou Chun. This piqued his curiosity about what had happened during this period and also made him value Zhou Chun as a young member of the family even more. He looked intently at Zhou Jiaxing and then nodded lightly and said, "Jiaxing, your point is well taken. Let Zhengchun stay to oversee the shop in the marketplace, and you come back with me to the family." He then nodded at Zhou Chun and said, "Zhengchun, you have been performing very well lately, and what is especially commendable is that you haven't let your cultivation level slip while managing the shop's affairs. That's excellent. Once the family gets through this crisis, the various contributions you have made will be rewarded in a manner that I assure you will find satisfactory." In Zhou Chun's heart, clan leader Zhou Daoist had always been a venerable elder who was very trustworthy. Zhou Chun had no doubts about his words. He respectfully replied, "Thank you for the praise, clan leader. Please rest assured, I will manage the shop diligently and not let down the trust of the clan leader and Uncle 16. Zhou Daoist, upon hearing this, encouraged him with a pat on the shoulder. "Then do your best. I believe you can handle this matter well." He then left the marketplace with Zhou Jiaxing. Hongyao Marketplace, Spirit Beast Restaurant. When Zhou Chun was the only one left in the shop, his happy life began. Due to the shortage of manpower in his family, Zhou Daoist had not been able to replenish much stock during his recent trip to the marketplace. So many of the items in the shop still had only a limited quantity in stock. The previous discount sale had caused many cultivators to purchase stocks for reserve, so they had no need to return to the Spirit Beast restaurant to buy the same items for a while. Even though he was alone now, there were actually fewer things to do in the shop, and it was rare to have even a few customers visit in a day. Besides cultivating every day, Zhou Chun had plenty of time and leisure to practice spells and read books. He had even taken down the notice, suspending the purchase of spiritual objects, and started to use his own personal spirit coins to purchase some spiritual medicine from outside. Zhou Chun had accumulated 300 to 400 spirit coins through buying low and selling high, which was a considerable amount of assets. If he didn't need those spirit coins as capital, he could even go to Heavenly Treasure Pavilion to purchase another first-grade high-quality magic artifact. For Zhou Chun now, the only downside was that he had almost lost contact with his family. To get news about the 5 major immortal cultivation family clans, he could only rely on scouting other family shops or gathering information from loose cultivators. One day, as Zhou Chun was reading a book inside the shop, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching from outside the store. He looked up to see a man and a woman striding into the shop. The man was a middle-aged male with several shallow scars on the right side of his face, seemingly wounded by some beast claws, with a cultivation level that was surprisingly at the 11th level of Qi refinement realm. The woman was a beautiful young lady dressed in a light blue dress with half of her face below her nose covered by a light blue veil, revealing only a pair of bright, spirited eyes and fair forehead. Her cultivation was at the 5th level of Qi refinement. Upon seeing this, Zhou immediately judged that these two people were likely a father-daughter duo of loose cultivators. The origins of loose cultivators in the cultivation world are very complex. Some are originally ordinary people who by chance obtain a cultivation technique and happen to possess a spiritual root, thus embarking on the path of cultivation. These loose cultivators are the worst, with hardly any prospects to speak of. Without guidance, they might not even be aware of the evil Qi, or even if they learn about the harmfulness of evil Qi from the cultivation techniques, they can only quench their thirst with poison until they have truly cultivated their mana. Even if their will is incredible and their luck is exceptional, and they manage to cultivate to the 2nd or 3rd level of Qi refinement in the wild, by the time they head to the marketplace or the gates of cultivation family clans, the evil Qi in their bodies would have already accumulated deeply, making foundation establishment almost impossible for them later on. Another type of loose cultivator has a lineage of master and disciple. With a loose cultivator as a master from a young age, that if the master of such a loose cultivator has some wealth and strength and is kind-hearted, he can start cultivating in the protection of a spirit cleansing formation, laying down a good foundation for a promising future. Similar to this are those whose parents are loose cultivators, who do not hesitate to exhaust their family wealth to nurture their children, providing them with early growth conditions no worse than those of family cultivators. These loose cultivators often constitute a major source of disciples for various cultivation sects. As long as their talents are not too poor, they have the opportunity to join some cultivation sections. Lastly, there's a type of loose cultivator who originates from various cultivation sects and families and is forced into becoming a loose cultivator due to significant mistakes or the destruction of their sect or family. Although Zhou guessed that the two people in front of him were related as father and daughter, he was not foolish enough to say it outright. Otherwise, if he guessed wrong, it would be extremely embarrassing. So without delay, he put on a smile, put down the book, and greeted them with a fist and palm salute. "Welcome to our shop. May I ask if the guests are here to buy or to sell?" Taoist friend is courteous. My name is Lu Qingshan, and this is my daughter Lu Shiyun. That we have come to the Spirit Beast restaurant on the recommendation of a friend to sell a spiritual object. I hope the Taoist friend can offer us a fair price so that my daughter and I do not make this trip in vain, said the middle-aged man as he returned the salute to Zhou, introduced himself calmly, and stated their purpose. Zhou, hearing this, felt a surge of joy inside him, and he immediately replied earnestly, "Taoist friend Lu, rest assured our shop's business philosophy is to prioritize integrity and reputation. Since you were referred by another customer of our shop, we will definitely give you the fairest price in the marketplace." "I hope so." Lu Qingshan sighed, then reached for his storage pouch and took out a jade box. Loose cultivators usually use wooden boxes to store things, so anything stored in a jade box is bound to be valuable. Seeing that Lu Qingshan took out a jade box, Zhou heart was filled with joy again. "Please wait a moment, valued guest," he said, taking the jade box and placing it on the counter to open it. Inside the jade box lay a fiery red Ganoderma, rooted and still attached to a piece of the trunk. This is red essence Ganoderma." Zhou looked at the Ganoderma inside the jade box, at first thinking it was just a common red Ganoderma. But when he took out the Ganoderma, the warm sensation that conducted to his touch startled him, prompting him to hastily put down the Ganoderma and exclaim in surprise, "What you said is correct, Taoist friend. This is not any ordinary red Ganoderma, but the finest among them, the red essence Ganoderma. This 200-year-old red essence Ganoderma was obtained by myself and a good friend after we exerted all our strength to slay a powerful first-grade superior demon beast, the red flame python. In doing so, my friend was poisoned by flames and is currently in a coma, urgently in need of a detoxification spirit pill that I must purchase to treat him. Therefore, I ask you to offer a fair price so that the efforts and blood of my friend and myself are not in vain." Lu Qingshan's face was grave as he slowly relayed the origin of the spiritual medicine in the jade box to Zhou. Of course, whether his story was true or false, only he knew, and Zhou wasn't concerned with how he had acquired the red essence Ganoderma. He simply said with a serious expression, "Rest assured, Taoist friend Lu, if it is truly red essence Ganoderma, I will certainly give you a fair price." Then, He carefully picked up the stem and trunk attached to the red essence Ganoderma, gingerly took it out of the jade box again, and began to meticulously inspect and identify it. Compared to other types of spiritual medicines, the age and authenticity of Ganodermas and ginsengs were much easier to determine. However, because the item this time was so precious, Zhou repeatedly checked several times before he dared to put the object back into the jade box. After a moment of thought, he turned to Lu Qingshan and said, "Indeed, this is a red essence Ganoderma over 200 years old, and its quality is very intact. It seems that Taoist friend Lu is also someone who understands medicine. That being so, I won't beat around the bush. Our store is willing to pay 120 spirit coins for this item." Zhou had previously bought a 200-year-old red Ganoderma at a street market for 60 spirit coins. Being an exceptional variant within the red Ganoderma, it was normal for the price of red essence Ganoderma to double. After hearing his offer, Lu Qingshan first nodded and said, "The price of 120 spirit coins is indeed fair." Then his brows quickly furrowed slightly as he continued, "But this price is something I could get at any other shop. Could you perhaps add a little more?" Upon hearing this, Zhou fell silent, seemingly weighing his options. After a while, he looked at Lu Qingshan and nodded. "Considering Taoist friend Lu was referred by a regular customer of our store, I can decide to add another 10 spirit coins." Hearing this, Lu Qingshan did not hesitate to respond. 15 coins, just add 15 more coins, and from now on, whenever I have something to sell, I'll come to you first. In addition, I'll recommend your shop to all my friends." "Well, all right then. Taoist friend Lu, you must keep your word and take care of our business in the future." Zhou hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Lu Qingshan couldn't help but smile and said, "Rest assured, Taoist friend Zhou, I have always kept my word. Besides, your shop indeed has a good reputation and is trustworthy." Zhou seemed quite pleased by these words, as he couldn't help but smile as well. Immediately, he took out 135 spirit coins and handed them over to Lu Qingshan, and then he put the jade box containing the red essence Ganoderma into his storage pouch. "Taoist friend Lu, take care and remember to come by often," Zhou said as he saw him out of the shop. Watching Lu and his daughter walk away, the smile on his face could no longer be contained. "I'm going to be rich. This time, I'm really going to make a fortune." Zhou looked at the storage pouch by his waist, his face beaming with joy. Actually, Lu Qingshan had no idea that Zhou would have agreed to the deal even if he had asked for an additional 50 spirit coins, making the price 150 spirit coins. Zhou might have begrudgingly agreed, because only Zhou knew that the moment Lu Qingshan took the red essence Ganoderma to Li's herbal shop in the marketplace, the Li family would have definitely snatched it up at a high price. Previously, disciples from the Xianxia sect all knew that the Li family had an ancestral alchemy recipe called Red Essence Treasured Pill, which required the highest quality red essence Ganoderma as the main ingredient to be successfully refined, and the Red Essence Treasured Pill was an excellent spirit pill for cultivators in the foundation establishment stage to break through bottlenecks. It was both highly effective and extremely valuable. Back when the Xianxia sect was still around, any disciple who presented a red essence Ganoderma older than 200 years received 500 sect merit points directly, equivalent to 500 spirit coins. Therefore, even if Zhou had spent 200 or 300 spirit coins to acquire the red essence Ganoderma, he still stood to make a significant profit. That afternoon, as the sun was about to set, Zhou closed the shop early and headed straight for Li's herbal shop in the marketplace. Hongyang Marketplace, Li's herbal shop. Ever since the Zhou family had opened the Spirit Beast restaurant in Hongyang Marketplace, the shopkeeper of Li's herbal shop would often pop by to maintain good relations. After all, they had all originally been fellow sect brothers from the same sect, and although they had parted ways, the bonds of the past still remained. Now that they were both doing business in the marketplace, exchanging information was necessary. Sometimes Li's herbal shop would receive some kind of spiritual object that was beneficial for the growth of demon beasts, and they would then resell it to the Spirit Beast restaurant, making a profit from the margin. Likewise, if the Spirit Beast restaurant received spiritual medicines that were useful for Li's elixir making, they would sell them in turn, since both parties had ways to remove the evil qi from the spiritual objects. Such transactions could even be made at regular prices without consideration of whether the evil qi had been purged. This practice wasn't unique to the Zhou and Li families. Other shops in the marketplace were doing it too. However, everyone would only trade with stores they were intimately familiar with, and would not easily reveal their urgently needed items to other shops to prevent price markups through malicious intent. Therefore, when Zhou suddenly dropped by for a visit, Li Siyuan, the shopkeeper of Li's herbal shop, immediately knew that he was probably going to lose some money today. But even so, he greeted Zhou Chun with a smile and said, "Nephew Xianxia, you're here. What good things have you brought Uncle Li this time?" Zhou Chun, hearing this, responded with an equally broad smile and a nod. "Yes, Uncle Li, you're guaranteed to be very satisfied with today's item." Upon these words, Li Siyuan's heart skipped a beat, and his smile gradually faded away. He had detected a very bad omen from Zhou Chun's words and expression. Today's visit from Zhou Chun wasn't just about losing some money. It was likely to be a significant loss. Immediately his expression changed slightly, and he coughed twice before saying, "Cough, cough. Nephew Xianxia, there's no need for riddles between you and me about what's on your mind. What is it exactly? Bring it out for me to see." "Haha, the item is right here. Uncle Li can see for himself." Zhou Chun grinned, then reached for his storage pouch at his waist, took out the jade box containing the red essence Ganoderma, and placed it on the counter. "This is red essence Ganoderma." Li Siyuan opened the jade box and took out the red lingji to examine it closely, then looked at Zhou Chun with a face full of shock. Zhou Chun simply smiled and said, "There's no need to rush. Uncle Li, take your time and see, so you won't be mistaken." Hearing this, Li Siyuan managed to suppress the shock and excitement in his heart, and carefully inspected the Ganoderma again. After half a moment, he finally placed the lingji back into the jade box and said to Zhou Chun with a very complicated expression, "Nephew Xianxia is indeed fortunate to come across a red essence Ganoderma with a medicinal age of 200 years is quite the feat." "Ah, Uncle Li, let's speak frankly. How many spirit coins are you willing to offer for this Ganoderma?" Zhou Chun laughed triumphantly. There was no need to conceal anything, so he directly asked Li Siyuan for the price. "How about this price?" Li Siyuan extended his hand and shook his 5 fingers. "Not good enough?" Zhou Chun shook his head, looking earnestly at Li Siyuan and said, "It's not that I am greedy, but Uncle Li knows the value that the red essence Ganoderma can bring in your Li family's hands. This price is not sufficient for such an item." Upon hearing this, Li Siyuan's expression soured as he said, "But this price is already more than double the normal market rate. Nephew, flipping it for such a profit, isn't that enough for you? It's not interesting when you put it that way. Uncle Li, if you acquired a stock of dragon transformation grass, would you sell it to the Zhou family at the normal market price?" Zhou Chun shook his head and continued, "I am afraid that not even if our clan leader emptied his pockets and still owed thousands of spirit coins would you be willing to let go of it. The market price to businessmen is merely a reference point. Scarcity dictates value. For many items with value beyond what's available on the market, their true worth simply cannot be measured by market prices. As for the red essence Ganoderma, who knew how many red lingji there were for just one to appear? Its formation was completely irregular, and it couldn't be cultivated in large quantities artificially. This was destined to mean its market price could only serve as a reference upon." Hearing Zhou Chun's example, Li Siyuan's expression darkened, and he was left without a retort. Indeed, if the Li family got their hands on a stock of dragon transformation grass, let alone whether they were willing to sell it, if they were willing to sell it, they would surely require the Zhou family Zhou Daoist to bankrupt himself before agreeing to a deal. In the end, he could only grit his teeth and say, "Then how about 600 spirit coins? That's the highest price I can offer. If you're still not satisfied with this, then just keep the item and wait for a better offer." Seeing this, Zhou Chun knew it was time to state his own realistic expectation. He immediately said, "Here's another option for you. Uncle Li, 400 spirit coins, plus 2 bottles of the yellow cloud pill. How about that?" The yellow cloud pill was an elixir from the Li family used to improve the cultivation level of cultivators at the later stages of qi refinement, and it was even more effective than the ginseng yellow pill Zhou Chun had previously acquired from a bandit cultivator. 1 bottle was priced at 180 spirit coins, so 2 bottles amounted to 360 spirit coins. However, the primary ingredient for making this elixir was 100-year yellow essence and cloud mist grass, both of which were extensively cultivated in the medicine garden of the former Xianxia sect. The actual cost of making this pill was very low for the Li family. Zhou Chun's current offer was also roughly treading on the bottom line of Li Siyuan's heart. So, one could see the indecision written all over his face as he struggled to make up his mind. Zhou Chun, on the other hand, did not press him, simply resting his hand on the jade box containing the red essence Ganoderma, looking like he could leave at any moment. After hesitating for quite a while, Li Siyuan finally let out a deep sigh and said, "Forget it. Uncle Li will take a big financial hit today. Let's do as you said, Nephew Xianxia." Upon hearing these words, Zhou Chun immediately loosened his grip, bowed with his hands folded before him, and chuckled, "Haha, Uncle Li is indeed generous, and I'll express my thanks right away." Thus, The two exchanged money and goods, quickly completing the transaction on the spot. Once the trade was over, Li Siyuan carefully stored away the red essence Ganoderma and looked at Zhou Chun with a pained expression, asking, "Tell me the truth, nephew Zhang Chun, how much did you spend to get this red essence Ganoderma?" 135 spirit coins. Just acquired this morning that I was afraid it wouldn't be fresh if I waited too long. So I hurried over to deliver it to Uncle Li, replied Zhou Chun with a smile on his face, not concealing the truth at all. After hearing his reply, Li Siyuan's eyes twitched, and he felt as if his heart was bleeding. Why hadn't he encountered such good fortune? He couldn't help but show a smile uglier than crying and said, "Well, I really do have to thank you, Uncle Li. No need for thanks. In the future, if Uncle Li comes across any good items, just keep our Zhou family in mind. That'll be enough," Zhou Chun said with a beaming smile, seemingly oblivious to the deep meaning in Li Siyuan's words. "There will be an opportunity. Definitely an opportunity," Li Siyuan said through gritted teeth, determined to recoup his losses next time. But at this moment, he felt so distressed that he lacked even the desire to chat with Zhou Chun anymore, and he soon actively bid his farewell. After Zhou Chun left Li's herbal shop, he did not rush back to the Spirit Beast restaurant, but headed straight for Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Now, having 600 or 700 spirit coins in his possession, he could afford another top-tier first-grade magic artifact from the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. 2 hours later, in the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's backyard weapon testing grounds, illuminated by the glow of sun glow stones set atop the lamp pillars, Zhou Chun and a manager from the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion stepped into the area. The manager produced a token talisman, made a gesture with both hands, and cast a spell on the artifact, which immediately emitted a pale yellow glimmer that fell upon 7 copper pillars about 10 feet tall in the arena. Instantly, a thick and majestic, earthen yellow light emanated from the 7 pillars, quickly connecting with each other to form a murky, earthy yellow light barrier encompassing the pillars. Seeing this, the manager immediately said to Zhou Chun standing behind him, "Taoist friend Zhou, you may begin. The strength of this array protective shield is roughly equivalent to a second-grade lower-tier defensive spell." "All right, then I won't stand on ceremony." Zhou Chun's face flashed with excitement as he swiftly tapped his storage pouch, summoning his newly purchased magic artifact. A palm-sized earthen yellow seal flew out of his storage pouch, spinning around briefly before hovering above the array protective shield. Then, Zhou Chun channeled his mana into it, uttering a single word, "Expand." In an instant, a dazzling earthen yellow light burst forth from the seal. The palm-sized earthen yellow seal inflated and grew to the size of a carriage in just a few breaths. "Fall!" With a loud command from Zhou Chun, he pointed at the huge seal in the sky. Immediately, the enormous seal obeyed, crashing down hard onto the array protective shield below. Boom! The seal plummeted down, striking the array protective shield with great force. It caused the array protective shield to cave inward by a significant margin, shaking violently with visible cracks appearing all over it. After a standoff lasting roughly 2 or 3 breaths, the seal, having exhausted the mana Zhou Chun had, fed into it, rapidly shrunk back to its original palm-sized form, and was flung out, returning to Zhou Chun's hand. Only then did the manager look at Zhou Chun with a grin and say, "How about it? Are you satisfied with the might of this many thousand hills seal, Taoist friend Zhou?" Hearing this, Zhou Chun smiled with a mixture of joy and concern. "I'm satisfied, but it consumes mana rather excessively. With my Qi Refinement 9th Layer Cultivation, I can only activate it for 3 attacks." The manager, hearing this, smiled diplomatically and said, "That may not be entirely bad. With the power of this item, Taoist friend Zhou, even after you succeed in Foundation Establishment, you can continue to use it for a while before acquiring a second-grade magic artifact." "Perhaps," Zhou Chun replied, non-committedly shaking his head without voicing any further dissatisfaction. Previously, when he visited the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion to buy a magic artifact, he noticed that the Many Thousand Hills seal, which he had seen once alongside the Moonblade Meteor Wheel, was still unsold, and he immediately took an interest. However, he harbored some doubts about whether the item was truly as powerful as described, which led him to test it just now. Now that he knew the results, and its power was indeed as strong as described, there wasn't much left to say. The decision was easy. Buy it. Lanzhou, Wild Wolf Ridge. At dusk this day, a green python suddenly appeared in the sky outside Wild Wolf Ridge, carrying 10 Foundation Establishment cultivators on its back. This green python was the spirit pet of the clan leader of the Zhou family, Zhou Daoist, the Sky Azure Cloud Python. The 9 Foundation Establishment cultivators behind Zhou Daoist were the forces sent by the 5 major cultivation families for this surprise attack. fellow Daoists, ahead lies Wild Wolf Ridge. After the Qian Alliance occupied this place, they set up a spirit-cleansing formation and also arranged a defensive array that's not weak, that we don't know what secrets are hidden inside. On the back of the python, Mu Xianfeng, the clan leader of the Mu family from Biyun Mountain, pointed at the continuous mountain ranges a dozen miles ahead with a solemn expression and explained in a deep voice. Upon hearing his words, an Age Foundation establishment cultivator immediately raised his eyebrows, speaking with anger. Who cares what secrets they're hiding? Those bastards from the Qian Alliance are really audacious, daring to provoke our 5 major cultivation families that we must make them pay a heavy price today. The moment these words were spoken, they immediately evoked cheers from the cultivators around. Tao's friend, he is right. Today we must show these stray dogs, no different from loose cultivators, that even when dogs band together, they're still dog. If a dog dares to bare its teeth at a person, it's seeking death. Exactly. Today we must leave these bastard dogs with nowhere to bury their carcasses. Explode their dog brains. Let them know the price of challenging the 5 major cultivation families. Each foundation establishment cultivator was filled with fury, their faces showing a murderous intent. Some were elders and clan leaders from the other 4 major cultivation families, while some were family cultivators who had gone to Green Lotus Temple for training, specifically invited back to join the fight. And no matter their current status, they all held a deep dislike for those loose cultivators of the Qian Alliance. Since when had a bunch of loose cultivators dared to provoke their cultivation families, which had hundreds to thousands of years of heritage? If they could not use the blood of those Qian Alliance loose cultivators to warn the world this time, what prestige would the 5 major cultivation families have in the Lanzhou region in the future? How could they make other loose cultivators work diligently for them? Zhou Daoist listened to the words of the cultivators behind him without interjecting, but his face also boiled with murderous intent. The Zhou family had barely started on the road to revival, only for the Qian Alliance to suddenly emerge as an obstacle. His rage was certainly no less than that of the people behind him. According to intelligence, the Qian Alliance has stationed around 4 or 5 foundation establishment cultivators and 30 to 40 Qi refinement realm cultivators around Wild Wolf Ridge. This place is only a little over 500 miles from the Qian Alliance headquarters. For safety, we must break the array and eliminate the enemy within 2 hours, so that we can leave safely before Purple Mansion cultivators from the Qian Alliance arrive. So, fellow Daoists, if we do not act, let it be. But if we act, we must go all out and break the mountain's defensive array at full speed. As Wild Wolf Ridge drew closer, Zhou Daoist, leading the team, spoke with gravity about the plan for the surprise assault. Then he commanded the Sky Azure Cloud Python to begin its dive. Quickly, under the last gleam of the setting sun's afterglow, the Sky Azure Cloud Python burst out from the clouds, summoning a fierce wind, and condensed numerous wind blades that launched an attack on the Guardian Array below at the same time. Dazzling magic artifacts and powerful spells flew out from the hands of the 10 Foundation Establishment cultivators, all aimed at the Guardian Array that had yet to react below. Boom, boom, boom. A thunderous roar, like the earth and mountains shaking, rose from the ground, lit up by the radiant lights of various spells. Just the first wave of the assault already caused the Guardian Array on the ground to start faltering, beginning to collapse in parts. Who dares to be the enemy of the Qian Alliance? A furious shout rose from within the array, and only then did several Foundation Establishment cultivators from the Qian Alliance react, hurrying to control their magic artifacts to face the enemy. But when they saw the 70 to 80 zhang long Sky Azure Cloud Python in the sky, as well as the 10 floating in midair, their faces instantly turned pale, and anger immediately turned into cold sweats. It's the people from the 5 major cultivation families. A Qian Alliance Foundation Establishment cultivator swallowed hard and uttered in a whisper filled with fear. But no sooner had he finished speaking than another cultivator shouted, "So what if they're from the 5 major cultivation families? Don't forget, Senior Zhang is cultivating inside. They should be the ones worried now." Yes, we have Senior Zhang. The hearts of several Qian Alliance Foundation Establishment cultivators steadied. Their eyes immediately cleared of any fear. Instead, they showed a look of schadenfreude, as if ready to enjoy the show. And at that moment, the second wave of attacks from Zhou Daoist and the others outside had already descended. The originally critically damaged array instantly shattered under the force of this second wave of attacks, and the figures of the Qian Alliance cultivators inside were suddenly all exposed to everyone's sight, just as the Foundation Establishment cultivators from the 5 major cultivation families, brimming with murderous intent, prepare to slaughter those Qian Alliance cultivators. A ferocious aura suddenly surged from a certain location below, stunning everyone. Not good. It's a purple mansion phase cultivator. Zhou Daoi's face changed color, and he quickly reached for a spirit beast pouch at his waist. The other Foundation establishment cultivators also had their expressions wildly change, showing eyes filled with fear as they hurriedly scattered, each summoning their magic artifacts to protect themselves. But even so, they felt not an ounce of security in their hearts. The gap in strength between cultivators of each major realm was immense, more so the further one progressed. Even a nascent purple mansion cultivator was more than capable of completely overpowering the 10 of them at the Foundation establishment stage, not to mention the additional assistance from 4 or 5 other Qian Alliance cultivators at the same stage below. Fortunately, at this moment, Zhou Daoi's actions finally gave these cultivators from the 5 major cultivation families a much-needed sense of reassurance. Point 1 could see Zhou Daoi loosening the opening of the spirit beast pouch in his hand, from which a red figure flashed out and landed in front of him. It was strikingly a red-haired demon beast. Resembling both a wolf and a dog. It seemed like a jackal among beasts, with fur as red as flames, appearing as if it could burst into flame at any moment. This was precisely the supreme spirit pet carefully raised by the supreme elder of the Zhou family, Zhou Mingda, a third-rank fire divine jackal. With the nickname Fire God, the Fire Divine Jackal was an undoubtedly high-level demon beast, exceptionally powerful in its fire element spells and adept at close combat. Before this sudden attack, Zhou Mingda had feared the possibility of unforeseen events, which is why he had specifically instructed Zhou Daoi to bring along his star spirit pet, who would have thought it would actually come into play. The instant the Fire Divine Jackal appeared, the owner of the violent aura below was startled, and his momentum immediately retracted slightly. Soon enough, everyone in the sky could clearly see the true face of that purple mansion cultivator. They saw that it was a robustly built, stern-faced, middle-aged man in blue clothes. It's Xianxia, the Vice Alliance hierarch of the Qian Alliance, a cultivator in the early stages of the Purple Mansion phase, adept at the sword control technique. Clan leader Mu Xianfeng of the Mu family stated the identity of the blue-clothed middle-aged man with a heavy and low voice. Upon hearing this, Zhou Daoi couldn't help but say sternly, for a mere Wild Wolf Ridge to be overseen by the Vice Alliance hierarch of the Qian Alliance, there must be some incredible secret inside. After speaking, he then loudly shouted, "Fellow Daoists, I shall take care of Xianxia. Please, fellow Daoists, act quickly to slay the enemy below and uncover the secrets of Wild Wolf Ridge." Before his voice even fell, the Fire Divine Jackal before him burst into blazing flames with a chi sound, transforming into a red light and fiercely pouncing toward the blue-clothed man, Zhang Zishuan. Audacious beast. Zhang Zishuan's face darkened, eyes flashing with anger. He immediately let out a loud yell, and a green sword light shot out from the storage pouch at his waist, slashing fiercely at the approaching Fire Divine Jackal. Man and beast immediately erupted into a ferocious battle. Zhou Daoi knew that the Fire Divine Jackal, without its master present, would find it difficult to match Zhang Zishuan's. Oh, he also flew onto the back of the sky, Azure Cloud Python, and began channeling a secret technique. Infusing his mana into the body of the Python, in an instant, the aura of the sky Azure Cloud Python surged dramatically, quickly evolving from second-rank mid-level demon beast to a second-rank high-level one. Hiss. The suddenly enhanced mana caused the sky Azure Cloud Python to let out an exhilarated hiss. With a single breath, it unleashed a surge of azure wind toward Zhang Zishuan. Immediately, wind fed the fire, increasing the power of the Fire Divine Jackal's fire element spell out of nowhere. Following that, the sky Azure Cloud Python opened its mouth again. A clump of azure, spiritual power shot out, rapidly gathering nearby wind spiritual energy and transforming into an azure wind dragon more than 30 feet long, ferociously lunging at Zhang Zishuan. In this way, restrained by the combined efforts of the Fire Divine Jackal and Zhou Daoi, Zhang Zishuan, the Purple Mansion cultivator, found himself unable to attend to the other Qian Alliance cultivators for the time being. Without the deterrence of Zhang Zishuan, the remaining 9 cultivators from the 5 major cultivation families immediately regained their confidence, their faces filled with killing intent as they advanced on those Qian Alliance cultivators. Screams soon rose and fell within Wild Wolf Ridge as one Qian Alliance Qi Refinement Realm cultivator after another was cut down like chaff by the Foundation Establishment cultivators. Even those at the Foundation Establishment stage struggling to protect themselves When a cultivator from one of the 5 major cultivation families entered the cave Xianxia had emerged from, the sight before him made him tremble with excitement. Inside the cave, a millstone-sized blue and white spring was gurgling, emanating spiritual energy. The dense spiritual energy nearly made the Foundation establishment cultivator lose control and start absorbing it with his cultivation technique. Spirit Eye Spring. It's actually a Spirit Eye Spring. He exclaimed the name of the spring, his eyes blazing with passion. Beneath Wild Wolf Ridge, there lay a hidden Spirit Eye Spring. Once this secret was exposed, it immediately shocked all the cultivators from the 5 great cultivation families who were present. That was a Spirit Eye Spring. Such a cultivation treasure land could increase the meditation and cultivation speed of a Foundation establishment stage cultivator by 20 to 30% out of thin air. Even golden core stage cultivators could benefit from it. All 5 great cultivation families have been passed down for hundreds or even thousands of years, yet none of them possessed such a cultivation treasure land. This was simply not a treasure that any one of them was qualified to possess. Therefore, once the secret was discovered, Zhou made a swift decision and immediately had the Sky Azure Cloud Python take himself and others to quickly withdraw to the gate of the Mu family on Biyun Mountain, letting the Fire Divine Jackal cover the rear. Zhang Zishuan indeed wanted to kill to guard the secret, but he had to have the capability to do so. Therefore, seeing Zhou and others leave, he knew that lingering would be meaningless, so he did not pursue the withdrawing Fire Divine Jackal. Instead, he hurried back to the Qian Alliance headquarters to report the matter to Daoist for that Spirit Eye Spring. If one's cultivation level was below the Purple Mansion phase, they couldn't even destroy it. Trying to relocate it would require a tremendous effort, even for an ordinary golden core stage cultivator to right now. There was no need to worry about the spring being claimed by someone else. That it wasn't until 5 days later that Zhou Chun, who was in the marketplace, heard of the battle at Wild Wolf Ridge. There's actually a Spirit Eye Spring hidden underneath Wild Wolf Ridge. No wonder the Mu family was so easily slain by the Qian Alliance back then. Zhou Chun recalled how he and the cultivators from the Mu family had gone to Wild Wolf Ridge, only to be pursued and attacked by cultivators of the Qian Alliance. Immediately unraveling a question that had troubled him for years, that it was likely that the Qian Alliance had just discovered the Spirit Eye Spring themselves at that time, and had not yet had time to conceal it with formations. That's why they had been worried about cultivators entering Wild Wolf Ridge and discovering the secret. So, they dealt a harsh hand to the Mu family's cultivators. But Zhou Chun remembered that Mu Xianfeng, the clan leader of the Mu family, had also captured a Qi refinement stage cultivator from the Qian Alliance. Could it be that this person was not privy to the insider details? It was probably the case. Otherwise, if the Mu family had known about the existence of the Spirit Eye Spring early on, even if they couldn't obtain it with their own power, they could have offered this news to a golden core stage cultivator from Green Lotus Temple in exchange for rewards. But now that the news has leaked, the Spirit Eye Spring will most likely still end up in the hands of Green Lotus Temple. Thinking of this, Zhou Chun couldn't help but feel a sense of envy. Cultivation sects like Green Lotus Temple were truly the most comfortable. They hardly had to manage the various minor sects and families below them, leaving them to compete and battle each other, and intervene only if certain boundaries were crossed. But as soon as these lesser sects and families discovered any valuable treasures, sects like Green Lotus Temple could rightfully and effortlessly bring them into their fold. And with the Qian Alliance suffering a setback this time, would they let it go so easily? Zhou Chun's brow furrowed again, and he couldn't help but worry about his fellow clan members far away at Jufeng Ridge. At this very moment, Zhou Daoist, the clan leader of the Zhou family, had also returned to the gates of Zhou Family Mountain on Jufeng Ridge. Several elders and the Supreme Elder, Zhou Mingde, were gathered together, speculating about the Qiyun Alliance's reaction. The news of the Spirit Eye Spring has been reported to Green Lotus Temple by the Mu family as quickly as possible. In this regard, the 4 great families have an advantage. It is expected that Green Lotus Temple won't favor the Qiyun Alliance over this matter. But Green Lotus Temple has always refrained from intervening in the disputes between various cultivation families and loose cultivators. Moreover, it seems that the Qian Alliance has other backers, so it's unlikely that this alone will compel Green Lotus Temple to strike at them. Since its establishment, the Qian Alliance has never faced a setback or suffered any loss. But this time, they've taken a fall at our hands. They will definitely not let this go easily. Next, they will certainly select a location as the target for their counterattack, and it's very likely that it would be our Zhou family. In the central peace hall, Zhou Daoist spoke solemnly, conveying related intelligence and his own conjectures as he was the first to speak. Upon hearing his words, several Zhou family foundation establishment cultivators in the hall could not help but nod in agreement. Great Elder Zhou Mingshan, with a hoarse voice, said, "Among the 5 great cultivation families, only our Zhou family originated from outside, having no clan member rise to prominence within Green Lotus Temple. Jufeng Ridge was also seized from the hands of loose cultivators. If the Qiyun Alliance seeks revenge, our Zhou family is indeed the most suitable target. But our Zhou family is not a pushover. Under my control, the mountain protection array of Jufeng Ridge, with the cooperation of our clan members, can withstand attacks from an enemy several times our size. If the Qiyun Alliance truly sets their sights on our Zhou family for their revenge, they will have to fully mobilize to have any chance of victory." The speaker, the second Elder Zhou Chongshan, was a short, somewhat ugly-looking old man. But his words, full of confidence, were unable to alleviate the worries of the others at the moment. Clan leader Zhou Daoi cast a glance at him and said with a deep tone, "It is said that the Alliance hierarch of the Qiyun Alliance possesses a cultivation level of the late Purple Mansion phase." This statement caused Zhou Chongshan's face to change dramatically, and he fell silent. Reaching the Purple Mansion phase in cultivation, even a minor realm difference could mean an enormous disparity in strength. Along with his spirit pet, the Fire Divine Jackal, Zhou Mingde, the Supreme Elder of the Zhou family, could barely match a mid-Purple Mansion phase cultivator, but he couldn't withstand a late Purple Mansion phase cultivator. And just one late Purple Mansion phase cultivator going all out was enough to push the Zhou family's mountain protection array to its maximum capacity. Then let's prepare for a counterattack against the Qiyun Alliance's forces at Jufeng Ridge first. This old man will temporarily leave the family." With a wave of his hand, Zhou Mingde, the Supreme Elder of the Zhou family, made the final judgment. Yes. A few Zhou family foundation establishment cultivators exchanged looks with one another and silently agreed to the order. Soon, all the cultivators of the Zhou family at Jufeng Ridge were mobilized, and talismans were taken out from the family treasure vault and distributed to every Zhou family cultivator. If a great battle were to truly break out outside of Jufeng Ridge, even Zhou family cultivators who had just stepped onto the path of cultivation would have to use their feeble mana to activate talismans for combat. Days later, a golden core stage cultivator from Green Lotus Temple, having received the news, indeed arrived directly at Wild Wolf Ridge with several disciples skilled in formations to begin the relocation and arrangement around the Spirit Eye Spring. After remaining silent for a few days, the Qiyun Alliance indeed quickly organized a large number of cultivators to leave their headquarters. However, these cultivators did not head to attack the Zhou family at Jufeng Ridge but went straight for the Red Shine Iron Mine, seemingly preparing to take possession of it. This situation caused the Zhou family's upper echelons both joy and worry. They were glad that Zhou Family Mountain would not suffer the devastation of war again. But they were concerned that the loss of the Red Shine Iron Mine would also cause great damage to the Zhou family. Thus, the high-level members of the 5 major cultivation families quickly gathered again to discuss countermeasures. In the end, the 5 major cultivation families came to a unanimous decision. They would each send clan members to support the mine and face the Qiyun Alliance at the Red Shine Iron Mine in a head-on, tough battle. After agreeing on the plan, each family began selecting their elite members to rush to the Sun family at Golden Maple Ridge. The Zhou family directly dispatched a team of 35 members, the lowest cultivation level among them being the 6th layer of Qi refinement, and they also brought along some demon beasts that the Zhou family had tamed for battle. The other families also sent varying numbers of clan members, depending on their total population. When the teams from the 5 major cultivation families had finally assembled at the Sun Family Mountain Gate at Golden Maple Ridge, the number of participants had reached 173, among which there were as many as 15 Foundation Establishment Stage cultivators. In addition, there were 3 Purple Mansion Phase cultivators in the group from the Zhou family, the Wang family, and the Sun family respectively. The Purple Mansion Phase cultivator from the Sun family was also a core disciple of the Green Lotus Temple, a clan member who had entered Green Lotus Temple to cultivate more than 300 years ago, and had now reached the mid-Purple Mansion phase to persuade this person to join the battle. All 5 major cultivation families had paid a price. Report, to inform all the predecessors, the people from the Qiyun Alliance have appeared 100 miles away. A Qi refinement stage cultivator of the Zhou family, responsible for scouting information, hurried into the hall and reported respectfully to the high-level members of the 5 major cultivation families gathered there. Upon hearing this, everyone in the hall looked towards the senior in green Taoist robes who sat at the highest position. Continue scouting. Report again after 30 miles. Confronted with everyone's gazes, the middle-aged Taoist with a pale face barely moved his mouth to respond. Yes. The scouting Zhou family cultivator respectfully acknowledged and quickly withdrew backward from the hall. After dismissing the scout, the pale-faced, middle-aged Taoist rose up tall and glanced over the cultivators in the hall, saying, "Dear fellow Daoists, the thieves have traveled a long distance and have not had a place to sit in meditation and recuperate. The advantages of time and location are both in our hands. We are sure to win this battle. We are sure to win this battle." All the cultivators responded in a deep voice, their eyes already filled with the will to fight. Pleased with their response, the middle-aged Daoist nodded with satisfaction, then flicked his dust whisk and ordered with a deep voice, "Depart." After speaking, he confidently led the way out of the hall. Quickly, the 173 cultivators from the 5 major cultivation families left the Sun Family Mountain Gate at Golden Maple Ridge and advanced toward the Qiyun Alliance cultivator teams tens of miles away to face the battle. Outside of Golden Maple Ridge, more than 200 Qiyun Alliance cultivators, both young and old, were seen furiously riding various mounts. For low-level cultivators, long-distance travel was most consuming of mana and spirit. Hence, along the way, these Qiyun Alliance cultivators were riding mounts. However, due to their limited heritage, the majority of their mounts were ordinary beasts, including cattle, horses, deer, and sheep. Moreover, due to insufficient taming, quite a few of these beasts either flipped their riders off their backs on the road or attempted to escape when their masters rested, causing quite a few jokes. But no matter what, after several days of arduous travel, they were about to successfully reach their destination, with their mana mostly in a full state. Alliance Hierarch, the flying eagles of the 5 great families have been scouting us from the sky continuously. Shall we kill all these feathered beasts now to prevent them from gaining a tactical advantage when we meet the enemy? Atop an Inkscale steed, a Qiyun Alliance cultivator at the later stage of Foundation establishment looked up at the azure sky and, with an unsightly expression, made a suggestion to the Qiyun Alliance Hierarch Tang Yuan with a fist salute. Compared to other Qiyun Alliance cultivators, as a purple mansion phase cultivator, Tang Yuan naturally had a much more superior mount. His mount was a golden light leopard, a second-order mid-grade demon beast, extraordinary and majestic upon hearing his subordinate suggestion. Tang Yuan, who looked like an aged man with a youthful appearance, lightly waved his hand and said, "There's no need, we want them to know we're coming. This time, we're going to show these families the power of our Qiyun Alliance." The advising cultivator's face immediately changed upon hearing this, and he quickly plastered a smile on his face, complimenting, "Alliance Hierarch is mighty and domineering. This time, you will surely let those family cultivators taste the flavor of defeat." "We certainly will." Tang Yuan spoke with confidence, his face brimming with self-assuredness. The Qiyun Alliance cultivators who heard their conversation also showed expressions of anticipation. Soon afterward, just outside the Red Pine Forest near the Red Shine Iron Vein, the forces of the 5 great cultivation families met head-on with the Qiyun Alliance cultivators. "Tang Yuan, if you retreat now and honestly keep to being your mountain king, everything could be as though it never happened." In the sky above the forest, Sun Yaowu, a core disciple of Green Lotus Temple, looked sternly at Qiyun Alliance Hierarch Tang Yuan and issued a final ultimatum. Of course, he knew that the other party wouldn't really do that. Sure enough, Tang Yuan, on the back of the golden light leopard, suddenly leaped into the air, hovered with his hands behind his back, and looked indifferently at Sun Yaowu, saying, "Sun Yaowu, if you weren't a core disciple of Green Lotus Temple, today I, Tang, would definitely make sure you'd never return, turning your 300 years of cultivation into ashes." "How audacious!" Sun Yaowu's face turned furious, and he immediately shouted angrily, "Then let Sun see just what abilities you have to make such audacious claims." Before his voice had faded, he waved his sleeve, summoning a green flying sword and slashing it towards Tang Yuan. This action signaled the beginning of the battle. In no time, Zhou Mingde and Wang family Purple Mansion cultivator Wang Guangping each found a Qiyun Alliance Vice Alliance chief to engage in combat with, and the enemy Zhou Mingde faced was none other than Zhangzi Xuan, the Qiyun Alliance Vice Alliance chief who previously cultivated in Wild Wolf Ridge. However, with his master Zhou Mingde present, the Fire Divine Jackal demonstrated far greater strength than before. Zhou Mingde continuously formed hand seals, and the flames burning on the Fire Divine Jackal quickly condensed into an armor covered with mysterious fire runes. Then, he patted his storage pouch on his waist, and a pair of reddish-golden metallic claws flew out, gripped by the Fire Divine Jackal, and fitted onto its own claws. The Fire Divine Jackal, Thus armed, allowed a howl and pounced towards Zhang Zishuan like a mad D, OG to 8T this time. Zhou Mingde also deployed his magic artifact to launch a joint attack on Zhang Zishuan that on another battlefield. 13 Foundation Establishment Stage cultivators from the 5 great cultivation families quickly matched up against 17 Qiyun Alliance Foundation Establishment cultivators. At first glance, the Qiyun Alliance had a significant numerical advantage. But in reality, they had no advantage at all, since the Foundation Establishment Stage cultivators of the 5 great cultivation families were generally above the mid-stage and had over 2 second-order magic artifacts per person. In contrast, many of the Qiyun Alliance Foundation Establishment cultivators had only 1 second-order magic artifact for show, and several were still at the initial stage of Foundation establishment. Therefore, not to mention cultivators like Zhou Daoi and Zhou Daoquan with second-order spirit pets who could take on 2 opponents by themselves, even some old Foundation Establishment cultivators from the 5 great cultivation families without spirit pets could manage 1 against 2 without falling too much behind. The situation was almost the same among the Qi Refinement Realm cultivators. Although the Qiyun Alliance had brought more than 200 Qi Refinement cultivators this time, outnumbering the 5 great cultivation families by 30 to 40%. Yet in terms of cultivation level and assets, they were far less than those of the 5 great cultivation families. Moreover, a crucial point was that the 5 great cultivation families, with their deep heritage, had provided a large amount of talismans to every combatant in advance, allowing them to frequently use talismans in battle. The cultivators of the Qiyun Alliance, however, did not receive such treatment. They mostly had to rely on their own private savings for support in combat. The result was that not long after both sides engaged, the 5 major cultivation families relied on a large amount of talismans to brutally kill dozens of Qiyun Alliance cultivators. This frightened the remaining Qiyun Alliance cultivators into no longer daring to be stingy. They one after another emptied their deepest reserves of treasure talismans to retaliate. Qingqing, Cloud Dragon Transformation. In the sky, Zhou Daoi stood on the back of the Sky Azure Cloud Python, blocking the opponent's magic artifact with an ancient bronze flying sword while chanting a spell, activating the Flood Dragon bloodline within the Sky Azure Cloud Python with a secret technique. Roar! A dragon's roar echoed through the sky as dazzling white light burst from the cloud patterns on the belly of the Sky Azure Cloud Python beneath Zhou Daoi's feet. Almost immediately, a distinct green and white Flood Dragon horn formed on top of the python's head, while Flood Dragon claws emerged underneath its belly. This transformation shocked countless cultivators, and Zhou Daoi's opponent was stunned by the spectacle. But the now transformed Flood Dragon Sky Azure Cloud Python showed no mercy. Its golden yellow eyes swept over its enemy. With a gentle exhalation, it unleashed a fearsome beam of green and white light towards the enemy. Zhou Daoi's opponent was a late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator, who had thought that being 1 small realm above Zhou Daoi would be enough to handle both him and the python. But now he realized just how naive that thought was. At that moment, when his entire body shuddered under the gaze of the dragon's dragon eye, he quickly came to his senses. He then hastily maneuvered a dark brown square shield magic artifact to block the green and white light beam. However, the result was that this second-order defensive Dharma artifact, which had cost him most of his fortune, was torn to shreds on the spot, and he too was hit by the aftermath and violently thrown backwards. Before he could regain his footing and calm the mana and blood roiling within his body, the transformed Flood Dragon Sky Azure Cloud Python flicked its tail, swiftly gliding to his side like a breeze and viciously swiping down with its dragon claw. No, a scream pierced the sky in just a short dozen or so breaths of time. A late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator perished on the spot. After killing the late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator with 1 strike, the Flood Dragon Sky Azure Cloud Python then turned its tail and swiftly pounced towards the enemy fighting Zhou Daoquan. Thus, within a mere 60 breaths of time, the transformed Flood Dragon Sky Azure Cloud Python successively killed 3 Qiyun Alliance Foundation Establishment cultivators. After this battle, clan leader of the Zhou family, Zhou Daoi's reputation spread throughout Lanzhao's cultivation world, earning respect and awe from both allies and enemies who had witnessed the fight. The spirit beasts and demon beast spirit pets from the Zhou family henceforth left a deep impression on the cultivators of Jinghua Lanzhao, with both the Qi Refinement Realm and Foundation Establishment Stage battlefields overwhelmingly in their favor. The cultivators of the 5 cultivation families were even more confident, with an unprecedented fervent and resolute belief in victory. However, on the most crucial battlefield of Purple Mansion Phase cultivators, things were not looking good for the 5 cultivation families. Although Sun Yaowu came from a grand sect like Green Lotus Temple, his cultivation level was still a minor realm lower than Tang Yuan's. And Tang Yuan, who cultivated to the late Purple Mansion phase as a loose cultivator, surely had his own extraordinary encounters. After clashing for a while, Sun Yao gradually became overwhelmed and fell into a disadvantage. Although Zhou Mingde, pairing with his spirit pet Fire Divine Jackal, was gaining the upper hand, it was going to take more than a short time to defeat his opponent Zhangzi Xuan. Wang Guangping and another deputy alliance hierarch, Wei Feng, were locked in a fight too close to call, leaving no clear advantage on either side. Tao's friend Zhou, Tang Yuan is truly formidable. Sun alone may not be his match, so I ask for your aid. Suddenly, a divine sense transmission from Sun Yaowu sounded in Zhou Mingde's mind, requesting his help. Turning his head to look at the nearby battlefield, he saw that Sun Yaowu was being pressed so hard by Tang Yuan that he could only defend himself, managing to hang on solely due to a third-order medium-grade defensive magic artifact. He then glanced at his own opponent. Zhangzi Xuan was also under heavy pressure from the Fire Divine Jackal, teetering close to his limit. At this juncture, Zhou Mingde faced a tough decision. With a little more effort, even if he could not eliminate Zhangzi Xuan, he could certainly severely wound him. But if Sun Yaowu didn't receive his support in time, he suspected that the man might simply choose to flee. After all, different from himself, Sun Yaowu bore the Sun family bloodline, but had practiced in Green Lotus Temple for over 300 years, with a less profound sense of belonging to the Sun family, making it unlikely for him to fight to the death for them, especially considering that the Qiyun Alliance had not launched an attack on the Sun family. Taoist friend Sun, hold on, I am coming to aid you now. After weighing his options for a while, Zhou Mingde finally decided to help Sun Yaowu. Otherwise, if Sun Yaowu really did flee, today's battle would end in utter defeat for the 5 cultivation families. Outside Golden Maple Ridge, bodies were strewn everywhere. There were the corpses of the cultivation world's 5 major families as well as those of Qiyun Alliance cultivators, but most were of the latter. The great battle had ended, with the 5 major cultivation families emerging victoriously. However, although they had won the battle, it was a Pyrrhic victory. Out of the 173 cultivators of the 5 major families who had participated in the battle, as many as 35 had perished on the spot, with another 7 being mutilated and disabled, with dozens more sustaining injuries, both minor and severe. Even 2 cultivators from the Foundation establishment stage had fallen, and many were injured. The tally is out. We have slain 11 Foundation establishment cultivators of the Qiyun Alliance, gravely wounded 3, killed 189 Qi refinement cultivators, and injured countless others. Additionally, most of the spoils from the enemies killed in battle have been obtained by our cultivators, with only a small portion carried away by the escaping enemies. Within the mountain gates of the Sun family at Golden Maple Ridge, the Sun family clan leader Sun Zhongping hurried into the hall, reporting the battle outcomes to those meditating and healing inside. At this time, the cultivator seated at the head of the hall had become Zhou Mingde of the Zhou family. As for the Purple Mansion mid-phase cultivator Sun Yaowu, he had returned to the Green Lotus Temple overnight to seek help from the temple elders for his injuries. Previously in the battle, Zhou Mingde had, for the greater good, given up his advantageous position to go and assist Sun Yaowu. But to everyone's surprise, Tang Yuan had concealed a secret treasure, the Sun Fire Thunderbead. Seeing Zhou Mingde come to Sun Yaowu's aid, Tang Yuan immediately targeted Sun Yaowu with the artifact. Caught off guard, Sun Yaowu was severely wounded by the explosion, nearly destroying his physical body. After scoring a hit, Tang Yuan didn't possess the courage to actually kill a core disciple of the Green Lotus Temple and instead immediately switched targets, attempting to slay Zhou Mingde with his sword. But he had underestimated the strength of the Zhou family. At the crucial moment, Zhou Mingde also produced an extremely rare Heavenly Thunder Talisman and activated it on the spot, sending it his way. This Heavenly Thunder Talisman had been created by a Golden Core cultivator who had collected the power of Heavenly Thunder and sealed it using sophisticated talisman-making skills, its power comparable to a personal attack from a Golden Core cultivator. When Tang Yuan was struck by this talisman, the injury he received was hardly less severe than the one inflicted on Sun Yaowu. Not daring to remain on the battlefield any longer, he escaped silently using a secret escape technique. Upon seeing even Tang Yuan, a Purple Mansion late-phase cultivator, nearly killed on the spot by the Heavenly Thunder Talisman, the remaining 2 Vice Alliance hierarchs of the Qiyun Alliance dared not stay on the battlefield. How could they know if Zhou Mingde had yet another Heavenly Thunder Talisman? Thus, the victory was decided as soon as the battle between the Purple Mansion phase cultivators had concluded. Due to Zhou Mingda's serious injury to Tang Yuan, it became a matter of course for him to lead the 5 major cultivation families. Hearing Sun family clan leader Sun Zhongping's report, Zhou Mingda's gaze swept over the various cultivators in the hall, and he slowly said, Taoist friends, although our side has suffered significant losses in this battle, the outcome is nonetheless glorious and grand. A great victory. But if you strike a snake and fail to kill it, you might be bitten in return. After this battle, we have forged a deep blood feud with the Qiyun alliance that if we do not take advantage of Tang Yuan's current severe injuries and exterminate him, should he recover from his wounds in the future, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this point, Zhou Mingda paused slightly, then continued in a stern tone. Therefore, I propose that the 5 major families make a joint attack immediately, surround their headquarters before the Qiyun alliance's hounds have a chance to react, and once our main forces arrive, we can launch an assault and annihilate them all in one fell swoop. After he finished speaking, the hall was silent for a long time, with no one voicing agreement. The wisdom behind the idiom about not letting a snake go was not unknown to the cultivators in the hall. Yet the prospect of besieging the Qiyun alliance's headquarters, with the intent to utterly destroy them, was not an easy task. Even if they managed to do so, the casualties within the 5 major cultivation families would undoubtedly be greater than the losses incurred in this one battle. It should be noted that the cultivators who had died in the war were the kinsfolk of those present. The deaths of a few dozen people had already caused them much distress, and should many more perish, it was feared that the very vitality of their families would be severely damaged. Even they themselves might not be guaranteed to survive that battle, even though they knew Zhou Mingda was right, and that his words made sense. The cultivators of each family did not immediately respond. After a lengthy silence, Wang Guangping, a purple mansion cultivator of the Wang family, was the first to speak up softly, expressing her opinion. Taoist friend Zhou speaks wisely, but in my opinion, while it wouldn't hurt to make a demonstration, attacking and breaking through their defenses needs more careful consideration. Her words ignited a flurry of agreement from the other cultivators in the hall. Indeed, Elder Wang is right. Intimidation will do in fending off those loose cultivators, but the attack and breaching of defenses come with great casualties that, if we can avoid it, then it's better not to engage in such actions. Taoist friend Sun makes a good point. The loose cultivators are generally easily frightened, so by making a grand display, we might force the Qiyun alliance to disband on their own. I also believe that if we can avoid attacking and breaking their defenses, it is best not to do so indeed. Aside from the 2 foundation establishment cultivators of the Zhou family who did not speak up, the majority of foundation establishment cultivators from the other families agreed with what Wang Guangping had said. None of them wished to fight another tough battle. That it was not that they lacked vision. Rather, it was simply the reality of the situation. The reason they had gone to war with the Qiyun alliance in the first place was merely because the alliance's arrogant attitude had challenged their status, prompting them to teach the Qiyun alliance a lesson. Now that they had already proven their strength and status to the entire cultivation world of Lanzhou with a decisive victory in a direct conflict, it could be said that their goal in starting the war had been achieved. In such circumstances, why would they be willing to risk a large number of lives in a fight to the bitter end with the Qiyun alliance? Facing the wave of opposition, although Zhou Mingda felt some regret, he did not actually ignore the majority's opinion. He promptly nodded in acquiescence, saying, since all the Taoist friends believe that the situation is not suitable for another assault on fortified positions, let us surround them and make a show of force for now. After a short rest and meditation to replenish their mana, the elite cultivators from the 5 great cultivation families of the Sun Group flew together toward the headquarters of the Qiyun alliance. Meanwhile, the family cultivators of the 5 great cultivation clans who were on standby received the news quickly and also sent people along with some Qi Refinement Realm cultivators to the Qiyun Alliance headquarters, creating the impression that they intended to annihilate the alliance. This momentum made the forces who had been closely watching both sides feel uncertain and unable to determine whether their threat was genuine. And just shortly after returning to the Qiyun Alliance headquarters, before the 2 alliance vice-hierarchs had time to warm their seats, they became as anxious as ants on a hot pan, unable to sit still or relax. What should we do? The alliance hierarch is not here. How should we handle this? Vice-hierarch Wei Feng said with a gloomy expression and a low voice, as if muttering to himself. Although he didn't mention any names, since there were only he and another vice-hierarch, Zhang Zishuan, in the room, it was clear he was seeking the latter's opinion. But Zhang Zishuan was equally panic-stricken and had no answer to his question. All he could do was to respond softly. Let's wait for now. The hierarch might not be here, but we've already notified him using the 1,000-mile transmission. Talisman. Even if he's in closed-door cultivation, he wouldn't ignore the transmission talisman. Hearing this response, Wei Feng's mouth twitched as if he wanted to say something, then restrained himself. In the end, he could only let out a long sigh, saying, "Sigh. There's nothing else we can do." Even a mighty purple mansion phase cultivator could only sigh in resignation at this moment. And as for the news of Qiyun Alliance's crushing defeat and the siege at their gate, Zhou Chun, who was in the marketplace, also received it quickly. They say good news never goes beyond the gate, while bad news spreads 1,000 miles. In less than 20 years, the Qiyun Alliance had risen swiftly, making countless enemies along the way. Many people, although unable to take revenge on their own, found it easy to spread the word upon seeing the alliance in disarray. Moreover, the 5 great cultivation families themselves were making an effort to publicize the results of the battle at Golden Maple Ridge and the fact that the gate of the Qiyun Alliance was being besieged. Even the gate has been surrounded. It seems that even if the Qiyun Alliance isn't exterminated this time, it will definitely suffer a great decline and will have to lie low for a while. The 5 great cultivation families truly live up to their reputation as long-standing family powers. Indeed, their foundation is not something that a nouveau riche like the Qiyun Alliance can match. Inside the Spirit Beast restaurant, Zhou Chun came to a judgment after synthesizing the news from various sources. Then he thought of another thing that was being hotly discussed in the marketplace. The clan leader of the Zhou family, Zhou Daoist, harnessing a flood dragon to kill 3 of the Qiyun Alliance's foundation establishment cultivators. Zhou Chun of course knew that Zhou Daoist did not tame any flood dragon. He had only tamed a sky azure cloud python. Therefore, the flood dragon mentioned in the news was most likely the transformed sky azure cloud python, temporarily enhanced by some secret technique rather than a true evolution into a flood dragon. If the clan leader's sky azure cloud python can be temporarily transformed into a flood dragon using a secret technique, then my silver lightning python should be able to do the same after it grows to the 2nd stage, right? Did the 3rd elder tell me to pay special attention to acquiring spiritual objects like dragon bloodgrass and dragon bloodstone because he knew there were such secret techniques within the family in order to prepare me in advance? Zhou Chun felt that this was very likely the case. His heart then filled with excitement. Transforming the silver lightning python into a true flood dragon was extremely difficult, if not impossible. But if it could be temporarily transformed into a flood dragon, gaining some of the divine skills of a flood dragon, that would be an impressive ability indeed. This was evident from Zhou Daoist, with his mid-foundation establishment strength, being able to consecutively kill a late foundation establishment cultivator and 2 other foundation establishment cultivators. If Zhou Chun could master this secret technique in the future, then after his own successful foundation establishment, his strength would be even greater than Zhou Daoist's. After all, the thunder spells wielded by the silver lightning python were much stronger than the wind-walking techniques used by the sky azure cloud python. The 5 great cultivation families surrounded the Qiyun Alliance sect, seemingly prepared to wipe them out in one fell swoop. But just when the onlookers from the Lantau cultivation world thought they were about to witness an intense and thrilling annihilation, the situation abruptly ended. That's right, it ended, because the true backbone figure behind the Qiyun Alliance finally stepped forward to speak. That it turned out that Tang Yuan, the Alliance hierarch of the Qiyun Alliance, was actually the registered disciple of Tianjing Hermit, a golden elixir cultivator from Jingwa countries. Ling Zhou and the Qiyun Alliance was established under his command, and that Tianjing Hermit was a renowned character throughout Jingwa country, possessing a cultivation level that had reached the late golden core stage, making him one of the highest level loose cultivators in Jingwa. The Tianjing Villa that he had established in Lingzhou was also a massive force among loose cultivators. Now that this late-stage golden elixir loose cultivator of significant standing among the loose cultivators in Jingwa had spoken up, the 5 great cultivation families from Lanzhou wouldn't dare to harm a single hair on the Qiyun Alliance. Although their departure was somewhat disorderly, the upper echelons of the 5 great cultivation families were not the slightest bit panicked. In fact, they were very pleased. Since the Tianjing Hermit had been forced to come out and protect the Qiyun Alliance, there would be no need for them to deal with it in the future, whether it was the Green Lotus Temple or the forces with golden core stage cultivators in Lanzhou. None would allow the Qiyun Alliance to continue stirring up trouble and expanding in Lanzhou. Even if the Qiyun Alliance could continue to exist in Lanzhou, they would definitely not dare to openly retaliate against the 5 great cultivation families. This was the unspoken rule shared in the cultivation world. How the small forces fight and kill each other was not a matter of concern. But once it involved the golden core stage cultivator, A place like Lanzhou, with an owner, would not allow a golden core stage cultivator from another region to behave recklessly. Otherwise, Sanju's sect wouldn't have been forcibly dismantled by the Green Lotus Temple in the past. Not long after the incident ended, Zhou Jiaxing returned to Hongyang Marketplace. Thank heavens, Uncle 16, you finally came back safely. Inside the Spirit Beast restaurant, upon seeing Zhou Jiaxing return safely, Zhou Chun immediately showed a touched expression and exclaimed with relief. Then, with a face full of concern, he asked, "How is it? How are things with the family? I heard that many people died in the battle with the Qian Alliance. That is our Zhou family, all right?" Hearing this, Zhou Jiaxing just sighed with a bitter smile. "How could we be all right?" Then he spoke in a low voice, elaborating. "In this battle, not only did 3 clan members die, but one also lost an arm. Many were injured and require a long recovery, and numerous clan member spirit pets were either killed or crippled. The losses were indeed tremendous." Saying this, Zhou Jiaxing also looked at Zhou Chun and said, "Initially, the clan leader had planned to have you return to the family to receive your reward after the matter was settled. But now, with all the aftermath to be managed, he can hardly spare the time to worry about this right now. That I hope you can understand that," he added. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately expressed, "Uncle 16, rest assured, I can certainly understand." "As long as you understand," Zhou Jiaxing replied. Zhou Jiaxing nodded, and then he looked at Zhou Chun and said, "How has the business been during this period? Show me the account books for the store's transactions during this time." As the shopkeeper, he naturally had to check the books upon returning. Luckily, Zhou Chun was prepared for this and immediately produced the relevant account books for him to review, even going so far as to not hide the fact that he had used his own personal funds to buy the red essence Ganoderma and resell it for a profit. Such a thing could not be hidden. The shopkeeper from Li's herbal shop, Li Siyuan, was just waiting for an opportunity to reclaim his position that if Zhou Jiaxing were to find out. While around the marketplace, who knows what he would think of the matter? Having heard about his dealings with the red essence Ganoderma, Zhou Jiaxing was not only surprised and envious of his luck, but also nodded his head gently and remarked, "This is your personal fortune and opportunity." Even if the clan leader knew about it, he wouldn't say much. Actually, almost every shopkeeper in the marketplace has done this kind of transaction. Otherwise, why would the position of marketplace shopkeeper be so sought after among the various forces? Some practiced it excessively, directly using the shop's funds for these dealings, while others were like Zhou Chun, purely using their own savings for the endeavor. The former would be directly punished upon being discovered by the family, and the latter, even if found out, would generally not be pursued by their respective forces. After all, if you want the horse to run, you certainly have to let it eat some grass. It's necessary to give the shopkeeper and the assistant some incentives, so they would be willing to put their heart into running the store and build its reputation today. As for clan power, the better the store's reputation, the better the sales volume, and ultimately, the more they earn. Zhou Chun also dared to go directly to Li's herbal shop to sell red essence Ganoderma, and now he dared to talk to Zhou Jiaxing about it because he had already understood the ins and outs of this. So after getting past this issue, Zhou Chun went back to being an assistant in the store. Over a month passed, and Zhou Chun's first spirit pet, the rock earth turtle, finally awoke from its slumber and advanced into a first-grade superior demon beast for the rock earth turtle species. Reaching the status of a first-grade superior demon beast meant it had reached adulthood at 8T this time. The width of the rock earth turtle's back was nearly 8 feet, with its length from head to tail reaching 13 feet, and its body was covered with inverted triangular spikes, the shortest of which were as long as 1 finger. Such a heavily armored giant turtle, when attacked by an ordinary demon beast, would find nowhere to bite, and what increased wasn't just its size, but also its formidable strength. Upon advancing to a first-grade superior demon beast, the rock earth turtle once again awakened and mastered several innate earth element techniques, including the offensively not weak falling rock technique, the defensively very strong stone armor technique, and even an uncommon and rare earth element technique to trap enemies, earth prison technique. With these techniques at its disposal, coupled with its own powerful defense, the rock earth turtle could now exchange blows with a Qi refinement 9th level cultivator and have a decent chance of winning. And if you count Zhou Chun, the master and servant together could take on those with the 11th or 12th level of Qi refinement realm and still possess the power to fight. Good job, Stone. I didn't raise you in vain. Very good. Very good. In the backyard of the shop, Zhou Chun, seeing the huge earthy yellow turtle taking up 1/5 of the yard, had a face full of smiles. He actually wanted to go up and pat the giant turtle's head, but seeing all the spikes on it, he gave up on the idea. He could only kick the open space on the turtle's back with his foot as a form of affection at this point. The silver lightning python Bai sensed its master's arrival and crawled out of the open window of the bedroom. It quickly climbed up Zhou Chun's legs onto his shoulder, leaving several wet marks on his face with its flickering forked tongue. Bye, stop fooling around. I can't carry you now. Zhou Chun extended his hand to pat the silvery white python's head, urging it to get down quickly. The python now was nearly 2 zhang long and weighed 200 to 300 pounds. Even for Zhou Chun as a cultivator, whose physical constitution was much stronger than that of mortals, carrying such weight was very uncomfortable. That hiss, after reluctantly hissing twice. Bai still slid its body to the ground and conveyed to Zhou Chun the desire to eat. It had been several days since it last ate. Normally, pythons can go several days to over 10 days without needing to eat after a meal. But Bai was not yet 1 year old and was in a period of rapid growth, which meant it needed to eat more often. Zhou Chun had to watch the shop before, so he couldn't take a hunting. Instead, he spent some spirit coins to buy demon beast meat from loose cultivators to feed it. Because of the presence of evil chi, demon beast meat had become something that ordinary cultivators couldn't eat. Often, when loose cultivators hunted demon beasts in the wild, they only took what could be used for talisman making, artifact refining, and alchemy like hide, fur, claws, and teeth. Unless their storage pouches had considerable space, they would only take some beast meat and bones as a result. It was not so easy for Zhou Chun to buy these things anytime he wanted in the marketplace. He had even considered placing a special order with the loose cultivators in the marketplace, asking them to bring some demon beast meat for him when they came to the marketplace. After all, the nutritional content of demon beast meat was much higher than that of ordinary wild animal meat, and many of the Zhou family spirit beast feed were made with demon beast meat as the main ingredient. But since there was only so much demand for spirit beast feed, the demon beast meat harvested by the Zhou family cultivators during their own hunts was enough to meet the needs, and the spirit beast restaurant had not yet started purchasing this item. The main issue was that it wasn't convenient to store such meat for long periods. It required the establishment of ice storages. But if they wanted to build a large underground ice storage in the marketplace, that would mean paying a significant rental fee to the marketplace administration. Thus, even though the Zhou family was purchasing beast meat, they were only buying from loose cultivators who went to the Zhou family for cultivation. Seeing the big python looking up at him with eager eyes, Zhou Chun pondered for a moment and then nodded, saying, "All right, since you're hungry and Stone has made a breakthrough, we will take a day off and go hunting ourselves today." After saying this, he put both spirit pets into the spirit beast pouch and went to the front of the shop to ask Zhou Jiaxing, the shopkeeper, for a leave of absence. When Zhou Jiaxing learned that Zhou Chun was going out to hunt to feed his spirit pets, he didn't say much, only asking him to be careful and not to stray too far from the area of the marketplace. The Hongyan Mountain Range extends for 200 or 300 miles, and aside from Hongyan Marketplace, there are no other cultivator forces present. However, due to the existence of the marketplace, cultivators often come and go here, nearly eliminating any chance for demon beasts to exist in the mountains. Moreover, the closer one gets to the marketplace, the fewer wild beasts there are to be found. After all, although wild beasts have lower intelligence, their instinct to seek benefit and avoid harm still drives them away from dangerous areas. Therefore, for Zhou Chun to hunt enough wild beasts near the marketplace to feed the silver lightning python and rock earth turtle was no easy feat. He wandered within a 10-mile radius of the marketplace for half an hour, but only managed to catch small animals like rabbits and wild chickens, barely enough for the silver lightning python to be 1/3 full. This hardly justified his having taken time off of the trip. After some hesitation, Zhou Chun decided to venture further into the mountains. After distancing himself 30 or 40 miles from the marketplace, the quantity of wild beasts in the forest indeed increased. Without much effort, Zhou Chun managed to hunt down 2 deer and a wild boar. There was now enough meat for the 2 spirit pets to feast on. Zhou Chun immediately let out the 2 spirit pets so they could eat on the spot to avoid dirtying his storage pouch. But just as the silver lightning python swallowed a deer and the rock earth turtle was halfway through eating the boar, the sounds of battle using magical powers erupted not far from the woods. Seeing this, Zhou Chun's face tightened immediately, and he hurriedly collected the silver lightning python, which had just finished eating a deer, into the spirit beast pouch first. Then, after a moment's hesitation, he commanded the rock earth turtle to speed up its eating, while he himself stored the other deer's carcass into his storage pouch. After waiting for almost half a quarter of an hour, the rock earth turtle finally devoured the remaining half of the wild boar, even crushing and cleaning out the boar's head with a swipe of its paw. Nevertheless, the commotion in the nearby forest continued without pause, and a wildfire had even started at this point. Zhou Chun no longer hesitated. He immediately put the rock earth turtle into the spirit beast pouch and began to leave. But he had barely covered a distance of 30 zhang when a loud shout from the woods made him stop in his tracks. Lu Shiyun, if you run away like this, do you know what will become of your father? Lu Shiyun, is that the female cultivator? An image of a veiled girl in green clothes emerged in Zhou Chun's mind. Because the profits from selling the red essence Ganoderma were so substantial, Zhou Chun had a deep impression of Lu and her father from that day, and naturally he did not forget their names. Therefore, he instinctively stopped moving. He Sangu, the things you did to harm my father and me will surely be exposed to the world. Even if I, Lu Shiyun, become someone's cauldron, I will. Make sure you pay a blood debt with blood. A crisp female voice, filled with anger, followed closely and sounded in the woods. Since he had not heard the girl in green speak that day, Zhou Chun was unable to determine whether the person now speaking was that girl in green merely by the voice. But his curiosity was indeed aroused at this moment. Listening to the conversation, it seemed the Lu family was betrayed by someone they knew. But as mere loose cultivators, what did the father and daughter have that was valuable enough for an acquaintance to betray them without regard for their relationship? Various guesses sprang up in Zhou Chun's mind, and he started to feel an urge to act. He remembered that the daughter of the Lu family was not of high cultivation level, only in the 5th layer of the Qi refinement realm. The fact that someone of her cultivation level could escape, and that underhanded tactics had to be used against them, indicated that the cultivation level and strength of those who ambushed her family couldn't be very high. In that case, with a thought, Zhou Chun immediately cast the wind control skill on himself and hurried toward the source of the noise. After a while, Zhou Chun finally saw the owners of the two voices. He hadn't guessed wrong. The owner of the crisp female voice was indeed the girl in green with the veiled face from that day. The other voice belonged to a somewhat enchanting woman dressed in purple, who was at the 7th layer of the Qi refinement realm at that moment. The woman in purple and the girl in green were battling each other, wielding their magic artifacts, completely unaware of the presence of a third party. Seeing this, Zhou Chun silently reached for his storage pouch and, without a sound, brought out the Moonblade meteor wheel. Who's there? The actions of Zhou Chun manipulating his magic artifact didn't slip past the woman in purple, who, becoming alert, hastily drove a green scarf magic artifact to protect herself and shouted angrily in his direction. But the woman in purple never expected that not only was her attacker a late-stage Qi refinement cultivator, but he also used a first-grade superior magic artifact right from the start. Under the sharp edge of the silver-black circular magic artifact, the green scarf magic artifact was instantly torn into countless pieces, and then her voluptuous body was also split in half, creating an extremely discomforting scene. Even the girl in green, who just a moment ago could not wait for her die, now let out a sharp scream of ah. Quickly turning away, unable to bear the sight of the bloody corpse on the ground, this caused a misunderstanding in Zhou Chun. He quickly spoke out loudly. Taoist friend Lu, do not panic. The one who killed her is Zhou Chun. Hearing his voice, Lu Shiyun also swiftly turned to look at him. She obviously had a good memory, or perhaps Zhou Chun's youthful and handsome features were highly recognizable. She looked at Zhou Chun in shock and uncertainty, saying, "Are you the young shopkeeper from Spirit Beast Restaurant?" "Indeed, it is Zhou." Zhou Chun nodded his head and then explained with a serious face. Zhou was hunting nearby and only rushed to the rescue after hearing Taoist friend Lu's cries, realizing that an acquaintance was in danger. Without waiting for Lu Shiyun to respond, he turned to her with a solemn expression and asked about the direction she had fled from. "Is your honored father engaged in a battle over there? Who is the enemy? What is their cultivation level?" Only when he mentioned her father did Lu Shiyun snap back to reality. Suddenly, she knelt on the ground with a plop, repeatedly kowtowing and pleading to Zhou Chun. "Please, shopkeeper Zhou, save my father. I am willing to work like an ox or horse to repay your kindness." Seeing this, Zhou Chun hastily helped her up and said, "What are you doing, Taoist friend Lu? Please rise and speak." After saying this, he repeated the questions he had asked earlier. Rescuing was certainly not a problem, but only if it was possible. He didn't want to rush into a rescue without even knowing how many enemies there were or their strength and cultivation, lest he fail to save the person and instead lose his own life. Fortunately, Lu Shiyun's answer set his mind at ease. It turned out that there were only two people attacking Lu Qingshan. One was in the 10th layer of the Qi refinement realm, and the other was in the 9th layer, both of whom were Lu's cultivators, just like Lu Qingshan. Since that was the case, Zhou Chun had no reason to hesitate any longer. He immediately waved his sleeve, summoning his flying artifact and headed towards Lu Qingshan's location at top speed. The flying artifact was naturally much faster than the wind control skill, and it didn't take long for Zhou Chun to arrive at the site of the battle. His timing was perfect, as Lu Qingshan was at his wit's end and about to be slain. Like a god descending from the heavens, Zhou Chun instantly shielded Lu Qingshan behind him and plucked the spirit beast pouch from his waist, releasing the rock earth turtle. Then he spoke reassuring words to Lu Qingshan right away. "Fear not, Taoist friend Lu. Your beloved has been saved by Zhou, and Zhou has also come at her request to rescue you." Upon hearing this, relief clearly washed over Lu Qingshan's face. His eyes filled with gratitude as he looked at Zhou Chun. But the expressions on the two attackers' faces changed drastically. One of them, a bald, rotund man with bulging eyes, glared at him and bellowed, "What did you say, you little brat? What have you done to Sangu?" "Naturally, I killed her," Zhou Chun replied calmly. To this answer, the bald brute's eyes almost burst with fury, his eyes instantly turning bloodshot. "Ah, you deserve to die. The bald brute screamed hysterically, as if his wife had died, and immediately conjured a crimson-colored axe magic artifact, fiercely swinging it towards Zhou Chun. He also didn't forget to grab a handful of talismans from his storage pouch and, without looking, flung them all towards Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun was somewhat stunned by the man's extreme reaction, not understanding why. Still, he swiftly ordered the rock earth turtle to release the stone wall technique to protect himself and Lu Qingshan, and circled a dark iron shield dharma tool around his body. Then he quickly performed hand signs, casting the secret technique, 5 elements spiritual armor technique. The bald brute seemed to have truly lost his mind at this moment. Even though there was a high stone wall in front of Zhou Chun that he could have flown over with his magic artifact to attack Zhou Chun directly, he chose to persistently hack at the wall instead. The other middle-aged man who had been attacking Lu Qingshan alongside him, however, did not join in the attack against Zhou Chun, but seized the opportunity of the distraction to turn and flee. "Not good. Guodahu is escaping. You mustn't let him get away, Taoist friend," Lu Qingshan cried out to Zhou Chun as he noticed what was happening. "Rest assured, Taoist friend Lu, he won't escape," Zhou Chun responded, directing the rock earth turtle to protect Lu Qingshan while he himself concentrated on the bald brute. He swiftly summoned the moon blade meteor wheel and pursued the fleeing Guodahu. As soon as he moved, the bald brute immediately turned, red-eyed, swinging his axe at Zhou Chun as if determined to cover Guodahu's escape. But his wild manner seemed more driven by a vendetta, solely focused on avenging Sangu by killing Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun, who had been traversing the cultivation world for several years, had never encountered such a person. Not wishing to entangle with him, Zhou Chun met a swing of the axe with his dark iron shield dharma tool and continued his pursuit of Guodahu. At this moment, the rock earth turtle forcefully slammed its palm onto the ground, causing spires of rock to burst forth, flipping the bald brute onto his back. Then it opened its mouth and emitted a yellow spiritual light, instantly turning into a massive boulder as big as a wheel, smashing down on the bald man in this way, under the relentless assault of the rock earth turtle. Despite the bald brute's hateful obsession with Zhou Chun, he could do nothing but watch helplessly as Zhou Chun left the scene. Zhou Chun had pursued Guodahu shortly after the latter's departure and soon caught up with him. Guodahu was a cultivator on the 10th level of Qi refinement realm, and had several fine magic artifacts in his possession, stronger than the bandit cultivator Zhou Chun had killed in the Hanyan mountain range when he first obtained the Moonblade meteor wheel. However, Zhou Chun's strength had also improved significantly since then. After about half a quarter of an hour of combat, Guodahu's 2 magic artifacts were shattered by the Moonblade meteor wheel, and he was slain by Zhou Chun. After killing Guodahu, Zhou Chun collected his belongings and burned the body on the spot. By the time he returned to Lu Qingshan's side, he saw that the bald, strong man had already turned into a pile of flesh, presumably killed by the rock earth turtle's falling rock technique. Lu Shiyun had also arrived at the scene. Since the rock earth turtle did not recognize her, it would not allow her to approach Lu Qingshan. She could only wait anxiously some dozens of yards away for Zhou Chun to return. Now, seeing Zhou Chun's return, the father and daughter were both eagerly looking at him. "Taoist friend Lu, rest assured, Guodahu has been executed." Zhou Chun understood Lu Qingshan's gaze and immediately said the outcome with a smile. Then he stored the rock earth turtle in the spirit beast pouch and gave Lu Shiyun a nod, signaling that she could come over. Phew. Then Lu is relieved. Hearing Zhou Chun's words, Lu Qingshan immediately let out a sigh of relief and put aside his worries. He then hurriedly thanked Zhou Chun. "Taoist friend Zhou, the debt of gratitude for saving our lives is immense. My daughter, and I are eternally grateful. Please accept our kowtow." After speaking, he pulled his daughter, Lu Shiyun, down to kneel and kowtow to Zhou Chun. "This is not necessary. Taoist friend Lu, why go to such lengths?" Zhou Chun repeatedly waved his hands, not wishing to accept this grand gesture of gratitude. But Lu Qingshan insisted and, along with his daughter, kowtowed 3 times with resounding knocks. Just then, a green escape light suddenly flew overhead in the forest, revealing the figure of a Taoist in green. The Taoist floated in the air without a magic artifact beneath his feet. Just by this fact alone, it was clear that he was at least at the foundation establishment stage, before Zhou Chun and the others who had spotted the Taoist in green could greet him with a bow. The Taoist looked at them with a somber expression and said, "Did you set this fire? Do you realize the seriousness of the crime of setting fire to the mountains outside the marketplace?" Upon hearing these words, the faces of Zhou Chun and the others changed abruptly, and Lu Qingshan hastily explained, "Senior, please understand that the fire was not set intentionally by us juniors. It was the result of a struggle against villains who attacked us that led to the uncontrollable spread of the fire." Zhou Chun also quickly spoke in their defense. "Senior, please see the truth. My name is Zhou Zhengchun, an employee at Spirit Beast Restaurant in the marketplace. Today, I happen to be hunting for spirit pets in the vicinity, and I can testify for Taoist friend Lu and his daughter." To their surprise, after hearing their words, the Taoist in green snorted coldly and said, "Even so, the fire was caused by you. Just for this reason, you cannot escape your guilt." Without giving the 3 a chance for rebuttal, he waved his hand and cast 3 streaks of green light onto them, forming a green lotus mark on their bodies. This was a tracking spell. Once marked, the caster could locate them within a 100-mile range. After marking the 3 of them, the Taoist instantly moved and flew toward the area ravaged by the wildfire. "Now, you 3 return to the marketplace first. After I extinguish the mountain fire, we will discuss your guilt." Listening to this cold command, Zhou Chun and the others exchanged uneasy glances, all wearing troubled expressions. This truly was an undeserved calamity, but it was also incredibly unfortunate that in general, to avoid being caught on the spot as they had been, bandit cultivators would not make their move too close to the marketplace. Moreover, if bandit cultivators did not succeed within a quarter hour, they would give up and leave immediately to avoid being caught by the patrolling cultivators. From the marketplace, Guodehu and his group had taken advantage of Lu Qingshan's relaxed guard after entering the safe zone to launch a successful sneak attack. But now, although the ringleaders had been killed, the terrible consequences of the forest fire were being placed on the shoulders of father and daughter Lu Qingshan. After exchanging glances, Lu Qingshan immediately looked solemnly at Zhou Chun and said, "Taoist friend Zhou, rest assured, the fire only started because of me. When the time comes, I will definitely make this clear to that senior and will not let you be implicated." Now is not the time to talk about this. Let's head back to the marketplace so we can treat your injuries. Taoist friend Lu, Zhou Chun sighed, waving his hand in a somewhat depressed manner, suggesting they talk more once they returned. Immediately, he collected the belongings left by the bald man after his death and then escorted the Lu father and daughter to the marketplace. Upon returning to the marketplace, Zhou Chun directly took the father and daughter to the Spirit Beast restaurant and explained the situation to shopkeeper Zhou Jiaxing. When Zhou Jiaxing learned that Zhou Chun might have drawn fire to himself by rescuing the Lu father and daughter, he frowned deeply. But being worldly wise, he didn't say much on the spot, only offering a few words of comfort before instructing Zhou Chun to take his guest to the back courtyard to rest. In the back courtyard. After Lu Shiyun patched up Lu Qingshan's wounds and administered healing pills, Zhou Chun also took the opportunity to ask about the circumstances behind their betrayal by their companions. "Alas, I am not afraid of making Taoist friend Zhou laugh with our tale. Guodehu and the others have known Lu for over a decade. The reason for our swords turning against each other all stemmed from a valley of medicinal herbs we stumbled upon accidentally on this trip." With a long sigh, Lu Qingshan immediately recounted the details. It turned out that this time, as usual, several loose cultivators who had known each other for many years went together into the mountains to search for herbs and minerals, when they suddenly discovered a very hidden valley, which was growing many valuable spiritual medicines. But in the wilderness, wherever spiritual medicines flourish, there must always be demon beasts guarding them. Thus, a group of powerful emerald crown flying serpents inhabited the valley, with the strongest 2 serpents exuding an aura comparable to that of a cultivator at the 12th level of the Qi refinement realm. Although Lu Qingshan and the others weren't weak, they were far from strong enough to contend with such a group of highly toxic serpents. Therefore, they dared not disturb the serpents. Instead, they went together to the Hongyao marketplace to seek one or two more powerful teammates, preparing the necessary magic artifacts and talismans to deal with the serpents before going back to collect the medicines. Little did they expect that upon their journey, Guo and the two others would harbor evil intentions, secretly conspiring to eliminate the Lu father and daughter and silence them. When Zhou Chun heard this, his expression shifted, and he couldn't help but look at Lu Qingshan and ask, "But what benefit would they have by ousting you father and daughter from the group? Without Taoist friend Lu, they would have a harder time dealing with the serpents and gathering the medicines. They would still have to invite outsiders to share the spoils, wouldn't they?" Lu Qingshan glanced at his daughter Lu Shiyun, hesitated for a while, and then said in a low voice, "It's because my daughter was the first to discover the valley of medicinal herbs. According to the rules amongst us, the one who discovers the spiritual object can first claim a 10% advantage. Perhaps they simply didn't want us father and daughter to take the lion's share. Is that all?" Zhou Chun frowned deeply, giving Lu Qingshan a penetrating look, seeing that the man hadn't told the whole truth. Lu Qingshan, with Zhou Chun's gaze upon him, immediately lowered his head, unable to meet his eyes, clearly feeling guilty. Seeing this, Lu Shiyun at his side spoke up, not wanting her father and their savior to have a rift. Father need not have any reservations. If Taoist friend Zhou could act so righteously under those circumstances simply because of a brief encounter, it shows his integrity. So why not simply tell the truth? She said crisply. Without waiting for Lu Qingshan to respond, she took the initiative to give a bow to Zhou Chun and said, "Please forgive us, Taoist friend Zhou. It's not that my father intentionally hid the truth from you. But this matter involves the privacy of my personal reputation, and that's why he was hesitant." Then she revealed the other reason Lu Qingshan had omitted on their way back to the marketplace. Lu Shiyun had shared a hot spring with Xianxia, who noticed that she was naturally blessed with profound yin charm bone. After a fallout with Xianxia, according to her claim, a female cultivator naturally endowed with profound yin charm bone is the most coveted by high-level cultivators who practice dual cultivation techniques. She would be regarded as the ideal partner for dual cultivation, far more valuable than the myriad spiritual medicines in the valley. Using this as leverage, Xianxia persuaded the other two to decide to seize the Lu father and daughter, intending to send Lu Shiyun to be auctioned off at some underground dark market. By the time she finished explaining, Lu Shiyun's face under the veil was flushed red with embarrassment. Although she mustered up the courage to reveal such a personal issue, she was still unable to face the matter calmly. Zhou Chun, embarrassed after hearing her explanation, gave Lu Shiyun a saluting gesture. "I was too impulsive just now. Rest assured, Taoist friend Lu, this matter will die with me, and I will not spread a single word about it." Upon hearing this, Lu Shiyun promptly returned the salute. "You are too kind, Taoist friend Zhou. Were our situations reversed, I too would have inquired about the cause. It is not your fault at all." "It's good that Taoist friend Lu understands," said Zhou Chun, relieved, before quickly changing the subject. "Speaking of Xianxia, I too am puzzled. Why did the other man go so mad after hearing of her death? Even if the two were dual cultivation partners, it still seems a bit excessive." Hearing his words, Lu Qingshan sighed lightly and replied, "Alas, Wang Bin is also a pitiful person. He was originally a woodcutter in the mountains. Why practicing a cultivation technique he found on a deceased loose cultivator, he eventually realized the danger of the evil qi at the 4th level of qi refinement, by which time his mind had already been deeply affected by the evil qi. Upon severe provocation, he would lose his mind and go mad. Though he and Xianxia were not officially dual cultivation partners, it's likely they had already secretly practiced together. When he found out that Taoist friend Zhou killed Xianxia, how could he not go insane on the spot? So it was like that." Zhou Chun nodded slightly, finally resolving a doubt in his mind. Loose cultivators like Wang Bin, whose minds had been affected by the evil qi, were not uncommon in the cultivation world. Compared to others, Wang Bin might be considered fortunate, since he could still behave normally in the marketplace when not provoked. Many loose cultivators deeply tainted by the evil qi, though not dead, had completely become insane or demonic, and would be executed on sight if they emerged outside the marketplace. To prevent them from harming others, a mountain fire covering less than 10,000 acres was not difficult to extinguish for a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage. It had not been an hour since Zhou Chun and the others returned to the marketplace when the green-robed Daoist, through his senses, located the Spirit Beast restaurant. With Lu Qingshan actively taking responsibility and Zhou Jiaxing acting as guarantor, Zhou Chun successfully avoided being implicated as an accomplice in the arson. However, Lu Qingshan and his daughter were each sentenced to 5 years of labor in the marketplace or to pay a fine of 300 spirit coins out of course. The Lu father and daughter didn't have that much in fines, managing only to scrape together a total of 154 spirit coins. Zhou Chun, being the good person he was, helped them with the additional 146 spirit coins, thus sparing Lu Shiyun from the penalty. But there was nothing Zhou Chun could do about Lu Qingshan's share of the fine at So. At Lu Qingshan's earnest request, Zhou Chun consulted with Zhou Jiaxing, and they allowed Lu Shiyun to work in the Spirit Beast restaurant as a servant while also pursuing her cultivation, of course. This was only a temporary measure. If during that period, the Zhou family sent another servant over, Lu Shiyun would have to vacate her position. And naturally, Zhou Chun wasn't helping out of pure generosity. He had his eye on the medicinal valley mentioned by the Lius, not to mention the immense value of the many wild spiritual medicines in the valley. The group of emerald crown flying serpents was considered excellent spirit beast seedlings for the Zhou family. S8 demon beast, the emerald crown flying serpent wasn't very strong individually, but taming more than one at a time could significantly enhance a cultivator's combat ability. And with their small size, once contracted and tamed, they could even be hidden in one's sleeves, often producing a surprising effect when deployed unexpectedly. Most importantly, as a gregarious demon beast, their reproduction was always promising that if the Zhou family cultivated them successfully, in the future, many clan members could contract one or two for self-defense. Therefore, Zhou Chun had to redeem Lu Shiyun so that she could lead him there to catch snakes and gather medicines. However, capturing snakes and collecting herbs wasn't something Zhou Chun could do alone. Even if he invited Zhou Jingyong and Zhou Jiapeng, whom he had a good relationship with, they would still fail to accomplish this task. So, he decided to report the matter to Elder Zhou Daoquan as a token of gratitude for the elders' help in hatching the Silver Lightning Python in the past. And no sooner had he thought of this plan than he discussed it with Lu Shiyun, gained her consent, and after asking Zhou Jiaxing for leave, he returned to his family alone. With his current cultivation level, he had no significant problems coming and going alone through the Hongyan mountain range. In just over a day's time, Zhou Chun had arrived back at the Zhou family's Jufeng Ridge. Upon returning to the clan, he didn't bother clan leader Zhou Daoi and didn't return to his residence on Baoji Peak. Instead, he went straight to Flying Rock Peak to pay a visit to Elder Zhou Daoquan. To his surprise, after listening to his report, Zhou Daoquan pondered for a moment and then looked at him saying, "If this old man takes on this task, then the majority of those emerald crown flying serpents and the spiritual medicines in the valley will end up with the clan in the end. The benefits you and that young girl would receive might hardly be 20%. Zhou Chun, upon hearing this, was somewhat puzzled and didn't quite understand why he said this, but he quickly replied, "The junior naturally understands this." He then added with a wry smile and a spread of his hands, "But without an elder's help, even if I invited several clan members to join me in exterminating snakes and gathering herbs, capturing those emerald crown flying serpents to send to the clan for breeding would be utterly impossible." Zhou Daoquan, hearing this, said indifferently, "In fact, to capture those emerald crown flying serpents, there is no need for this old man to act personally. Someone is more skilled in that regard than the old man, and won't require such a large share of the benefits." Zhou Chun looked at Zhou Daoquan with a puzzled face, not understanding who this person he mentioned was. Seeing his confusion, Zhou Daoquan elaborated, "Aren't you well acquainted with Elder Yuan from the Book Collection Tower? Don't you know that its specialty is snake catching?" So that's it. Zhou Chun finally understood and fully grasped Zhou Daoquan's intention. Although the greenwood spirit ape remained with the Zhou family, it didn't fully count as one of their own because it had no master. Its relationship with the Zhou family was more of a mutually beneficial cooperation. If Zhou Chun asked the ape to help him catch snakes and collect medicines, he would only need to reward it with benefits. And how many benefits would the greenwood spirit ape actually want? When the time came, Zhou Chun could just go to marketplace to buy some spirit fruits and spiritual wine to offer it, which would leave it quite satisfied. But why was Elder Zhou Daoquan, the third elder, so good to him? There was no need at all for him to offer this guidance on the matter. Zhou Chun stole glances at Zhou Daoquan. Ultimately suppressing his question, he quickly and respectfully replied, "The younger generation understands. Thank you, elder, for resolving my doubts." After speaking, he deeply bowed in gratitude. "For the elder's guidance and support extended to the younger generation, I am presently incapable of reciprocating. I can only keep it in mind and repay you in the future." Zhou Daoquan, upon hearing these words, couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, "If I didn't find you somewhat agreeable, I wouldn't bother telling you all this. Among the younger generation in our family, there are very few I actually take a liking to. Having said that, he waved his hand. All right, I'm going to meditate and cultivate. You may leave now. Zhou Chun, by now accustomed to his way of speaking, knew the elder, despite his age, still had the heart of a child and disliked too many formalities. Regrettably, in the family, formalities had to be observed. Otherwise, Zhou Chun really wished to become an intimate friend with this elder regardless of age. Leaving Zhou Daochuan's dwelling, Zhou Chun immediately went to the book collection tower to meet with the Greenwood Spirit Ape for Elder Yuan. Zhou Chun found no need for scheming. He forthrightly spoke the truth, revealing all relevant details. Listening to his words, the green-haired giant ape slightly bowed its head, as if in thought. After contemplating for a good while, the green-haired giant ape nodded to Zhou Chun, agreeing to his request for help. Young One is grateful to Elder Yuan. Zhou Chun, with joy on his face, promptly bowed respectfully with clasped hands. Then, he took the green-haired giant ape straight to Pagoda Peak to report the matter to the clan leader, Zhou Daoi. Being able to persuade it to leave the family with you is also your ability. I only hope that you'll be careful and cautious, not to let it or yourself come to any harm. Inside the Central Peace Hall, after hearing about Zhou Chun's plan to take the Greenwood Spirit Ape out of the family for an adventure, Zhou Daoi was first surprised that he managed to convince the old ape to help him, but then readily approved the matter without inquiring what Zhou Chun intended to do. Facing Zhou Daoi's instructions and warnings, Zhou Chun also showed proper reverence as he solemnly responded, "Yes, the younger generation will surely keep the clan leader's teachings in mind." After obtaining the special permission from Zhou Daoi to leave, Zhou Chun borrowed a few items, then, leading the green-haired giant ape, departed from Jufeng Ridge. Outside, the green-haired giant ape initially wanted Zhou Chun to ride on its shoulder so it could carry him quickly on their journey. However, Zhou Chun felt that this was improper regarding seniority and respect for Elder Yuan, and it would also be too ostentatious. Therefore, he asked the green-haired giant ape to rest inside the spirit beast pouch and wait until they reached the destination before coming out to hunt the serpent. The green-haired giant ape did not mind whether it walked or rested in the spirit beast pouch. Since Zhou Chun preferred it to sleep in the pouch, it naturally did not object. Having stored the green-haired giant ape in an empty spirit beast pouch, Zhou Chun then used a flying artifact to head towards the marketplace, in order not to arouse Zhou Jiaxing's suspicion by returning too quickly. Zhou Chun rested for a good part of the day outside the Hongyan mountain range and took the opportunity to check his gains from killing Guo Dehu and the others. Since he and the rock earth turtle had killed the people, Lu Qingshan did not have the heart to clamor for the spoils, so all the belongings of the three men went to him. Although he destroyed several magic artifacts with the Moon Blade Meteor Wheel, Zhou Chun still ended up with 2 middle-grade first-order magic artifacts and 3 lower-grade first-order magic artifacts. In addition, the storage pouches of the 3 contained some harvested spiritual medicine, various materials such as demon beast hides, claws, teeth, several common low-grade talismans, along with cultivation techniques, miscellaneous books, medications for healing and detoxifying, and so on, plus a total of 177 spirit coins. Leaving aside the magic artifacts and talismans, the item in the 3 storage pouches that truly caught Zhou Chun's attention was a book titled Flower Seeking Manual, found in Hisangu's pouch. The flower seeking mentioned here does not refer to flora, but is a euphemism for female cultivators with special constitutions. The book recorded over 20 methods to identify such women, but it only included identification methods and lacked explanations of the benefits of these special constitutions, which seemed deliberately omitted. When Zhou Chun saw the illustration and accompanying description for the profound Yin Charm Bone constitution, his expression became peculiar, staring at the illustration for quite some time before turning the page. On the last page of the Flower Seeking Manual, 2 secret techniques were listed. One taught how to harvest Yin to supplement Yang, or Yang to supplement Yin, and the other detailed how to influence and control the mind of a dual cultivation partner during the fusion of spiritual desire, gradually turning them into a servant. Both techniques were unsavory and could be considered sinister magic. Zhou Chun decided it was best to keep this item in his own hands, lest any Zhou family cultivator be tempted and attempt to practice it in the future. After tallying his spoils and judging that enough time had passed, he returned to the marketplace. Now that Elder Yuan accompanies you, I won't say much else. In any case, make it a quick trip. The shop can hardly do without you these days. Inside the Spirit Beast restaurant, Zhou Jiaxing was taken aback upon learning that Zhou Chun had brought the Greenwood Spirit Ape out of the family. He looked at him with an astonished face, seemingly having much to say yet refraining. After hesitating for a long while, In the end, he didn't ask further nor say much. He just gave Zhou Chun a brief instruction to make it quick and approved his and Lu Shiyun's temporary leave from the shop. When Zhou Chun left the Hongyang marketplace, he had a nefarious idea in mind. Deliberately swaggering, he led Lu Shiyun out of the marketplace, crashing through on their way towards the mountains beyond. If any short-sighted bandit cultivator dared to attack them, it would be an excellent opportunity to counterkill with the help of the Greenwood Spirit Ape. However, to his disappointment, they had not encountered any attack by the time they stepped out of the Hongyan mountain range. Seeming to recognize his disappointment and knowing his previous thoughts, Lu Shiyun spoke softly. My father once said that for those bandit cultivators who muddle along in the Hongyan mountain range, the most important thing for a long life isn't cultivation strength, but rather vision. Taoist friend Zhou, you're young, yet your cultivation level is already at the late stage of qi refinement, and you're accompanied by a young female cultivator at the 5th layer of qi refinement like my humble self. Such a combination, daring to swagger through the Hongyan mountain range, must surely have something to rely on. Therefore, those bandit cultivators definitely wouldn't make a move before they can assess the situation. Zhou Chun had not considered this point. Hearing her address this, Zhou Chun's interest was piqued, and he immediately asked, then Taoist friend Lu, could you tell Zhou how you, as loose cultivators, typically maintain your well-being while traveling in the cultivation world? Are you interested in that, Taoist friend Zhou? Lu Shiyun looked at him with some surprise, seemingly not expecting a family cultivator like him to be interested in such matters. These are matters of surviving and settling down in the cultivation world. Naturally, Zhou would like to understand more to avoid being caught unaware in the future. Zhou Chun was unabashed, candidly expressing his reasons for interest. Hearing his words, Lu Shiyun's eyes flashed with a different light, and she gently nodded. Since Taoist friend Zhou is interested, I naturally won't withhold anything. My father always says that we, as loose cultivators traveling in the cultivation world, must remember the 3 don't provoke and the 3 don't concern. Among the 3 don't provoke are 1. Don't provoke disciples of large sects in uniform. 2. Don't provoke those with great disparities between their age and cultivation level. 3. Don't provoke elderly men with white hair. No one knows the strength and background of large sect disciples. Provoking them could bring endless troubles. People with great discrepancies between their age and cultivation levels are either from significant backgrounds or they're pretending to be weak. And white-haired old men, having lived to an old age, are proof enough of their extraordinary abilities compared to ordinary people. As for the 3 don't concern, first is not to intervene in others' quarrels. Second is not to interfere in others' fights. And third is not to care about what others say. Moreover, we loose cultivators, when entering and leaving marketplaces, looking for companions, or even selling items, also have matters to be cautious about. Lu Shiyun did not hide anything from Zhou Chun, immediately sharing with him all the living experiences of loose cultivators she had learned about. This benefited Zhou Chun immensely, and he learned quite a few things in this way. After leaving the Hongyan mountain range, the 2 traveled across mountains and ridges, and even stopped to rest and recover their mana and spirits within a cultivator family's sect territory before reaching the valley where Lu Shiyun initially discovered the medicinal herbs 3 days later. This valley was indeed very secluded. It wasn't large, merely a fissure in a mountain less than 20 zhang long and 3 zhang wide, which couldn't even be accessed from below. Entry and exit were only possible from the gap above. Ironically, the gap overhead was covered with vines, and the green branches and leaves concealed most of the opening perfectly, with thorny bushes growing thickly on both sides. This special terrain made it quite difficult for anyone, whether from the sky or the ground, to discover its existence. Lu Shiyun had discovered this medicinal valley due to a random glimpse of 2 emerald-crowned flying serpents descending from the sky to hunt into the valley. Arriving outside the valley, Zhou Chun used his flying artifact to survey from above, then returned to the ground to release the Greenwood Spirit Ape. He then took out several large snake-capturing bags from his storage pouch and handed them to the green-haired giant ape. These snake-capturing bags, which were used by the Zhou family to capture medium and small demon beasts, were woven from tough demon silkworm silk, impervious to both water and fire, and resistant to serpent venom. Zhou Chun had also previously scattered a large amount of sedative powder inside them that could cause the demon snakes to fall asleep or become unconscious. Once these emerald-crowned flying serpents were caught and put inside, they were guaranteed to lack the strength to stir for a few days. Elder Yuan, I entrust the capture of those emerald-crowned flying serpents inside to you, that if possible, it would be best not to harm them. Facing Zhou Chun's admonishing, the green-haired giant ape simply beat its chest to show understanding. It then took the bags and strode towards the medicinal valley. Zhou Chun and Lu Shiyun kept their distance, watching warily in case the emerald crown flying serpents attacked them suddenly. They saw the green-haired giant ape provoke the flying serpents inside the valley somehow, leading to 20 or 30 green snakes flying out, their mouths spraying venom as they attacked these. Emerald green snakes were not large. The biggest of them was less than 10 zhang long, and the smaller ones were only 4 to 5 zhang in length. They were all green as bamboo leaves, with a crest-like growth on top of their heads, and on their sides were 2 pairs of membranous wings resembling those of a dragonfly. The main offensive means of these demon snakes was their venom. They could turn their fatal snake venom into poison darts or toxic liquids to attack enemies, and use their high flying speeds to strike their prey, if bitten by one. Unless one was promptly prepared with an extremely effective anti-snake venom medicine, a cultivator at the late stage of chi refinement wouldn't live half a day. However, the green-haired giant ape, being a second-grade mid-tier demon beast, would not be injured by these little snakes. With a roar from its mouth, a layer of green light was released from its body, easily blocking the poison arrows and poison water at the same time. With a wave of its giant palm, the green light interwove into a large net, capturing several emerald crown flying serpents on the spot. Then retracting the net, it struck a few blasts of mana onto the heads of the serpents, stunning them into unconsciousness. Employing this technique, not much time passed before a group of emerald crown flying serpents were all captured and knocked out by the green-haired giant ape and packed into bags. Zhou Chun and Lu Shiyun exchanged glances at the scene, both shocked by the strength of the green-haired giant ape. Arriving beside Zhou Chun, the green-haired giant ape handed over the bag in its hand, signaling Zhou Chun to inspect it, but Zhou Chun hesitated and also trusted the other party very much, immediately laughed and said, "Elder Yuan, there's no need for this. Please keep these bags under your care." After speaking, he took out a jade box containing several types of spirit fruits from his storage pouch and passed it to the green-haired giant ape. "Please enjoy these spirit fruits at your leisure, Elder Yuan. I will go and pick those spiritual medicines in the valley now." Oh. The green-haired giant ape cried out happily several times, contentedly taking the jade box and began to slowly savor it while sitting on the ground. Seeing this, Zhou Chun nodded to Lu Shiyun, and the two walked towards the medicine valley together. Isn't this why it is said that spirit beasts reared by cultivators are sensible? Although the green-haired giant ape had fought a battle with those emerald crown flying serpents outside the medicine valley and even entered the valley for a sweep to ensure none remained hidden inside, it did not harm any spiritual medicines, showing great restraint. Now, in the valley, Zhou Chun looked around and saw the stone walls and the ground of the valley covered with various spiritual medicines, some of which were over 100 years old. Golden bamboo orchid, yellow essence, wild mountain ginseng, poria, condensing fragrant grass, red oil flower. Just by sight, Zhou Chun could identify more than a dozen types of spiritual medicine, and there were quite a few that he could not recognize at the moment. Looking at the densely grown spiritual medicines, he murmured to himself, "Strange, there are too many different types of spiritual medicines here. It's quite hard for such a variety to grow in the wild." Hearing Taoist friend Zhou say that it indeed seems unusual, Lu Shiyun also nodded while revealing a puzzled expression. Despite their scrutiny, the two could not find any signs of human activity in the area, let alone that the place had been a dwelling for a group of emerald crown flying serpents before. In the end, Zhou Chun could only wave his hand and say, "Forget it, let's just collect the herbs." He then took out a large number of empty jade boxes from his storage pouch, and together with Lu Shiyun, they carefully started digging up various spiritual medicines with their hoe. As they did so, while excavating a patch of tiger claw golden thread next to the stone wall, Zhou Chun suddenly noticed something unusual about the vine-covered wall. Upon clearing away the vines, he found a stone door. The moment he saw the stone door, Zhou Chun had a flash of insight, immediately realizing where all the spiritual medicines in the valley came from. Who would have thought? Hidden in such a wilderness lies a loose cultivator's abode, he exclaimed in surprise as he looked at the moss-covered stone door, figuring out the truth. Indeed, if there was a loose cultivator's abode hidden here, the valley's many different varieties of spiritual medicines would no longer be surprising. Some loose cultivators who opened abodes in the wilderness indeed had a habit of scattering spirit medicine seeds at random, leaving it to fate to see if they would grow. Even many family cultivators and sect cultivators scatter some spirit medicine seeds near their residences, hoping for a future harvest. After all, Except for some rare varieties, the seeds of most common spiritual medicines are not hard to come by. Looking at the valley filled with spiritual medicines and the presence of those previous emerald crown flying serpents, one could tell that the owner of the abode behind the stone door must have long since abandoned the place. When Zhou Chun opened the stone door, what he saw inside confirmed his speculation. The stone chambers behind the door, apart from some decayed wooden furniture and previously stored moldy books and clothes, were devoid of anything else. This suggested that the original owner had never returned after leaving. The likelihood was that they had died while out. Is this a case of the previous person planting the medicine and the next person enjoying the shade? Zhou Chun wondered, shaking his head at the unharvested spiritual medicines outside, no longer pondering these matters. Due to the limited number of jade boxes he carried and the low value of some herbs with insufficient years, Zhou Chun did not completely harvest all the spiritual medicine in the medicinal valley. After he and Lu Shiyun had finished picking the several dozen most valuable herbs, they left the valley. On the way back, as the green-haired giant ape was carrying the bags containing emerald crown flying serpents, Zhou Chun and Lu Shiyun, at its repeated requests, sat on its shoulders, one on the left and one on the right, and were carried back by it. Thanks to the green-haired giant ape's cultivation level and physical strength, the journey that would have taken Zhou Chun and his group several days to travel on foot took less than 2 days. This was because Zhou Chun and Lu Shiyun could not endure such severe jolting for long periods. Otherwise, the ape could have traveled even faster. After they returned to the Zhou family at Jiufeng Ridge, Zhou Chun first settled Lu Shiyun in his residence, and then he and the green-haired giant ape, carrying the emerald crown flying serpents, went to Pagoda Peak to turn them over to the clan leader, Zhou Daoist. You did well on this matter. The emerald crown flying serpents are indeed a demon beast population with significant cultivation value to the clan, and you have made another meritorious contribution to the family. Inside the central peace hall, Zhou Daoist continuously nodded in approval after inspecting the emerald crown flying serpents captured by the green-haired giant ape, very pleased with Zhou Chun's thoughtful action for the clan. Zhou Chun himself was also pleased with the praise, but did not dare take all the credit and sincerely said, "Clan leader sees clearly. This matter also greatly owes to Elder Yuan. Without Elder Yuan, it would have been absolutely impossible for this junior alone to accomplish this." Upon hearing this, Zhou Daoist waved his hand and said, "This seat naturally understands that, but the credit will only be awarded to you, and how you share it with him is your own affair. After all, the green-haired giant ape is a demon beast, and even though it holds a high status within the Zhou family, it certainly does not have human rights. Therefore, Zhou Daoist's current approach is the most appropriate." Zhou Chun understood this, and thus did not argue further about the matter. He soon added, "During this outing, this junior has also collected a good number of spiritual medicines from the habitat of those emerald crown flying serpents that I am willing to donate the portion that is useful to the clan." Upon hearing this, Zhou Daoist nodded in satisfaction and replied, "It's very thoughtful of you that I will call Xingyuan over to see which of these spiritual medicines are worth keeping for the clan." Having said that, he sent the blue parrot Lon Lon to 100 Medicines Peak to send a message. While Zhou Xingyuan was on his way from 100 Medicines Peak, Zhou Daoist took Zhou Chun to Flying Rock Peak to hand over the emerald crown flying serpents to the third elder, Zhou Daoquan, for proper selection and arrangement of personnel to domesticate them. Before long, Zhou Xingyuan arrived at the central peace hall, and he began to identify and inventory the spiritual medicines brought out by Zhou Chun. In the end, 70% of the spiritual medicines that Zhou Chun had harvested from the valley were taken back to 100 Medicines Peak by Zhou Xingyuan, and the total purchase value of these medicines reached 754 clan merits, including those emerald crown flying serpents you brought back. Let's make it a round number and call it 1,000 clan merits. After looking at the summary paper given to him by Zhou Xingyuan before he left, Zhou Daoist pondered briefly and then told Zhou Chun the reward he would receive 1,000 clan merits. This was undoubtedly a considerable amount of merit reward. It was likely that, apart from a few cultivators of the Zhou family at the foundation establishment stage, there were not many among all the Qi refinement realm cultivators in the family who could possess such a significant amount of merit rewards. And with this merit reward included, the clan merits Zhou Chun possessed were now approaching 1,500. This did not even include the award for his previous discovery of the Red Shine iron mine. Given the Zhou family's exchange rate of 1 spirit coin to 1 merit, this was 1,500 spirit coins. And what could 1,500 spirit coins do? To buy the yellow cloud pills Zhou Chun was currently taking, he could purchase 10 bottles, enough for him to slowly consume until he reached the 12th level of the Qi refinement realm. If used to buy magic artifacts, he could afford about 4 top-grade magic artifacts of the first rank like the Moon Blade Meteor Wheel. Even according to what Zhou Chun knew, sometimes with a bit of luck, a Foundation establishment pill could be bought for only 5 or 6,000 spirit coins. Therefore, even with his temperament, upon hearing the reward announced by Zhou Daoist, he could not help but show an extremely astonished and delightful expression. Seeing the surprise on his face, Zhou Daoist spoke with an odd expression. "Don't act so surprised. When I calculated it myself just now, I was surprised too. Because the amount of merits you now possess has made you the third person among the Qi refinement cultivators in the family, and the other two are elders who are several decades older than you. There are 2 elders with higher merits than his own." When Zhou Chun heard this, much of his initial surprise dissipated like a tea this moment. The thought in his mind was, how many more years would it take for him to become the cultivator with the highest merit points among the Qi refinement realm cultivators of his clan? 3 years. 5 years. Either way, it couldn't be too far off, right? Zhou Daoist, of course, didn't know what was going through his mind at this moment, or else he probably would have been speechless. After the initial surprise, Zhou Daoist looked at Zhou Chun and said, "Keep these merit points for the time being. Otherwise, if you start spending freely, there will be much less left for the other members of the family to exchange." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately responded respectfully. "Junior understands. I will certainly follow the clan leader's instructions. Now, let's talk about your reward for discovering and reporting the Red Shine Iron Mine." Zhou Daoist nodded, then started to discuss the pending reward for discovering the Red Shine Iron Mine. With the official launch of mining operations, the family share of the profits from the Red Shine Iron Mine is estimated to be around 50,000 spirit coins. After discussing with the Supreme Elder, we have decided to elevate your family status and additionally reward you and Jingyon with items worth about 2,000 spirit coins. Since you were the direct discoverer, and Jingyon also acknowledged that the main credit belongs to you, your reward amounts to roughly 1,500 spirit coins. As Zhou Daoist was speaking, he suddenly slapped his storage pouch and took out about a dozen assorted items, laying them out in front of Zhou Chun. "Now, there are some magic artifacts, talismans, and elixirs for you to choose from. It's up to you to decide which ones you want." The items Zhou Daoist had brought out for Zhou Chun to choose from were naturally the cream of the crop. Most of them were obtained from killing several Foundation establishment cultivators from the Qin Alliance that in the previous battle between the Qin Alliance and the 5 major cultivation families. The Zhou family suffered casualties, but the gains far outweighed the losses. Not only did Zhou Daoist secure the belongings of the 3 Foundation establishment cultivators he killed, but Zhou Mingda also killed 2 Foundation establishment cultivators in the subsequent pursuit. Moreover, Qi refinement realm cultivators of the Zhou family killed more than 30 loose cultivators from the Qin Alliance, and their gains were similarly significant. Now Zhou Chun, who had not participated in the battle, also had the chance to share in the spoils. He looked over the pile of items in front of him, asking about one and then another, and eventually picked out 4. They were bright yellow. Jade pendant magic artifact, a pale golden ring-shaped magic artifact, a bottle of elixir, and a talisman. The Jade pendant magic artifact was called the Bright Dawn Pendant, a defensive Dharma artifact with an automatic protection feature. Worn around the neck, one only needed a thought to release a protective glow capable of withstanding an attack from a top-tier first-grade spell once that if one continued to infuse mana afterward, the protective glow would significantly strengthen, making it possible to withstand attacks from regular top-tier first-grade magic artifacts. This item, combined with the secret technique of the 5-element spiritual armor technique that Zhou Chun had already learned, will make it almost impossible for a Qi refinement realm cultivator to kill him with a single blow. The pale golden ring-shaped magic artifact was called the Locking Gold Ring, capable of changing size to trap enemies, particularly effective against demon beasts. The elixir was the Rejuvenation Pill, which could be refined to recover mana. Just one could allow Zhou Chun to restore 80% of his mana in a quarter of an hour, and there were a total of 3 pills. This Rejuvenation Pill was extremely precious, worth 80 spirit coins each, usually affordable only by Foundation establishment stage cultivators. The last talisman was a 2nd-grade wind walking talisman, a type of talisman that, once activated, allowed a Qi refinement realm cultivator to fly with the wind. Its flying speed was even faster than that of an average Foundation establishment early-stage cultivator's instrument flight, making it a very practical item for escape. The combined value of these 4 items was about 1,004 to 500 spirit coins. The value of these 4 items is roughly comparable. "I'll give you 2 more top-tier first-grade talismans to make up the difference," Zhou Daoist said. Looking at the items Zhou Chun had chosen, he then slapped his storage pouch. again and took out a golden armor talisman and a fire serpent talisman to give him. Zhou was, of course, endlessly grateful and repeatedly thanked Zhou Daoist. After he had stored all the items in a storage pouch, Zhou Daoist looked at him and earnestly advised, "Now that you should have no shortage of magic artifacts and elixirs, focus on your cultivation. Strive to reach the 12th layer of the Qi refinement realm before you turn 35. That way, you will have plenty of time to prepare for foundation establishment." Yes, Junior will surely keep the clan leader's teachings in mind. Zhou seriously nodded in agreement, and then silently exited the central peace hall, returning to Baoji Peak with his rich haul of items. Zhou Daoist had erased the spirit sense imprints of the previous owners from the 2 magic artifacts rewarded to Zhou, so after Zhou returned to Baoji Peak, he quickly refined both artifacts for his own use. Now he had 4 first-grade superior magic artifacts at his disposal. Frankly, with his current level of mana cultivation, it was almost impossible for him to wield 4 first-grade superior magic artifacts at the same time, especially the Many Thousand Hills seal, which consumed too much mana. Therefore, under normal circumstances, his go-to magic artifacts would likely be the Moonblade Meteor Wheel and Bright Dawn Pendant, reserving the special-purpose Many Thousand Hills seal and Locking Gold Ring for certain situations. Of course, having benefited greatly himself, Zhou did not forget Lu Shiyan's contribution. After all, it was she who had discovered the Valley of Medicinal Herbs and rightfully deserved a share of the credit. Conveniently, he also needed to deal with a few magic artifacts that he had phased out. Thus, he handed over the silver short sword and copper gourd he formerly used to Lu Shiyan, and additionally waived the 100 and some spirit coins he had advanced to redeem her freedom. Both of these first-grade, mid-quality magic artifacts were of decent quality, and if handled properly, could also yield her over 100 spirit coins. So he considered this fair treatment for her. For Lu Shiyan, this whole event amounted to little more than leading Zhou and helping collect herbs later on, as she scarcely exerted any effort during the entire process. Zhou willingness to share 1/5 of the herbal valley's yield with her was a pleasant surprise and left her quite satisfied. She only felt grateful and appreciative, with not the slightest dissatisfaction. Having spent a little over a day in the Zhou family's residence at Jiufeng Ridge, the two then set off for Hongyang Marketplace together. This time, due to Lu Shiyan's presence, Zhou truly traveled the proper way for over a day before they both returned to the marketplace. Back at the Spirit Beast restaurant, Zhou began to lay low and cultivate quietly, following clan leader Zhou Daoist's instructions. With Lu Shiyan helping to watch the shop, Zhou Jiaxing didn't interfere much with him, only asking him to take over when he was not there himself. Zhou also utilized his connection with Lu Qingshan to find several loose cultivators who frequented the marketplace, placing long-term orders with them to supply him with fresh demon beast meat once or twice a month. Of course, he didn't forget to visit the stall market every day to see if he could acquire some valuable spiritual medicines. Zhou still had quite a number of spiritual medicines in hand that he hadn't had the opportunity to sell. If sold all at once, they would bring him a handsome profit. Time slowly passed, and before long, half a year had gone by. In this half year, Zhou had hardly left the marketplace, and his cultivation level had steadily improved with the help of elixirs. Meanwhile, the Qiyun Alliance, which had caused such a stir in Lanzhou, had suddenly disbanded. Its elite members, led by the 3 alliance leaders, went to Lingzhou to join Tianjing Villa, while the remaining loose cultivators became rootless and dare not even mention their previous affiliation with the Qiyun Alliance. At the same time, the Red Shine Iron ore mines exploited by the 5 great cultivation families had begun supplying various buyers, steadily making a large sum of spirit coins for the families. For the Zhou family, this vein of Red Shine Iron was not only the most lucrative source of income, but also the foundation of their alliance with the other 4 great cultivation families. After the battle with the Qiyun Alliance, the Zhou family from Jiufeng Ridge had made a name for themselves and secured more recognition and support from local powers in Lanzhou, solidifying their foundation. Going forward, as long as they continue to strengthen their relationship with the other 4 cultivation families and establish more connections with local powers, in 20 to 30 years, no one would care where the Zhou family originated from anymore. However, one matter greatly annoyed Zhou and Zhou Jiaxing from the Hongyang Marketplace branch of the Zhou family's cultivators that a little over a month ago, Spirit Beast Manor, which had also split off from Sanju's sect, finally opened a shop in Hongyang Marketplace, using a name similar to Spirit Beast Restaurant, Spirit Beast Pavilion. Due to the emergence of the Spirit Beast Pavilion, the business at Spirit Beast Restaurant was somewhat affected, with its revenue noticeably decreasing. That's because the Spirit Beast Pavilion not only sold all sorts of secret medicines available at Spirit Beast Restaurant, but also offered many special products that the Zhou family from Jufeng Ridge currently did not have. For instance, the spirit honey produced by jade spirit bees, the sheep's milk from white jade milk sheep, the deer antler from blood sun deer. These items were originally high-quality spiritual objects cultivated and found by the ancestors of the Zhou family and the previous generations of the Xianxia sect. They used to be one of the flagship products for the sect's external trade, but with the Xianxia sect divided, these spirit bees and spirit beasts, once tamed by the Zhou family cultivators, were all forcibly taken away by Yu Jinghua, that unworthy son, to the spirit beast manor. Now, they have become the signature products of their spirit beast manor, used to suppress and rob the Zhou family of their market share. This behavior, how could Zhou Chun and Zhou Jiaxing not be filled with anger and frustration? They must have cursed the entire Yu family countless times in secret. 1/3 compared to before the Spirit Beast Pavilion opened, our shop's income has decreased by a full third this month. Inside the Spirit Beast restaurant, Zhou Jiaxing, having tallied the new month's revenue, had trembling hands as he clutched the ledger, his face ashen. Zhou Chun, listening to him, also wore a worried expression, falling into silence. For this issue, Zhou Chun really didn't have any good solutions either. After all, in the cultivation world, a product is the foundation of a shop. Now that the Spirit Beast restaurant's products were available at the Spirit Beast Pavilion, and they even occasionally released some rare items to retain popularity, items that they didn't possess, what could they use to compete? In the end, they could only sigh, "This is not our fault." Once the clan leader and the clan learn the details, they will surely understand us and not blame anyone. I'm not afraid of the clan leader blaming us. I just can't reconcile with this situation. These items were originally ours, and now they're used to undermine our Zhou family's foundations, to cut off our roots. It's simply infuriating. Zhou Jiaxing, upon saying this, forcefully slammed the ledger onto the table with a smack, visibly seething with anger. Zhou Chun deeply empathized with his words, feeling the anger in his own heart. After all, Zhou Chun now truly saw himself as a member of the Zhou family and sincerely wanted the best for the clan. However, he wasn't as hot-headed as Zhou Jiaxing. At least he could still control his emotions and not lose his composure. After a short contemplation, he then spoke. The only strategy right now is to come up with our unique products to attract customers, and it has to be something they cannot easily replicate. Do you have any ideas, nephew Zhengshun? Zhou Jiaxing immediately looked at him, his eyes filled with anticipation as he asked. Not at the moment. Zhou Chun shook his head, giving an answer that left him quite disappointed. Seeing this, Zhou Jiaxing couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Alas, we must think of something. I will also report this matter to the clan leader and have him mobilize the clan cultivators to contemplate solutions. However, before the Zhou family could come up with any good method to recover their lost market share, a major event occurred in Lanzhou, or rather in several states in the south of Jingwa country. It turned out that the Green Lotus Temple, which effectively ruled over several states in the south of Jingwa country, was preparing to open its doors widely to recruit disciples again. And this time they were accepting even half more disciples than in the past. Big sects like the Green Lotus Temple typically only recruit a large number of disciples every 20 to 30 years. And each of these mass recruitment events is a significant occurrence in the cultivation world. For instance, this time, it was said the number of disciples to be recruited could reach as many as 700 plus, according to past instances. The actual number of cultivators who could enter Green Lotus Temple was almost 1/10 of the qualified candidates, 0.1 out of 10. That's the value of being a disciple from a major sect. Zhou Chun had also received a flying eagle message from the clan leader Zhou Daoist, inquiring if he was interested in participating in this grand event. Taoist friend Zhou, have you really decided not to register for the selection? Actually, with your cultivation strength and background, Taoist friend Zhou, once you register, there's a great likelihood of successfully being accepted into the Green Lotus Temple. If you could enter the Green Lotus Temple, not to mention various other benefits, your chances of successfully reaching the foundation establishment stage would greatly increase. In the backyard of the Spirit Beast restaurant, Lu Qingshan, who was on leave to visit his daughter, was now discussing with Zhou Chun about the Green Lotus Temple opening its doors wide to recruit disciples. He had no hope of registering because the Green Lotus Temple had strict requirements for recruiting disciples. First was the age limit, where in principle, cultivators over 30 years of age were rejected outright, unless they possessed top-tier spirit root aptitude, which could allow for an exception. Next was one's background. Those who were mere loose cultivators, with too much evil qi accumulated in their bodies, were also absolutely rejected. Lastly, there was the requirement of cultivation level, where cultivators over 15 years old who were below the mid-stage of the Qi refinement realm were completely undesirable. For those cultivators under 15, they would be evaluated and selected based on a comprehensive examination of their background and spirit root aptitude. Taking only the best, Lu Qingshan was overaged to begin with, naturally having no chance to register. However, facing Lu Qingshan's advice, Zhou Chun responded indifferently. Zhou is of course aware of the benefits of being a disciple of a major sect, but Zhou is even more aware of the involuntary circumstances that come with it. Compared to that, it is more suitable for Zhou to cultivate within the Zhou family. These were also the exact words he used to refuse the clan leader, Zhou Daoist fact, for the Zhou family, whether Zhou Chun joined the Green Lotus Temple or stayed with the Zhou family. Both options were greatly beneficial to the family, and it was hard to say which was better if he joined the Green Lotus Temple, given Zhou Chun's current age and cultivation level, plus his contract with a middle-tier demon beast like the Silver Lightning Python. The chances of him successfully reaching the Foundation establishment stage were very high, and by then the Zhou family would have someone who could speak for them within the Green Lotus Temple. Similarly, if he stayed in the Zhou family, in time, the Zhou family might gain a powerful elder in the Foundation establishment stage, significantly enhancing the family's overall strength. Therefore, when Zhou Daoist learned that he had no intention of joining the Green Lotus Temple, he didn't persuade him much, but rather respected his choice. After hearing Zhou Chun's response, Lu Qingshan first fell silent for a while before nodding lightly and saying, "Perhaps for a family cultivator like Taoist friend Zhou, staying with the family is indeed a good choice." But then his tone shifted seriously. "However, for loose cultivators like myself, joining a major sect is indeed the best choice, which is why I plan to have my daughter register for this grand event." "Oh, Taoist friend Lu plans to have your dear daughter register?" A flash of surprise crossed Zhou Chun's eyes as he frowned and said, "But with your beloved daughter only at the 6th level of the Qi refinement realm, aren't you worried about her safety, Taoist friend Lu?" Thanks to his help, Lu Shiyun had been practicing in the marketplace every day for the past 6 months and had already broken through to the 6th level of the Qi refinement realm. However, Lu Shiyun was already 20 years old, and at that age, if she registered, she would have to compete with many cultivators at the 7th and 8th levels of the Qi refinement realm, many of whom were family cultivators. Zhou Chun was doubtful of her chances of success. Lu Qingshan, who had been scraping by in the cultivation world for decades, could not fail to detect the underlying message in Zhou Chun's words. He immediately explained, "Shiyun has a good spirit root aptitude, and although not top tier, she is certainly outstanding among the middle tier. Moreover, I have focused on cultivating her various aspects from a young age, and she is not as frail as Taoist friend Zhou might imagine. Besides, opportunities like these are rare. If we miss this chance, there's no possibility of joining the Green Lotus Temple later on. That I can only travel across mountains and rivers to try other sects in Jingwa country, and the risks involved would then be far greater." "Is that so?" Zhou Chun nodded slightly, acknowledging his explanation. But soon after, his brows furrowed, as if he had thought of something, and he looked at Lu Qingshan and asked, "But why did Taoist friend Lu bring all this up to Zhou?" Hearing this question, Lu Qingshan couldn't help but smile bitterly and spread his hands. "Taoist friend Zhou knows that I am currently a criminal and cannot leave the marketplace, naturally unable to accompany my daughter to Lianzhou's Green Lotus Temple to take part in this grand event. Therefore, I would like to humbly request Taoist friend Zhou to help speak to your esteemed family, allowing my daughter to accompany those of your family who wish to join the Green Lotus Temple on their journey to Lianzhou." "Is that all?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun felt relieved inside. He had feared that Lu Qingshan would make a huge demand, asking him to help Lu Shiyun join the Green Lotus Temple, which he would have been utterly unable to assist with. He nodded immediately in response. "Zhou understands. If it's just this matter, then leave it to Zhou." After all, the Zhou family was sending people to the Green Lotus Temple anyway, and sending one more, Lu Shiyun, wasn't a big deal at all. As a core member of the Zhou family, Zhou Chun certainly had the clout for such a favor. A few days later, Zhou Chun took leave from the Zhou family and escorted Lu Shiyun to Jufeng Ridge's Zhou family, also taking the opportunity to buy some new varieties of spirit fruit for the Greenwood Spirit Ape that had once helped him greatly. Upon arriving at the Zhou family, clan leader Zhou Daoist quickly agreed to Zhou Chun's request to add Lu Shiyun to the team. The number of Zhou family cultivators seeking entry into the Green Lotus Temple was fewer than Zhou Chun had expected. Only 3 people in total, 2 of whom were under 15 and part of the righteous generation of younger relatives. It was precisely because their numbers were so small that the Zhou family didn't even prepare a foundation establishment stage cultivator to escort them. This time, they simply let Zhou Jiapeng, who had already reached the 11th layer of the Qi refinement realm, escort the few to the Sun family at Golden Maple Ridge, and then proceed to Lianzhou with the Sun family's cultivators. Consequently, after watching Lu Shiyun and the others leave the Zhou family, Zhou Chun was also ready to leave his family and return to the marketplace. When he learned of Zhou Chun's plans to depart, Zhou Jingyong insisted on dragging him back home for a meal. Your sister-in-law has become quite skilled at cooking now. Today is just the right day for you to come and have a taste. Zhou Jingyong said this with a face full of smug pride. Zhou Chun knew why he was so proud at IT was because the last time he visited Zhou Jingyong's house, Zhou Chun had personally cooked several dishes himself. Seeing his smug expression now, it was obvious that he wanted to show off that he had married a virtuous partner. After all, getting a partner who is a cultivator to put aside her pride and learn mortal cookery is not an easy feat. If it had been his past life, faced with a friend trying to swagger and show off like this, Zhou Chun would likely have left right away, denying him the chance and infuriating him. But in this world, it certainly couldn't be done that way. It would be too rude, as he had no choice but to follow Zhou Jingyong to his home. And after trying 7 or 8 dishes made by Zhou Jingyong's partner Sun Yujiao, Zhou Chun really did feel a bit envious of the fellow. Having a wife at home who could cook and warm his bed had always been his greatest dream in his previous life. Actually, 13th brother, you should think about finding a partner too. I think that Taoist friend Lu Shiyun is quite nice. If she doesn't get the chance to join the Green Lotus Temple this time, you might want to give it a try. Zhou Jingyong seemed to notice the envy in Zhou Chun's heart and winked at him while offering his suggestion. For some reason, when Zhou Chun heard what Zhou Jingyong said, the first thing that came to his mind was an illustration from the flower-seeking manual. He quickly shook his head, snuffed out that improper thought, and rolled his eyes at Zhou Jingyong. Don't talk nonsense. My relationship with Taoist friend Lu is pure. Don't ruin the lady's reputation. Pure doubt covered Zhou Jingyong's face. Really, I haven't even seen the true face of Taoist friend Lu to this day. Seeing that Zhou Jingyong still didn't believe him, Zhou Chun simply shrugged and said, if you don't believe it, then forget it. But the main reason I escorted Taoist friend Lu this time was because her father entrusted me. The Lu father and daughter had brought him a total gain of 2,000 spirit coins. Zhou Chun always had a clear sense of gratitude and grudges. Even in a fair transaction, he was willing to offer help within his means to those who enabled him to make a profit. Seeing him say this, Zhou Jingyong felt it was no longer appropriate to keep questioning this matter, as it would seem too distrusting. He quickly changed the subject. Did you know? It said that 7th brother initially wanted to join the Green Lotus Temple this time too, but he was forcibly kept by the Supreme Elder, who refused to let him leave the family. He's even been grounded for it. Such a thing happened. Zhou Chun's expression showed surprise. It was the first he had heard of this. After pondering for a moment, he shook his head. I really didn't know about this, but since it's the Supreme Elder's decision, we better not discuss it without permission. Of course I know that, but we're not outsiders, so that's why I mentioned it to you. Zhou Jingyong nodded, smiled a knowing smile at him, as if to say, I understand. He then couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Before I was really envious of the special privileges he enjoyed, but now it seems that people like him who receive so much support from the family and elders also pay a price. But is it really so? Zhou Chun shook his head slightly again, yet said nothing more. What price does Zhou Zhengkong's so-called sacrifice really compare to the special privileges he enjoys within the family? If he were really allowed to join the Green Lotus Temple, that would be the true definition of reaping all the benefits, and he might become a source of complaint among the clan members for Supreme Elder Zhou Mingde for the rest of his life. Of course, there was no need to share these thoughts with Zhou Jingyong. After a full meal at Zhou Jingyong's house, Zhou Chun left Jufeng Ridge as the couple saw him off. P.S. Speechless, I set the timer wrong and scheduled it for tomorrow morning. Due to Lu Shiyun's departure, the Spirit Beast restaurant was left with only Zhou Jiaxing as the shopkeeper and Zhou Chun as the assistant. And Zhou Chun could no longer slack off as he had before. However, since the store's business had been taken away by the Spirit Beast Pavilion recently, leading to much fewer responsibilities in the store, he was not too busy. This left him unsure whether to laugh or cry. Sigh, I'd better get out more and take a look around. If we can't find a way to win back some customers soon, I'm afraid there won't be any need to keep me as an assistant anymore. Thinking about Zhou Jiaxing, his sullen-faced Uncle 16, Zhou Chun felt that he must do something in the marketplace. Many stores didn't even have an assistant, just a shopkeeper keeping the shops going. If the Spirit Beast restaurant were to fall to that state, it would indeed let down the high hopes of clan leader Zhou Daoist. Therefore, Zhou Chun began to frequently go out to survey the market demand, looking for new business opportunities, and even went undercover in the Spirit Beast Pavilion several times to investigate the situation. But business opportunities were not so easy to come by, especially those that couldn't be easily imitated by others. That in over a month, Zhou Chun had approached more than 600 cultivators but hadn't found a viable method. Meanwhile, the results for Green Lotus Temple's disciple recruitment were out. Out of the 3 people the Zhou family sent, only a 13-year-old junior, Zhou Zhengxin, managed to secure an apprenticeship with the Green Lotus Temple. And Lu Shiyun, who Zhou Chun earlier didn't have much hope for, also successfully joined the Green Lotus Temple. When Zhou Chun learned of this news, he was surprised, but he also quickly passed the information to Lu Qingshan, who was reforming through labor in the marketplace, without any surprise. Upon hearing that his daughter had successfully joined the great cultivation sect of the Green Lotus Temple, Lu Qingshan became ecstatically grateful, clinging onto his hand and repeatedly thanking him. "I am so thankful to Taoist friend Zhou, truly grateful. Once my daughter returns from the mountains in the future, Lu must host a banquet at the Heavenly Immortal Tower to thank you for your kindness." The Heavenly Immortal Tower is the finest restaurant in Hongyang Marketplace, where all the food and drinks are prepared and brewed with ingredients that contain spiritual power. Definitely not a place an ordinary Qi refinement realm cultivator could afford. Hosting a banquet there, even the most basic, would cost at least 100 spirit coins. And for a loose cultivator like Lu Qingshan, sometimes he couldn't earn that much in a year. From this, one could see how grateful he was to Zhou Chun at this moment. However, Zhou Chun's mind was preoccupied with thoughts on how to increase the revenue for the Spirit Beast restaurant. He responded to Lu Qingshan with casual pleasantries before returning to his shop. What Zhou Chun never expected was that before he could come up with a method to increase the Spirit Beast restaurant's revenue, a piece of bad news came from the Zhou family that it turned out that the great elder Zhou Mingshan had run out of lifespan and had passed away in meditation. Now, with only 4 foundation establishment stage cultivators in total, the Zhou family was greatly impacted by the demise of great elder Zhou Mingshan, especially since 80% of the elixirs produced by the Zhou family were from the hands of this great elder. Now, without Zhou Mingshan, a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, the Zhou family's elixir production was expected to decrease significantly. It's truly a case of misfortunes never come singly, just like a leaky house facing relentless rain at night and a broken ship meeting head-on winds. When it rains, it pours. Inside the Spirit Beast restaurant, both Zhou Chun and Zhou Jiaxing were looking morose and were extremely discouraged at this moment. Both could foresee that, in the future, the elixirs like beast spirit pills supplied by the family to the shop would likely be greatly reduced, which would impact the shop's revenue even more than the current reduction in customer numbers. If their competitor, the Spirit Beast Pavilion, were to publicize this, the consequences would be even more unpredictable. After sitting listlessly in the shop for what felt like a long time, just as Zhou Chun was considering whether to step outside for a breath of fresh air, a customer came to the shop. "Welcome, esteemed guest. May I ask?" Zhou Chun, who heard the footsteps entering, was about to instinctively put on a smile and greet the customer, but when he saw who it was, he stopped short. Instead, he gently nodded and said, "Oh, it's Taoist friend Luo. Are you here today to deliver demon beast meat?" To Zhou again. The cultivator who entered the shop was none other than a hemp-faced old man, well over 50 years old. The hemp-faced old man, named Luo Guangshuan, was a cultivator with the cultivation level of the 8th tier of the Qi refinement realm, and one of the providers who supplied Zhou Chun with demon beast meat monthly, as a loose cultivator who had spent decades in the cultivation world. He might not be proficient in many things, but reading people and situations was naturally not one of his shortcomings. At this time, Zhou Jiaxing, the shopkeeper behind the counter, had a troubled expression, and even Zhou Chun, who always greeted him with a smile, showed no hint of cheerfulness, signaling that he had come at an opportune moment. But having already arrived, he could only grit his teeth and say, "Exactly, would it be convenient for Taoist friend Zhou to have an inside chat?" On hearing this, Zhou Chun couldn't help but glance at Zhou Jiaxing, the shopkeeper. Seeing that Zhou Jiaxing made no particular sign, he slightly nodded and softly said, "Then, Taoist friend Luo, please follow me." After speaking, he led the visitor to the store's backyard, in the backyard, where ordinary guests were not allowed. Luo Guangshuan, without waiting for Zhou Chun to ask, thoughtfully patted his waist-level storage pouch and took out a sealed hardwood box, opening it in front of Zhou Chun. Inside the hardwood box lay 3 silver-black strange fish, ranging from 5 to 7 feet in length, and to keep these fish fresh, many pieces of crushed ice had been placed inside. what demon beast is this? Zhou Chun, looking at the strange fish inside the box, had a flash of surprise and curiosity in his eyes, and immediately picked up one to examine it. The silver-black strange fish resembled catfish, with mouths full of sharp teeth, completely lacking scales, and with skins as tough as rubber. In some spots, one could still see the unclean viscous mucus, and moreover, both their pectoral and dorsal fins were lined with serrated spines. Taoist friend Zhou, be careful. This mucus is poisonous. Contact will cause numbness and pain in the hands and feet. At this moment, seeing Zhou Chun seemed interested in the strange fish's mucus, reaching out to touch it, Luo Guangxun, who had suffered before, hurriedly warned him. Is that so? Zhou Chun immediately drew back his hand, thoughtfully placing the strange fish back into the box. Then he looked at Luo Guangxun and asked, Taoist friend Luo, do you recognize these strange fish? At his question, Luo Guangxun revealed a wry smile and sighed. It seems that even Taoist friend Zhou, who is proficient in the art of beast taming, does not recognize what demon beasts these strange fish are. He then shook his head and said, how could I, a lowly loose cultivator, recognize them when even a cultivator like Taoist friend Zhou, skilled in beast taming technique, doesn't? Without waiting for further questioning from Zhou Chun, he continued on his own to describe the origin of the strange fish. These strange fish were caught by myself from a mountain lake. They naturally possess spells such as the water arrow technique and the water bullet technique, and their combat prowess in water is quite formidable. It took quite an effort for me to capture these three. Having described the basic details of the strange fish, Luo Guangxun then looked expectantly at Zhou Chun and said, you are a fair man, Taoist friend Zhou. What do you think is the appropriate value for these strange fish? Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately understood his ploy. He waved his hands and said, Taoist friend Luo, there's no need to flatter me. My time in cultivation is shorter than yours. Faced with such an unknown demon beast, I dare not casually say anything. Furthermore, he directly said to Luo Guangxun, my transaction with Taoist friend Luo is strictly limited to the trade of demon beast meat. So whether you provide me with the whole carcasses or remnants of these strange fish, I can only trade according to the price previously agreed upon. Yes, he had money, but he was not a fool. Perhaps this unknown species of fish could reveal some special value, but that was not something he could achieve right now, nor in a short amount of time. Why would he offer Luo Guangxun a higher price for these demon beast carcasses just because of the unknown? Seeing that he wasn't fooled, Luo Guangxun felt very disappointed. He could only resign himself and sigh. Well then, I'll leave 2 of the strange fish carcasses for Taoist friend Zhou and take the remaining 1 to the Heavenly Immortal Tower to see if they would offer a good price. After saying this, he sold 2 larger strange fish carcasses to Zhou Chun for the price of 4 spirit coins, and then left the spirit beast restaurant with the smaller carcass. Once Luo Guangxun had gone, Zhou Chun's mind teemed with thoughts. He immediately preserved one of the strange fish carcasses by freezing it again, scraped off the remaining mucus with a bottle, and saved some of the fish skin as well. He then cut a suitably sized piece of fish meat, removed the evil chi from it with purification spirit water, cut it into several segments, and cooked it in various ways. Pan-fried, stir-fried, boiled, deep-fried, and tasted each method. The taste test showed that the strange fish's meat had no particular flavor, even less so than many ordinary fishes. It just had a little more spiritual power than regular fish meat. This made Zhou Chun completely lose interest in the remaining fish meat. He chopped it all up into chunks and threw it to the silver lightning python, named Bai Bai, as food. The silver lightning python Bai Bai was now over a year old and on the verge of advancing in cultivation. And that was without Zhou Chun ever feeding it any beast spirit pills. That it seemed that even wild silver lightning pythons raised without any care would most likely become a top-tier first-class demon beast within 10 years. One must say, a mid-level demon beast bloodline is indeed powerful. Jiufeng Ridge. When Zhou Chun was assigned by the shopkeeper Zhou Jiaxing to represent the spirit beast restaurant and return to the Zhou family to mourn, he saw Zhou family cultivators in the clan, all with white cloth wrapped around their heads, mourning for the deceased great elder Zhou Mingshan. Upon seeing this, he too hurriedly found someone to give him a piece of white cloth to wrap around his head, then went to pay his respects to the remains of the great elder Zhou Mingshan at Pagoda Peak. Although the Zhou family had been rooted in Jiufeng Ridge for 5 or 6 years, this was the first occurrence of a cultivator like Zhou Mingshan dying of old age. How the mourning process should be conducted also needed to be discussed and decided upon by Zhou Daoist as the clan leader and the various elders. Ultimately, after deliberation, they decided to set the mourning period for 9 days in accordance with the status of Zhou Mingshan as an elder. during these 9 days. Aside from duties, such as guarding the spirit cleansing pavilion that could not be shirked, every Zhou family cultivator within the families gates was required to chant scriptures and pray outside the ancestral shrine on Pagoda Peak, seeking transcendence for the departed elder Zhou Mingshan. And during these 9 days, the other 4 great cultivation families who received the news of the morning, as well as other powers in Lanzhou, each sent people to offer their condolences. Some loose cultivators who lived and practiced near the Zhou family in Jiufeng Ridge also took the time to pay their respects when they came to the Zhou family to cultivate. After grandly carrying out these rites over 9 days, Zhou Mingshan's remains were finally buried in the clan's cemetery behind the mountain at Pagoda Peak, laid to rest. With the body in the ground, the mourning period came to an end. The lives of most Zhou family cultivators returned to normal and were no different from before. It was only then that Zhou Chun had the chance to meet privately with the clan leader, Zhou Daoist. He too came with a task, which was to inquire whether the family could continue to provide a stable supply of the Zhou family's exclusive elixirs to the Spirit Beast restaurant. You may reassure Jiaxing on this matter. The great elder had already refined and stockpiled enough elixirs for the family to last several years before his ascension. Supply to the store will indeed decrease, but it won't be by much. As Zhou Daoist spoke, he looked concerned and asked, "Is the number of customers at the store still declining, or has the Spirit Beast Pavilion come up with some new scheme?" "Your insight is clear, clan leader. Indeed, customer numbers continue to fall. The Spirit Beast Pavilion hasn't come up with anything new for the time being. They're probably just watching us struggle," Zhou Chun said, his face filled with bitterness. Seeing this, Zhou Daoist couldn't help but sigh and said, "It can't be helped. You all should try to see the bigger picture. The family still has the support of the Red Shine Iron Mine's income. We should be able to hold out for a few years." Hearing Zhou Daoist say this, Zhou Chun did feel somewhat better. Right now, he and Zhou Jiaxing were afraid that the family wouldn't understand their position, thinking it was their lack of capability that caused the store's revenue to plummet, leaving them with no way to defend themselves. He immediately showed his gratitude by bowing and thanking. "Thank you for your understanding. Clan leader, I will relay your words to Uncle 16 when I return." Having said that, he brought up another matter. "Your insight is clear, clan leader. Some days ago, I acquired a strange fish carcass from a loose cultivator. Despite thoroughly examining the Zhou family's demon beast charts, I've never seen this creature, nor do I know what use its materials may have. Therefore, I wish to ask the clan leader to identify it and see if this fish holds any special value." While speaking, Zhou Chun reached out and tapped his storage pouch by his waist to take out the wooden box containing the strange fish carcass. Thanks to the large amount of ice used to keep it fresh, the fish carcass inside the wooden box was still relatively fresh, almost no different from when it was first acquired. At this point, Zhou Daoist, upon seeing the strange fish carcass he had taken out, also slightly narrowed his eyes. Examining it closely, after a thorough examination, he nodded slightly at Zhou Chun. "Indeed, it's a new type of demon beast not recorded by the family. Tell me more about this demon beast in detail." "Yes." Zhou Chun complied with a response, and then recounted what the loose cultivator Luo Guangshuan had told him. As the loose cultivator described, this strange fish seems to be a schooling, underwater living demon beast, which suggests they have good reproductive capabilities. If their requirements for habitat and food are not high, even if they have no other uses, we can capture some to raise in the rivers and ponds inside and outside the family's gates, serving as a food reserve for other carnivorous demon beasts. After hearing what Zhou Chun said, Zhou Daoist gave it some thought and expressed his opinion. Schooling demon beasts have always been valued by beast-taming families like the Zhou family. Simply the fact that schooling demon beasts are easy to breed can help the family avoid the awkward situation of family cultivators not having beast contracts. However, schooling demon beasts have their downsides, one of which is the difficulty in providing enough food for a large population over a long period. Demon beasts like red-tailed monkeys and emerald crown flying serpents are somewhat easier to manage as they either eat fruit or have small appetites. But for large carnivorous demon beasts like lions, tigers, wolves, and leopards, the consumption of meat is just too great. Moreover, these demon beasts are fussy about their food. They generally only eat live prey and fresh meat, which makes large-scale breeding truly difficult. Therefore, the Zhou family has not dared to capture these kinds of demon beasts for domestication on a large scale. If the strange fishes brought by Zhou Chun do not require much from their aquatic environment and are not fussy about food, then raising them as a high-level food source for demon beasts would indeed be quite good. The junior understands and will find a way to contact that loose cultivator later to see if it's possible to learn from him the location of this strange fish's nest. Zhou Chun nodded his head, indicating he knew what to do. After leaving the strange fish corpses with his family for research, Zhou Chun went to visit his parents and others in the nearby mortal town. Ever since he had gone to the marketplace, he had very little time to visit his parents and siblings. That it was only upon this return that he discovered his fifth younger brother had gotten married and his wife was already carrying a child, while his fourth younger sister's family had also welcomed a chubby little boy. Unfortunately, they were still mortals without spirit root aptitude. Child, as long as you remember us and occasionally come to visit, that's enough. Just make sure not to neglect your own cultivation because of it. We have the family taking care of us, and your brothers and sisters are all showing their filial piety. Everything is very good. In the dining hall reserved for the Zhou family, after having a reunion meal around the long table, Zhou Chun's father looked at him with loving eyes and offered these words of advice. And no sooner had he finished speaking than Zhou Chun's second older brother, who was more quick-witted among his siblings, hastily agreed. Yes, yes, father is right. Third younger brother, you are the only cultivator in our family for several generations. You must not neglect your cultivation because of us ordinary folks. Mother and father have us to look after them. You can rest assured. Then the eldest sister quickly expressed the same sentiment. Second brother is right. Your own cultivation is the most important. Third brother, we will take care of our parents, so don't let these things delay your cultivation. Once the eldest sister and second brother had spoken, even the fourth sister and fifth brother, who were less observant, knew they must follow suit at this time. They then joined in and said similar things. Zhou Chun watched the scene unfold, his feelings extremely complicated. The truth was, it wasn't that he had such deep feelings for these family members, but he often found time to visit out of a sense of guilt and a desire to compensate them. He had not expected that his enthusiastic behavior would lead to misunderstandings among the family members. This really left him unsure of what to say. However, he also did realize that when only he and the family was a cultivator, interactions among family members were indeed somewhat strange. He wasn't too bad with his father and mother, but his siblings and their spouses and children were all very reserved and cautious around him, not daring to speak to him unless he spoke first. Even though he always wore a smile, it was as if Zhou Chun was not their brother, but rather a superior who could decide their fates with a single word. This sense of interaction, similar to that between a leader and subordinates, not only failed to please Zhou Chun as the leader, but instead made him feel quite awkward and uncomfortable that moment. Looking at his siblings actively trying to please him, Zhou Chun remained silent for a long time. Then, without saying much more, he simply nodded and said, Parents, rest assured, your child has everything under control and will not slacken in his cultivation. He then addressed his siblings. So, in the future, I'll trouble the eldest sister, second brother, fourth sister, and fifth brother to take good care of our parents. If there's any trouble, or you lack anything, make sure to inform me promptly, and I will do everything I can to help you. Upon hearing this, both Zhou Chun's parents and siblings showed happy smiles. Afterwards, Zhou Chun, who had originally planned to stay with the family for 2 more days, had to return to the marketplace earlier than expected. Back at the marketplace, Zhou Chun passed on clan leader Zhou Daoi's instructions to shopkeeper Zhou Jiaxing, which somewhat eased the shopkeeper's recently troubled mood, making him look a bit more cheerful. With no pressure from the family side and the assurance that the shop supply wouldn't decrease too much, the shopkeeper indeed felt much less stressed. Thus, the two of them continued to run and maintain the shop while racking their brains on how to regain lost popularity. One day, with the strange fish discovered by Lu's cultivator Luo Guangshuan on his mind, Zhou Chun asked for leave to find Lu Qingshan to inquire if he knew a way to locate the man. But since Lu Qingshan had been banned from leaving the marketplace, he had less contact with his friends and was unable to help Zhou Chun as Zhou Chun was on his way back to the shop. Passing by the Spirit Beast Pavilion, his gaze suddenly sharpened as he caught sight of a familiar cultivator coming out of the pavilion. Why would he be visiting the Spirit Beast Pavilion? From behind a large tree, Zhou Chun watched the cultivator who had quickly left the Spirit Beast Pavilion, his eyes filled with surprise and suspicion. Why would Zhou Zhengkong go to the Spirit Beast Pavilion? Even after returning to the interior of the Spirit Beast restaurant, Zhou Chun couldn't figure it out. Uncle 16, has anyone from the family visited the shop in the past few days? After returning to the shop and hesitating for a while, Zhou Chun couldn't help but inquire indirectly to Zhou Jiaxing about the matter. No. Why do you suddenly ask about this? Zhou Jiaxing looked at Zhou Chun with a puzzled expression, not understanding what he meant. It's nothing, just pretend I didn't ask. Zhou Chun's mouth twitched, and in the end, he still shook his head slightly, deciding not to mention what he had seen of Zhou Zhengkong. Whatever Zhou Zhengkong had done at the Spirit Beast Pavilion, it wasn't appropriate for him to bring it up, especially behind the backs of other elders. Zhou Chun had suffered from a similar mistake in his previous life and naturally couldn't make the same error again. Seeing Zhou Chun respond in this way, Zhou Jiaxing frowned slightly and then nodded, saying, "Since it's nothing, then just focus on looking after the shop and getting on with work." "Yes," Zhou Chun replied and immediately settled down inside the shop. Another day passed, and he didn't see Zhou Xiankong visiting the Spirit Beast restaurant on the third day. Zhou Chun finally waited for the loose cultivator, Luo Guangxuan, to visit, but he had brought demon beast meat again. "Oh, it's this strange fish again this time. It seems like Tao's friend Luo's trip to the Heavenly Immortal Tower was in vain last time. Huh?" In the back courtyard of the Spirit Beast restaurant, Zhou Chun looked at the two strange fish corpses Luo Guangxuan had packed in a wooden box, a curious glint flashing in his eyes as he teasingly addressed the latter. Hearing Zhou Chun's words, Luo Guangxuan's face immediately showed an embarrassed expression. But having muddled through the cultivation world for decades, what kinds of awkward experiences hadn't he gone through? He soon waved at Zhou Chun with a bitter smile, saying, "Let's not mention it. The last time I almost got beaten up with clubs by the shopkeeper of the Heavenly Immortal Tower. I daren't go there anymore." Seeing this, Zhou Chun immediately laughed. Taoist friend Luo need not worry. Even if the Heavenly Immortal Tower doesn't accept the fish, I do.my2 spirit pets usually eat plenty of beast meat, and they find fish meat give a unique flavor that they quite enjoy. Upon hearing this, Luo Guangxuan immediately showed a grateful look, saying, with these words from Taoist friend Zhou, "I am at ease. Next time you come over, Taoist friend Luo, could you bring a few more of these strange fish? A senior in my family who raises spirit beast has been getting pickier with his appetite lately, refusing to eat many types of beast meat. If I can give him a few of these strange fish corpses, I think he would be very happy." As Zhou Chun said this, he also gestured with his hands, adding, "If Taoist friend Luo could deliver 3 or 4 of these strange fish corpses within 10 days, I can offer you 1.5 times the price." Hearing this, Luo Guangxuan's eyes lit up as he eagerly asked, "Taoist friend Zhou, are you serious?" After speaking, he quickly added, "I'm not doubting Taoist friend Zhou. I just want to ask if you only want 3 or 4 strange fish corpses, or the more the better." "3 or 4 will do. I can't afford to buy any more than that." Zhou Chun shook his head, expressing what clearly disappointed Luo Guangxuan. Luo Guangxuan's look of disappointment flickered in his eyes as he nodded slightly and said, "All right then, within 10 days, I will definitely bring the items to Taoist friend Zhou. Then I'll be waiting here for Taoist friend Luo's good news." Zhou Chun replied with a smile and personally saw Luo Guangxuan out of the shop. After Luo Guangxuan left the Spirit Beast restaurant, he didn't immediately leave the marketplace. Instead, he went to an inn to meditate and cultivate. After cultivating for over 2 hours and coming out, he waited at a certain spot in the marketplace. Only when the other 3 cultivators who had come to the marketplace with him had gathered did the 4 leave the marketplace together. The 4 of them were old hands who had muddled through the cultivation world for decades. They had entered and left Hongyang Marketplace countless times and had even figured out their relatively safe routes. Moreover, their individual cultivation levels and strength were not weak, not something average bandit cultivators could easily contend with, so their departure from the marketplace went very smoothly. Once they were outside the Hongyan mountain range, the 4 of them dispersed, each heading back to their dwellings. Since cultivating in the wild was not an option, the living preferences of loose cultivators varied significantly. Some preferred peace and quiet, so they often carved out cave dwellings in the desolate mountains near their cultivation sites. Others preferred comfort, thriving in bustling and lively places, so they would establish estates in nearby mortal towns to become local powerhouses. Luo Guangxuan, who was over 50 years old, felt that there was little possibility for him to make any further progress on the path of cultivation in this life. So he chose the latter path. He built a large estate in a small mortal town not far from Hongyang Marketplace and took in 7 or 8 concubines. After returning from the marketplace, he first went back to his estate and hid most of the spirit coins he obtained from his trip in a secret compartment in the wall of his bedroom, keeping only 2 with him. This secret compartment was known only to him. Not even his most favored concubine was aware of it this moment, as he looked inside the jar in the hidden cabinet that was already filled with nearly 100 spirit coins. His eyes held both satisfaction and a hint of sorrow. "Alas, I don't know if I will ever truly need these hard-earned spirit coins before my death. What's the point of all this hardship if I can't sire an heir with spirit root aptitude to inherit my wealth?" Thinking of the spirit coins, which he had scrimped and saved for, one by one, over 5 or 6 years to accumulate so many, Luo Guangxuan felt both proud and extremely distressed. His own life was already in its twilight, If there was any hope left, it was to sire an heir with spirit root aptitude and nurture them from a young age. He wanted them to inherit his mantle and not walk the same old path he had. However, thus far, few of his concubines had managed to get pregnant, let alone bear a descendant with spirit root aptitude. After finishing this deal with Taoist friend Zhou, I'll take in a few more concubines as long as I keep trying. I refuse to believe I can't produce an heir with a spiritual root. Luo Guangxun gritted his teeth, closed the hidden cabinet, and summoned 2 concubines to dote on them. After resting at home for 2 days, Luo Guangxun set out again. The place he was going to was not nearby, so when Luo Guangxun left, he rode an excellent horse raised at home. After traveling more than 200 miles, he stopped just outside a mountain range. He then expertly tied the horse inside a cave in the mountains, prepared food and water in one of the mangers, and left the cave to walk into the deeper mountains. Meanwhile, Luo Guangxun, who was advancing through the forest, had no idea that a tail was following him about a dozen miles behind in the forest. Zhou Chun was steadily moving forward, following a palm-sized blue-black butterfly, heading in the direction of where Luo Guangxun was. It turned out that the order Zhou Chun had previously placed with Luo Guangxun was meant for fishing. Before Luo Guangxun left the shop, Zhou Chun had sprinkled refined pheromones of a female black-spotted blue powder butterfly onto the spirit coins. After Luo Guangxun touched the spirit coins, his hands and clothes would be stained with the butterfly powder. It was very easy for Zhou Chun to track down Luo Guangxun to his estate using a male black-spotted blue powder butterfly he had specially requested from his family. That night, while Luo Guangxun was doting on his 2 concubines, Zhou Chun had already sneaked into his estate and sprinkled more butterfly powder on the back and saddle of the horse he would ride. Therefore, even though they were now more than a dozen miles apart, Zhou Chun could easily tell where Luo Guangxun had gone. After following Luo Guangxun for tens of miles in the mountains, Zhou Chun saw him stop by a mountainside pool with clear aquamarine waters. Luo Guangxun wrung the neck of a wild chicken he had caught on the way and threw it onto the pebble-covered shallows by the pool. Then he took out a fish spear magic artifact from his storage pouch, readying himself. Before long, bubbles surged on the calm surface of the water. A silver-black strange fish quickly surged up the waves onto the shallows, trying to pounce on the wild chicken. However, at that very moment, Luo Guangxun's fish spear magic artifact flew from his hand and struck the strange fish dead center, pinning it to the shallows. Without giving the injured and pained fish a chance to struggle free of the spear, Luo Guangxun summoned a black meteor hammer magic artifact and smashed it heavily onto the head of the fish, smashing its head open on the spot. After easily capturing the first strange fish, Luo Guangxun skillfully roped the fish's body and dragged it ashore, placing it in a wooden box, and then continued to keep watch. After standing guard for almost half a day, using up just 4 wild chickens, Luo Guangxun easily killed 5 strange fish and completed Zhou Chun's commission. Afterward, he did not linger and quickly began his return trip with his spoils. Only after ensuring that Luo Guangxun had gone far away did Zhou Chun, who had been hiding himself with the forest concealment cicada breath technique, step out from the shadows and then looked thoughtfully at the pool in front of him. He had watched Luo Guangxun catch fish from start to finish. The entire process, could be described in 2 words. Too simple to the point, where it made him feel a pang for the spirit coins he'd spent. No wonder Luo Guangxun seemed so disappointed when he heard that Zhou Chun only wanted to buy 3 or 4 strange fish. But how could this small mountain pool continually produce so many demon fish? What do these demon fish eat to grow so big? Zhou Chun looked at the pool before him, his eyes flickering uncertainly. The shallow waters are not fit for the flood dragon. All demon beasts have strict requirements for their habitats. At the very least, there must be enough food. However, the mountain lake before Zhou Chun was only 3 or 4 acres in size, and with such a small area, it was simply impossible to sustain those strange fish. Therefore, he concluded that there must be more to this lake than meets the eye. Yet, to discover the secrets hidden within the lake, one would definitely need to dive in. Although Zhou Chun was aware of the high-grade first-level spell water avoidance technique, he had not practiced it. Of course, this was not a big problem because, with his late-stage Qi refinement cultivation level, holding his breath for an hour was not difficult. But without the water avoidance technique, fighting a demon beast underwater could be risky, as there was a chance of suffocation in case of a misstep. The strong spirit pet, the rock earth turtle, wouldn't be able to utilize any of its capabilities. This made Zhou Chun hesitant about whether to take the risk of diving into the water. Forget it. I've come all this way if I don't discover anything. Wouldn't the trip have been in vain? Touching the bright dawn pendant on his chest, Zhou Chun finally gritted his teeth, took out the moon blade meteor wheel, and jumped into the lake. Just as Zhou Chun had expected, there was indeed more to the lake beneath the surface. He had descended less than 20 yards when he saw a pitch-black, enormous cave. It turned out that the lake water was actually flowing out from that cave. But just as he was about to enter the cave to explore what was inside, two strange fish suddenly rushed out of the cave and shot water arrows at him. Seeing this, he quickly activated the Bright Dawn pendant to envelop himself in a yellowish-brown light for protection, then brandished the moon blade meteor wheel in his hand, slashing at the two strange fish. The lake water significantly disrupted his divine sense. While Zhou Chun could control his weapon up to 80 yards on land, underwater he could not even manage half that distance. Fortunately, the two strange fish were only about a dozen yards away from him, and the two moon blades easily cleaved them in two. Still, Zhou Chun didn't dare to linger underwater any longer because the smell of blood would surely attract more strange fish. If more strange creatures were to arrive, it wouldn't matter if a second-level demon beast appeared. Even dozens of first-level strange fish could prevent his return to shore. That underwater cavern must be connected to an underground river, but it's unknown where that river leads. However, to be able to support so many carnivorous water demons, the water in that cavern must be incredibly deep. It seems that to unravel the mystery of this place, we can only request the help of a cultivator at the Foundation establishment stage or a clan member who has tamed a water demon. On the shore, the soaking wet Zhou Chun looked at the lake before him with a very solemn expression. Several days later, after purchasing the strange fish corpses brought by Luo Guangxuan at the marketplace, Zhou Chun once again asked for leave to return to the Zhou family. Currently, the few Foundation establishment stage cultivators of the family cannot easily leave. However, Jia's spirit pet, the azure scale crocodile, and Jiahui's spirit pet, the spiral water turtle, both are first level, high-grade demon beasts proficient in water combat. Let the two of them accompany you on this trip. In the Central Peace Hall, after listening to Zhou Chun's report on the situation with the strange fish nest, Zhou Daoist pondered briefly and then proposed his handling strategy. This plan was within Zhou Chun's expectations. Since the great elder Zhou Mingshan passed away, including the clan leader Zhou Daoist, the Zhou family only had 3 Foundation establishment stage cultivators left, each with important responsibilities. Second elder Zhou Chongshan was the family array master. Only he could maximize the power of the sect's protective formation, and thus he couldn't easily leave the sect. Third elder Zhou Daoquan was currently managing the Zhou family's beast garden. He needed to supervise and subdue some untrained dangerous demon beasts. He was also responsible for patrolling the surrounding areas of Jufeng Ridge to deter the faint-hearted, so he couldn't easily depart too far from the sect either. There was no need to mention clan leader Zhou Daoist So upon hearing Zhou Daoist's plan. Zhou Chun immediately responded, "Junior understands that I will assist the 2 elders in managing this matter." However, Zhou Daoist shook his head upon hearing this and said, "No, not assist. You should take charge of this mission that I will make this clear to them." Zhou Chun's expression froze, and he looked at Zhou Daoist in surprise, almost doubting his own ears. As Zhou Chun looked on in surprise, Zhou Daoist simply waved his hand and said, "Do not be so astonished. You are now a core member of the Zhou family. Moreover, I've seen all of your previous performances, and the clan members who have worked with you have also praised you highly." With these words, he looked at Zhou Chun with full encouragement and continued, "Although our Zhou family teaches its members to respect their elders, someone with the ability to assume responsibility can truly strengthen the family. Therefore, I believe that with you in charge, you will certainly bring me another pleasant surprise." These words, upon reaching Zhou Chun's ears, immediately moved and inspired him greatly. Indeed, his efforts over the years had not been in vain. The trust that clan leader Zhou Daoist now showed was undoubtedly the best affirmation of his efforts in the past few years. Without any further modesty, he immediately replied with firm conviction, "This junior understands that I will definitely not fail the clan leader's trust and expectations." Seeing this, Zhou Daoist smiled with satisfaction and said, "Then I will await your good news back at the family." Zhou Jiahe was the peak master of Baoji Peak, with a chi refinement of the 12th layer, and was 72 years old this year. In the Jia generation, she was 13th in line, and Zhou Chun should address her as 13th aunt. Zhou Jiahui was younger, ranked 19th in the same generation, with a chi refinement of the 11th layer, and Zhou Chun should address her as 19th aunt. When the two of them learned that this task was to be led by Zhou Chun, they were both very surprised, especially Zhou Jiahe, the peak master of Baoji Peak. You see, Zhou Chun was a member of her Baoji Peak and usually under her control. Of course, that was before Zhou Chun's promotion to a core clan member. Now as a core clan member, she had no authority over Zhou Chun. Only the clan leader and family elders had that qualification. Even so, that didn't mean she should be commanded by Zhou Chun, but seeing the uncompromising expression of clan leader Zhou Daoist, even though they were astonished and uncomfortable, they had no choice but to follow the clan leader's orders. After all, although they were Zhou Chun's elders, Zhou Daoist was their elder and the clan leader of the Zhou family. However, Zhou Chun knew in his heart that even if the two elders were to follow clan leader Zhou Daoist's orders, he must not take advantage of those orders to boss them around or give them orders arrogantly. Otherwise, the reputation he painstakingly cultivated within the family would be completely destroyed, and he would be labeled a conceited snob. Upon gaining a little power, after leaving the family, riding the large-horned green sheep, he greeted the two of them with a broad smile and a polite bow. Rest assured, dear aunts. Although the clan leader has given his orders, I will not show any disrespect towards you both. This mission is mainly about scouting and won't involve much risk. Upon hearing his words, the visages of the two Zhou family female cultivators relaxed noticeably. Zhou Jia glanced at him and then smiled, saying, "Nephew Xianxia, you are too polite. Since the clan leader has asked you to lead, there must be good reason behind it. I trust the clan leader's judgment." Zhou Jiahui also nodded lightly. Sister Jia is right. If you have gained such high regard from the clan leader, nephew Xianxia, it must be for some special merit that we are not aware of. Having been through decades of life, these two female cultivators certainly understood the principle that respect begets respect. Now that the junior, Zhou Chun, had already shown his humility and goodwill, if they continued to ignore him on account of their seniority, they would only be causing trouble for themselves. The two elders are too kind. I'm still young and have much to learn from my elders. I dare not accept such praise. So it goes. Human nature is such. When Zhou Chun, as the junior, had to lead the two elders, they could not help feeling uncomfortable about it. But when Zhou Chun, as their leader, was willing to put aside his leadership status to flatter them as their junior, the joy and satisfaction they received was many times greater than usual. When they were in good spirits, their view of Zhou Chun, the junior, became much more favorable, and they no longer dwelled on the fact that they were being led by him. They even thought about cooperating more with Zhou Chun when the time came to demonstrate the nobility of their seniority, with the three of them traveling together, and after several days of travel, they eventually returned to that deep mountain pool once again. This is the pool that I shall rely on the two of you for this task. At the edge of the pool, Zhou Chun pointed to the clear blue waters, his face full of expectation as he looked towards the two Zhou family elders. Rest assured, nephew Xianxia, we will handle this. Zhou Jia and Zhou Jiahui exchanged glances, took off the spirit beast pouches from their waists, and released their spirit pets. Zhou Jia's spirit pet was a giant azure black crocodile, over 2 zhong and 3 qi in length, covered in azure black scale armor, exuding a formidable and imposing presence. Zhou Jiahui's spirit pet was a large black turtle, somewhat smaller in size than Zhou Chun's rock earth turtle. With a smooth shell unlike the rock earth turtle's spiny one, this turtle's tail was quite peculiar, somewhat resembling that of a pangolin. Now, the two spirit pets, after receiving instructions from their owners, each dived into the pool. It's come out. By the edge of the pond, accompanied by Zhou Chun's low call, Zhou Jia's spirit pet, the azure scale crocodile, emerged first from the water, opening its mouth wide to breathe. Soon after, Zhou Jiahui's spirit pet, the spiral water turtle, also surfaced, creating ripples in the water as it leisurely climbed onto the shore. Zhou Jia and Zhou Jiahui, who had been waiting for a while, immediately approached their spirit pets and began communicating with them to inquire about the results of their underwater reconnaissance. After a while, when the two of them had finished their exchange with the spirit pets, Zhou Chun looked at them impatiently and repeatedly asked, "How was it? Can the two ants please share the details?" The situation is a bit complicated. According to the azure scale crocodile, after it followed the cave deeper in, it did enter a subterranean river with a strong current, and indeed found many of the strange fish that you, nephew Xianxia, mentioned. And it's not just those strange fish in the underground river. There are also many ordinary fish and shrimp, as well as other demon beasts, among which even the azure scale crocodile felt the presence of dangerous and powerful demon beasts. Zhou Jia looked at Zhou Chun and was the first to relay the intelligence gathered by her spirit pet, then her gaze shifted towards Zhou Jiahui. Seeing this, Zhou Jiahui also spoke up. "The situation my spiral water turtle scouted is not much different from what Sister Yi said. The one difference is that it mentioned the water in the underground river is of very high quality, and it liked it very much. After listening to what the two of them had said, Zhou Chun couldn't help but lower his head and ponder. After thinking for a while, he looked up at the two women and said, "The azure scale crocodile is not weak. For it to sense danger from a demon beast means that, even if it's not a second-order demon beast, it must be one of those specially powerful top-grade first-order demon beasts. With that said, the risks inside are indeed not small. However, whether it's the azure scale crocodile or the spiral water turtle, they're after all only demon beasts, and the intelligence they've gathered is too vague. That my suggestion is that the three of us should go down and take a look ourselves. What do you two ants think? Go down and take a look ourselves?" Upon hearing Zhou Chun's words, Zhou Jia and the other woman couldn't help but glance at each other, both hesitant. Unlike Zhou Chun, because they had lived long enough, they had managed to cultivate the water avoidance technique, a spell, but precisely because they have lived long and seen much, they're all the more aware of how dangerous the water teeming with water demons is. Now that they were being asked to venture into such a place, how could they not hesitate and worry? "Nephew Xianxia, are you sure you really want to go down for a look? If we really encounter any danger down there, we might be too busy taking care of ourselves." And after hesitating for a long while, Zhou Jia still looked at Zhou Chun and said her concerns in a low voice. Zhou Chun heard this and immediately laughed. 13th ant, don't worry. Although I don't have underwater spirit pets to protect me like you do, I also have ways to ensure my own safety. All right, since nephew Xianxia, you're assured, then I have no objections. Zhou Jia nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Zhou Jiahui, unwilling to let the others think she was cowardly, promptly followed suit. I also have no objections. So the three of them, after bolstering themselves with the water avoidance technique, sat on the spiral water turtle's back, which carried them down towards the depths of the pond and into the cave, while the azure scale crocodile was driven by Zhou Jiahe to clear the way and drive away the strange fish. Once the spiral water turtle plunged into the great cave at the bottom of the pond with the three of them on its back. A fascinating underwater world unfolded before Zhou Chun and his companions' eyes. The depths of the cave, surprisingly, were not pitch dark. Many small fish and shrimp capable of emitting light lived there. With the faint light emitted by these small fish and shrimp, Zhou Chun and the others could barely make out some of the scenery with their naked eyes. However, to truly sense the details of the surroundings, they still had to rely on divine sense. Under the detection of divine sense, all kinds of strange aquatic animals in this underground water world became visible at a glance. Strange fish that looked like ordinary lizards, without scales, full of sharp teeth, and with tails that flickered with a blue glow at the tip. A type of shrimp with two long pincers, eyes sparkling like sapphires, emitting bright blue light, and fish akin to eels, with a long, narrow fin on its back, swam very quickly through the water. These aquatic animals, despite their peculiar appearance, were not demon beasts. The aura emanated by the spiral water turtle kept them well at bay, all scurrying far away. Continuing like this through the convoluted cave for about half an hour, the spiral water turtle finally carried Zhou Chun and his companions into the underground river. Compared to the relatively calm water inside the cave, the currents in this underground river were much more turbulent. Even the enormous spiral water turtle had to vigorously move its body to avoid being swept away by the rushing water. "Shall we go up or down?" Guiding the azure scale crocodile to break the path, Zhou Jia gestured to Zhou Chun to ask. Upon seeing this, Zhou Chun pondered for a moment, then pointed upstream. He then left a mark token at the junction of the cave and the subterranean river to avoid forgetting the route when they returned. Traveling against the current for roughly half an hour, the azure scale crocodile leading the way encountered a thorny opponent in the underground river that was dozens of feet wide. A bizarre demon beast clad in bone armor, resembling a scavenger, was fiercely battling the azure scale crocodile. The fighting styles of both demon beasts were robust, casting spells to attack the other while biting at each other with open mouths. But the azure scale crocodile had an owner, AT this time, with Zhou Chun and the others arriving on the spiral water turtle outside the battle zone. Zhou Jia immediately waved her hand and launched a golden hairpin magic artifact at the bizarre demon beast. Zhou Chun and Zhou Jiahui also did not just stand by. They each launched magic artifacts and joined the attack on the bizarre demon beast. With the combined forces of the three, the bizarre demon beast could not even escape and was beheaded in the water by Zhou Chun's Moonblade meteor wheel. Since the three of them did not recognize the bizarre demon beast, Zhou Chun thought its body might have some value. So he cut it into several pieces and stored them in each person's storage pouch. Then they continued upstream to explore the area. After another 3/4 of an hour traveling upstream, Zhou Jia suddenly appeared animated, as if she had discovered something. She pointed toward a certain direction, signaling the spiral water turtle to head that way. Soon, Zhou Chun and Zhou Jiahui also understood what she had found. Directly ahead, there appeared another cave intersection similar to the one they had entered through. Upon seeing this, Zhou Chun immediately made the decision to enter that cave and investigate. And no sooner had they delved into this cave than they encountered a large group of bizarre fish, similar to catfish. About a dozen bizarre fish were attacking the azure scale crocodile in front, preventing it from going deeper into the cave. This piqued the curiosity of the three following, who immediately joined the fray, killing or dispersing the group of bizarre fish, and then continued deeper inside. However, it wasn't long before the previously escaped bizarre fish rapidly returned with dozens of their kind, and amongst them, 3 or 4 emitted the aura of a top-notch, first-order demon beast. Retreat. Without any hesitation, Zhou Chun immediately gave the command to retreat. They quickly switched to the faster-swimming and more agile azure scale crocodile as their mount, allowing the spiral water turtle with its massive body to cover their rear as they swiftly made their escape into the underground river. After a rather embarrassing escape, the 3 of them finally returned to the river tunnel. But the poor spiral water turtle had been beaten to severe injuries, and Zhou Jiahui had no choice but to temporarily store it in her spirit beast pouch. Without the steady mount of the spiral water turtle, and since all 3 of them had expended a lot of mana, they could only regretfully end their expedition into the subterranean river. Gurgle, gurgle. The calm waters suddenly bubbled vigorously, and in the mouth of the azure scale crocodile, filled with sharp teeth, surfaced first. After spending an hour in the dark underwater world atop the crocodile's back, Zhou Chun and his companions were finally back in the daylight, each of them gaping to breathe in the fresh air. After taking a few deep breaths of fresh air, Zhou Jiahe turned to Zhou Chun and said, "Nephew Zheng Chun, we should probably end our expedition here, given the complex situation in that underground river. We Qi refinement realm cultivators simply cannot stay there for long without the company of a foundation establishment stage cultivator." This time the 3 of them joined forces and were still driven back by a swarm of those bizarre fish, which highlights the dangers lurking within the underground river. Moreover, there wasn't a spot suitable for meditation or rest within 200 miles, and they couldn't even effectively use tactics that relied on consumption SO, in Zhou Jia's view, without the company of a foundation establishment stage cultivator. The task was simply unfeasible. Zhou Chun could use the purification stone pot to solve the problem of meditation and rest, but he didn't have a water combat spirit pet, and his own cultivation level was only at the 9th layer of Qi refinement. He couldn't possibly explore the underground river alone. Therefore, though he still felt somewhat unwilling and regretful, he rationally agreed with Zhou Jiahe's suggestion and promised to first return to the Zhou family to report the results of their expedition. "Let's do as Cousin 13 suggests and report back to the clan leader about what we've discovered," he said. Jiufeng Ridge. After Zhou Chun and his 2 companions returned to the Zhou family and reported the results of their exploration of the underground river to the clan leader, Zhou Daoist was quite interested in the situation described by the 3, asking in detail about their experiences on the trip, and even examined the bizarre fish demon beast corpse they had brought back. Just as Zhou Chun had expected, Zhou Daoist also couldn't identify the origin of that strange fish demon beast. Actually, this was normal because demon beasts like these that dwell in underground rivers are seldom discovered by cultivators. Even if some cultivators happen to discover such demon beasts, they might not necessarily take the time to record them. After understanding the situation and examining the demon beast corpse that Zhou Chun and the others had brought back, Zhou Daoist nodded slightly and said, "I understand the situation, but let's put aside the matter of the underground river for now, and wait until the foundation establishment cultivators in our family are free to explore it in detail. It won't be too late." Having finished speaking, he then turned his gaze to Zhou Chun and said, "By the way, Zheng Chun, deliver the remaining strange fish corpses you have 100 Medicine's Peak, and give them to Zhou. It seems he has made some progress in his research using the mucus from the bodies of those strange fish." Zhou Chun's heart leaped with joy upon hearing this, and he quickly responded, "Yes, Junior will deliver them to Uncle 14 right away." Then, he hurriedly rushed to 100 Medicine's Peak. Zhou Jiahui, who held the 14th position among his siblings, was also over 70 years old. He was one of the earliest alchemists among the few on 100 Medicine's Peak to follow the late great elder Zhou Mingshan to learn alchemy, and had been studying for over 40 years. Unfortunately, his talent for alchemy was not exceptional. Although he had studied for the longest period, he was not the one who had mastered it the most. However, Zhou Jiahui, whose alchemy talent was not particularly remarkable, had quite a talent for poison research. The strange fish corpse that Zhou Chun had previously brought was handed over to him by Zhou Daoist for research. Although less than a month had passed, he had already made some research findings when Zhou Chun came with several strange fish corpses and inquired about the research findings. Zhou Jiawei did not hesitate to share relevant information with Zhou Chun. After mixing the mucus from the bodies of these strange fish with a poison powder I formulated, the effect of the poison could be greatly enhanced. Even a first-grade superior demon beast would suffer unbearably when exposed to this poison. Suffer unbearably. Zhou Chun was slightly taken aback by Zhou Jiawei's words as well. Then, after hesitating for a moment, he looked at Zhou Jiawei and asked, "Could Uncle 14 give Junior a small amount of that poison powder to experiment with?" Unexpectedly, Zhou Jiawei flatly refused. "No, I haven't devised an antidote for this poison powder, yet that if you dare to touch it with your body, you will likely be in extreme discomfort for the next half-month. Is the effect of the medicine really that strong?" Zhou Chun was also somewhat daunted by Zhou Jiawei's words. He looked at the stern-faced Zhou Jiawei, pondered for a moment, and then asked again, "Then in your opinion, Uncle 14, can this poison powder be mass-produced? Can it be sold at the Spirit Beast restaurant?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Jiawei immediately replied, "While the materials for making the powder are not easy to obtain, with the support of our family's efforts, small-scale production shouldn't be a problem. The issue is whether we can secure a stable supply of that mucus, as well as the long-term preservation of the mucus. Because the powder is only effective within half an hour after mixing with the mucus. Once this time passes and it dries up, diluting it with water reduces its potency significantly. Moreover, if we want to sell in the marketplace, we must develop an antidote. Otherwise, if someone gets their hands on it and uses it to target Zhou family cultivators, it will be like lifting a rock only to drop it on our own feet." After hearing his words, Zhou Chun's face was already brimming with elation. You could see Zhou Chun eagerly looking at him, his eyes sparkling, as he said, "Getting the mucus won't be a problem. Uncle 14 doesn't need to worry about that as for preserving the mucus. Maybe Uncle 14 could try using a bottle with a dual-layer structure, where the outer layer can be filled with water to act as a barrier. About the antidote, I am ignorant, but if that strange fish itself is unaffected by the mucus's toxicity, maybe we could investigate its skin." Zhou Jiawei truly was surprised this time. He looked at Zhou Chun, astonished, and blurted out, "Nephew Zhou Chun, do you also understand the art of poison? I've never heard of this before." "Uncle 14, you misunderstand. I don't understand the craft of making poison. I just happened to read about the relevant theories in a book. That's all." Zhou Chun hurriedly waved his hands and smiled bitterly, promptly attributing his insight to the books he had read. He indeed did not understand the art of poison. However, in his previous life, after all, he had taken classes in chemistry and biology. Even if he didn't grasp the detailed skills, he generally knew which direction to exert his efforts. "I see." Zhou Jiawei nodded, not probing further about which book Zhou Chun had read it from, and simply nodded in agreement. "You're right, that's also what I was thinking, which is why I asked you to provide more materials so that I could do more experimental research. Then Junior will eagerly await the good news from Uncle 14. Zhou Chun said, leaving 100 Medicine's Peak with a smile on his face. Although the exploration of the underground river was somewhat disappointing, the research findings from Zhou Jiawei turned out to be an unexpected surprise. If Zhou Jiawei hadn't exaggerated the effects, then once he developed the antidote, that mixed poison, once on sale at the Spirit Beast restaurant, would certainly sell like hotcakes. After all, demon beasts are not like cultivators. Many of them, due to their own powerful defenses from fur or scale armor, do not use protective barrier spells, or even if they do, would not cast them immediately. If Zhou Jiawei spoke the truth about the poison's potency being effective upon mere skin contact, then certainly many cultivators would be willing to purchase it. After leaving the 100 Medicine's Peak, Zhou Chun returned to Pagoda Peak to discuss this matter with clan leader Zhou Daoist, mainly to request that he designate the matter as a family top secret, prohibiting Zhou Jia and Zhou Jiahui, who already knew the origin of the mucus, from disclosing this information to others. As for the other cultivator who knew the mucus's origin, Zhou Chun had already devised a plan to deal with him. He stayed with the family for 2 days and then returned to Hongyao Marketplace with good news. "This is wonderful, absolutely wonderful. If the kind of poison Brother 14 described could really be offered for sale at our Spirit Beast restaurant, we could surely regain the lost popularity and perhaps even surpass others." Inside the Spirit Beast restaurant, Zhou Jiaxing, upon hearing the good news from Zhou Chun, was so excited that he danced with joy, his face brimming with happiness. The business of the shop was not going well, and no one felt greater pressure than him, the shopkeeper. Now that he knew there was a way to extricate himself from the predicament, how could he not be overjoyed? Therefore, when Zhou Chun said he needed to go out again to settle the issue of potential information leakage, Zhou Jiaxing didn't think twice before he immediately agreed. After Zhou Chun left the marketplace again, he quickly went to the home of the loose cultivator Luo Guangxun T. That time, Luo Guangxun had just taken 3 more concubines and was busily engaged in pleasure-seeking every night. He never expected disaster to strike from the skies. When he saw Zhou Chun appear at his home, Luo Guangxun, who had come out in a rage from being interrupted, suddenly felt weak at the knees and nearly collapsed. On the spot. "Oh, it's Tao's friend Zhou. What brings you to my door so late at night, Tao's friend?" Struggling not to embarrass himself, Luo Guangxun looked at Zhou Chun with a strained face, his demeanor and tone revealing subservience. However, he didn't ask how Zhou Chun knew where he lived at this moment. His heart was a mess of panic. A loose cultivator. What was his greatest fear? Undoubtedly, it was having his residence discovered by other cultivators. Loose cultivators' homes are generally unprotected by formations, especially for someone like Luo Guangxun, who sought pleasure among the common folk. Once his residence was discovered by other cultivators, it would be all too simple for others to harm him. Now that Zhou Chun had suddenly arrived late at night, the words to silence by killing just wouldn't leave Luo Guangxuan's mind. In response to Luo Guangxuan's inquiry, Zhou Chun simply looked at him calmly and said, "I apologize for visiting so late at night and disturbing Luo Tao's friend's good time." Then, without waiting for Luo Guangxuan to respond, he continued, "As the saying goes, honest folks don't speak in riddles. If I say I have traveled a great distance through the night just to have a chat with Tao's friend Luo, you wouldn't believe me, right? So let me be frank." At this, Zhou Chun raised his hand and extended 2 fingers, saying, "Now I offer Tao's friend Luo 2 choices. One is to come with me to live with the Zhou family for several years. Our family will provide a good cultivation environment for you. The second is to fight me here and now, to the death. I choose the first one." Luo Guangxuan made his choice almost immediately after Zhou Chun finished speaking, not hesitating at all, while also feeling a great sense of relief inside. He was just afraid that Zhou Chun wouldn't give him any choice at all. As for killing Zhou Chun, what a joke. He had heard from Lu Qingshan about Zhou Chun's exploits, and knew that not only one of him, but even 2 or 3 of them bound together would probably not be enough for Zhou Chun to kill. A wise choice. Zhou Chun nodded slightly, then looked at Luo Guangxuan and said, "Then I will give Tao's friend Luo half a night to prepare a tea dawn tomorrow. Please accompany me to the Zhou family at Jufeng Ridge." "Yes, Luo understands." Luo Guangxuan agreed immediately, and at once called together his concubines and children to arrange his affairs. Although he was reluctant to part with these people, he understood that he really had no choice. He had to be grateful for Zhou Chun's kindness for the outcome he got. Having been involved in the cultivation world for many years, he was all too aware of its cruelty. Killing to guard certain secrets was not uncommon in the cultivation world. In fact, he himself had been involved in such matters before. The night quickly passed, and as dawn broke the next day, Zhou Chun set out for Jufeng Ridge with Luo Guangxuan, who had arranged his affairs, both of them riding horses. The Zhou family of Jufeng Ridge has now become quite a famous cultivator family in Lanzhou. Originally, many loose cultivators lived around Jufeng Ridge, and nowadays 200 or 300 of them come to the Zhou family daily for cultivation practice. Therefore, Luo Guangxuan's placement among them hardly attracted any attention. In reality, Luo Guangxuan should really be grateful to Zhou Chun, because Zhou Daoi's previous opinion was to silence him by killing him, which was simple and hassle-free. It was only after Zhou Chun spoke up and recommended strongly that the clan leader Zhou Daoi's decision was changed, opting to imprison Luo Guangxuan first within the Zhou family. In Zhou Chun's view, if only his cousin Zhou Jiawei on the 14th uncle's side could hasten the research on the antidote and bring the poison to market quicker. After 3 to 5 years, it would be sufficient for other cultivators to only recognize the brand of Spirit Beast Restaurant when purchasing related medicines, thus reviving the previously waning popularity in one fell swoop. Once the value of the poison was demonstrated, the strange fish in the underground river would naturally attract the attention of the Zhou family, who would then invest greater efforts into its exploitation. Why the time the Zhou family takes control over that area. Even if Luo Guangxuan is released and outsiders learn the secret of mucus, would Spirit Beast Manor really attack the Zhou family directly just for a poison recipe that can't be consumed? Therefore, there was no need to silence someone by killing them for a secret that wouldn't matter in a few years. After all, in Zhou Chun's eyes, resorting to murder to keep a secret was not entirely out of the question, but it should only be used as a last resort when no other options were available, as long as there are better solutions. Even if they are more troublesome, one must not easily resort to the seemingly simple method of silencing by killing. The Zhou family is not even the overlord in Lanzhou, let alone in the entire Jingwa country cultivation realm. Matters of silencing by killing are best avoided if at all possible. Otherwise, if the matter were to leak out and be capitalized on by someone with an agenda, the trouble that would ensue could be exponentially more problematic than taking a bit more effort to accommodate a Luo Guangshuan now. In this matter, Zhou Chun's long-term vision and perspective also greatly impressed Zhou Daoist. He might not believe that killing a minor loose cultivator to silence him would bring any trouble to the Zhou family. But he did appreciate Zhou Chun's way of thinking and vision for considering the long-term development of the family. This was something most Zhou family cultivators lacked. Most cultivators are extremely selfish, and this selfishness often blinds them to long-term benefits in favor of immediate gains. Of course, this isn't because they aren't intelligent enough, but rather due to the environment of the cultivation world that a loose cultivator who lives a life of uncertainty, without even security, must be extremely selfish to survive better and longer in the harsh cultivation world. Even many low-ranking family cultivators and sect cultivators are the same. However, an individual may be extremely selfish. A clan leader of a family cannot be extremely selfish, and a sect leader even less. But if such an overly selfish person becomes a clan leader or sect leader, it would be a disaster for the family or the sect. Zhou Daoist was chosen as the clan leader of the Zhou family because he was fair, strict, thorough, and capable of deep, strategic planning for the future. And ever since the Zhou family settled down in Jiufeng Ridge, facing various internal and external pressures, he had come to understand one thing even more clearly: that a clan leader of a cultivation family must not only be fair and strict, act thoroughly, but must also have a long-term vision and not only focus on immediate benefits, but also consider long-term interests. Unfortunately, he had not seen this ability in any other Zhou family cultivators besides Zhou Chun. Because of this, he valued Zhou Chun, the junior, even more, and for most of Zhou Chun's suggestions, as long as he didn't foresee any severe consequences, he would usually agree. He sought to cultivate Zhou Chun's confidence and to encourage him to be more eager to make suggestions and keen to develop and improve the family. In fact, Zhou Daoist's approach indeed had an effect, at the very least. After repeatedly having his recommendations accepted by clan leader Zhou Daoist and feeling his trust and care, Zhou Chun's sense of belonging to the Zhou family grew exponentially, driving him to desire the betterment of the Zhou family with all his heart. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, another 3 months had passed. During these 3 months, Zhou Chun made 2 more trips to the underground river, delivering more than 10 strange fish carcasses for research to Uncle 14, Zhou Jiawei. After numerous experiments, Zhou Jiawei finally concocted what he named the Touch of Despair antidote. Touch of Despair, just like its name suggests, brings despair upon contact. This sticky ointment, once it touches the skin, causes an intense itching sensation within just a dozen breaths that makes one wish to dig out the flesh of the affected area and throw it away. If there is no antidote, this itching effect would last for a very long time, with little relief, no matter how one tries to wash it off. It has been verified in experiments that as long as a demon beast is exposed to this poison, its combat ability would drop significantly. The sensation of itching would greatly distract it, preventing it from focusing and continuing the fight. After witnessing the effects of the Touch of Despair firsthand, Zhou Chun immediately took 30 doses of the poison and 10 doses of the antidote back to the marketplace and urged Zhou Jiawei to use the existing materials to continue the mass production of this poison. He then quickly launched this new product, vigorously promoting it to the cultivators shopping in store. The result was as he expected. Every cultivator who used Touch of Despair sang its praises, and the repurchase rate was 100%. Furthermore, Zhou Chun specially spent spirit coins to hire some loose cultivators to advertise all over the marketplace. Within 2 months, the reputation of Touch of Despair soared that a large number of cultivators came to buy it, immediately selling out the poison and consequently increasing the sales of other beast repellent and insect repellent medicines in the store as well. This was exactly the purpose of Zhou Chun wanting to develop new products. He was well aware that, when it came to pricing, the products of Spirit Beast Restaurant and Spirit Beast Pavilion were similar. The reason the turnover of Spirit Beast Restaurant plummeted after the opening of Spirit Beast Pavilion was solely because the pavilion drew customers away with its special products as customers. Since the prices of the same type of products were almost the same in both stores, they would naturally buy from whichever store they went to if they had a need. And since visiting the Spirit Beast Pavilion offered the chance of purchasing special products not available at Spirit Beast Restaurant, it naturally was the preferred choice. Now, with the emergence of Touch of Despair, a large number of customers came to Spirit Beast Restaurant, and the situation naturally changed. Meanwhile, when Zhou Daoist learned of the store's surge in turnover due to Touch of Despair, he quickly decided to support Zhou Jiaowei in ramping up production. Thus, Elder Zhou Daoquan personally took action, taking Zhou Jiaowei with him to the underground river to capture more than 20 strange fish and bring them back to the Zhou family, raising them in several ponds within the family estate to see if they could be bred in captivity. Zhou Jiaowei was also frequently sent to the underground river to capture strange fish and obtain their mucus. While Zhou Jiaxing and Zhou Chun were delighted with the substantial increase in the store's income, the shopkeeper of their competitor, Spirit Beast Pavilion, was agitated and furious at the sudden drop in his store's income. Master Uncle Yu, with your discernment, you must know that our store's income has fallen almost by a fifth compared to last month. The reason, as you may know, is due to Spirit Beast Restaurant's new product, which has greatly reduced the number of customers coming to our store. And this is just the beginning, that if we can't find a way to change this situation, or increase the distribution of special spiritual objects like spirit honey and spirit milk, I'm afraid the store's income will continue to decrease. In the Spirit Beast Pavilion, as he faced the foundation establishment cultivator Yu Daguang who had come to collect this month's store revenue, the shopkeeper Luo Guangxuan spoke with a face full of worries. Regarding that new product from Spirit Beast Restaurant, I have indeed heard about it. Zhou Jiaowei, that rascal, seems to have some ability to come up with such a remarkable medicine after the death of Zhou Mingshan. However, what you were saying about increasing the distribution of spirit honey and spirit milk, that's absolutely impossible. In fact, the distribution of these items will only become more scarce over time. After all, these items are important resources for our sect to exchange with other powers for some special resources. Using them to earn spirit coins is a total waste of their value. Yu Daguang said this. Seeing Luo Guangxuan's expression becoming even more distressed, he then quickly changed the subject, continuing to say, however, you don't need to worry too much, nephew Luo. Zhou Jiaowei's little capability won't trouble senior brother Du. It won't be long before senior brother Du can analyze the formula of that poison and then produce a replica. Hearing this, Luo Guangxuan's troubled expression faded significantly, and he excitedly responded, then I can rest assured that if we can also sell that poison, we will definitely be able to bring the customers back. Seeing this, Yu Daguang nodded in satisfaction and said, so, nephew Luo, just continue managing the shop without worry. The sect will certainly not forget your contributions. The massive sales of the Poison Touch of Despair had not only greatly pleased Zhou Jiaxing and Zhou Chun, but also benefited Zhou Jiaowei, who was extremely delighted as well, because the source of the mucus needed to be kept absolutely secret, and Zhou Jiahe, as the peak master of Baoji Peak, was a more conspicuous target, the task of frequently going to the underground river to capture the poison thorn catfish and collect its mucus was handed over to her. The poison thorn catfish was the name Zhou Chun had given to that strange fish demon beast, which for the moment only those in the know were aware of, and every time Zhou Jiaowei went to collect the mucus, she was able to earn a good amount of family merit rewards. How could she not hope for the Touch of Despair to continue selling well? It was precisely because she deeply understood the importance of keeping secrets that Zhou Jiaowei was extremely cautious every time she left the clan. For example, when she and Zhou Chun first went to that underground river, they rode the large-horned green sheep raised by the clan. But now, she had chosen to ride an ordinary horse instead. The reason for doing so was naturally that the large-horned green sheep was too distinctive and could easily be tracked. With the ordinary horse, she would abandon it halfway through the journey and find a new one to replace it, after switching horses twice along the way. Zhou Jiaowei deliberately made a detour to a large river before reaching the mountains where the underground river was located and submerged on a spiral water turtle into the river. She swam underwater for dozens of miles before resurfacing. Even so, after Zhou Jiaowei emerged from the water, she did not dare to relax her vigilance, but instead waved her large sleeves and released 5 fist-sized brown birds from inside. She used ventriloquism to command the brown birds, who took cover in the treetops alongside but where she had passed, keeping watch behind her. This was her last line of defense. If no anomalies were discovered after all that, she would head straight for the underground river. However, what she did not expect was that less than 10 miles after she had set off, One of the brown birds came flying toward her in sheer panic, chirping and screeching incessantly to warn her. Someone was following her. Zhou Jiahui's face changed, and she quickly reached to her waist to tap her storage pouch, pulling out a blue silk handkerchief and throwing it in front of her, then stepping onto it. Mounting the flying artifact in midair, Zhou Jiahui quickly noticed an anomaly in a certain forest behind her and swiftly flew toward that spot. Meanwhile, the tracker, now aware that his whereabouts had been exposed, also urgently ascended into the air, commandeering a silver-long ruler to accelerate his escape. Seeing his speed of flight, it was clear that he was much faster than Zhou Jiahui. This indicated that regardless of his cultivation level or the flying artifact under his feet, both were stronger than Zhou Jiahui's. But with such cultivation level and such an artifact, why did he flee upon seeing her? A flash of confusion crossed Zhou Jiahui's mind. Then, as if thinking of something, she rapidly grew pale and focused intensely on the figure's silhouette. After staring at that figure's silhouette for a while and recalling the people she had been in contact with before leaving the clan, an image slowly began to overlap considerably with that silhouette. And upon realizing the identity of that person, a surge of uncontrollable rage instantly filled her heart, prompting her to roar out loud on the spot. Zhou Zhengkong, you stop right there. As if struck by a body immobilization spell, the moment Zhou Jiahui's voice fell, the figure that had been fleeing at high speed trembled, its velocity rapidly decreasing until it came to a halt in midair. That figure made a turn in midair, presenting a front that wore a wolf head mask to Zhou Jiahui's eyes. He then raised his hand to lift the mask, revealing an impressively stern face. Looking at that all-too-familiar face, Zhou Jiahui's rage burned even hotter. Zhou Zhengkong, are you still a descendant of the Zhou family? She bellowed in grief and anger. Why have you been secretly following me? What on earth are you trying to do? But faced with her furious interrogation, Zhou Zhengkong merely looked at her expressionlessly and calmly said, You already know why I followed you. 19th aunt, don't you? He also sighed softly. It's just that old ginger is indeed hotter. I was so careful, and yet could not deceive you after all. Why? Why do this? The clan has been so good to you. Why would you betray your own family? Zhou Jiahui's continued questioning was full of anger, but she still found it difficult to accept this cruel reality. Her questioning seemed to hit a sore spot for Zhou Zhengkong. His previously calm face suddenly twitched slightly. Then he twisted his face in anger and bellowed at Zhou Jiahui. I want to know why too. Why is it not permitted for me to simply wish to join the Green Lotus Temple? Don't I even have the right to choose my own path? Why must I be trapped within the stagnant pond of the Zhou family? Just for that reason, you'd betray the clan? Zhou Jiahui's face, which was once filled with the color of grief and anger, gradually faded, revealing an expression of immense disappointment. Looking at Zhou Zhengkong with a face full of disappointment, she couldn't help but shake her head and sigh. Far from it. You are nothing compared to Zheng Chun. She remembered how Zhou Chun had the ability to enter the Green Lotus Temple, yet still chose to stay with the Zhou family to serve the clan. At that moment, Zhou Jiahui found Zhou Zhengkong extremely disgusting, to the point of making her want to vomit. Even now, she somewhat resented the clan leader Zhou Daoi and the supreme elder Zhou Mingde, not understanding how the always wise duo could have misjudged such a selfish person like Zhou Zhengkong. Could this be the case where even the wise can sometimes fail to see the truth? The sudden change in Zhou Jiahui's expression and words also considerably furrowed Zhou Zhengkong's brows. Without delay, he frowned and coldly said, Zheng Chun, you mean that guy working as a clerk in the marketplace shop? What is he? He's worthy of being compared to me. From his words, it was not difficult to see that even though Zhou Chun had made a name for himself and the family over the past few years, rising in status, he still was not seen as anything significant in Zhou Zhengkong's eyes. From the bottom of his heart, he never treated Zhou Chun, a clan brother, as an important figure, or rather, he had never regarded any of his peers in the clan in his eyes. But Zhou Jiahui, already beyond disgusted with him, did not hide her scorn as she coldly laughed in response. I really shouldn't have compared Zheng Chun with you, because a creature like you, who betrays his own kind, doesn't deserve it. She practically shouted the words betrays his own kind, and with Zhou Zhengkong's pride, how could he accept such humiliation? He immediately gave her an icy look and coldly said, Enough, shut your mouth. How could Zhou Jiahui shut her mouth? Seeing him so furiously embarrassed, she felt an immense sense of satisfaction and couldn't help but sneer incessantly. What's the matter? You dare to betray but can't own up to it. No one's allowed to speak of it. You wretch, I told you to shut up. Zhou Zhengkong roared. not even using the respectful term 19th aunt anymore. And in the middle of his roaring, he had already reached for the storage pouch at his waist and summoned a red flying sword that shot towards Zhou Jiahui. You dare to raise your hand against me? With an exclamation, Zhou Jiahui hurriedly brought out a black turtle shell magic artifact to block the red flying sword, and then looked at Zhou Zhangkong with a face full of disbelief. Zhou Zhangkong was seething with anger as he bellowed, "Old hag, I will kill you today." He seemed even angrier than Zhou Jiahui. He repeatedly tapped his storage pouch, quickly summoning several magic artifacts, some for defense and others for attack. And the wealthy Zhou Zhangkong, without any reluctance, started to launch talisman after talisman towards Zhou Jiahui. Each one a high-grade, first-level talisman that it was only because Zhou Jiahui had lived several decades longer than him and had her own accumulation that she didn't immediately fall to his fierce onslaught. But facing his aggressive assault, Zhou Jiahui quickly found herself at a disadvantage, her situation forcing her to descend to the ground. She thought that once she landed, she could summon her spiral water turtle to regain some advantage. But she had forgotten that Zhou Zhangkong also had spirit pets, and not just any, but 2 first-grade red flame wolves. The result was that upon landing, her disadvantage became even more apparent, and she found herself with no chance to escape. Zhou Zhangkong, for your crimes of murdering your kin, you will sooner or later face retribution. The clan leader and others will definitely see through your vile ambitions and avenge me. In the woods, Zhou Jiahui gripped the sword, piercing her heart tightly with both hands, blood spilling from the corners of her mouth as she stared deathly at Zhou Zhangkong's face, issuing her final curse. Then her head tilted, and she took her last breath, collapsing into a pool of blood. Looking at the corpse of Zhou Jiahui, dead with eyes wide open, Zhou Zhangkong felt a mixture of fear and rage recalling her last words. After a moment of his complexion changing unpredictably, he suddenly spat and cursed, "Bah, the old thief still tries to haunt me in death. Well, don't blame me then." He quickly gathered Zhou Jiahui's belongings. Then, with a cold expression, he gave a command to the 2 red flame wolves that in an instant. The 2 red flame wolves, with green gleams in their eyes, pounced on Zhou Jiahui's corpse and started tearing and gnawing at it voraciously. After he allowed the red flame wolves to finish off Zhou Jiahui's corpse, leaving not even her clothes behind, Zhou Zhangkong carefully erased every trace from the ground that in the end. He still wore a cold smile as he dug a small black insect resembling a mole cricket out from deep within the earth and burned it to ashes with fire. Zhou Jiahui is dead, but this news won't be known to anyone for the time being. Zhou Zhangkong was very confident in himself, confident that no one could possibly find any evidence. What disappointed him was that he couldn't find the habitat of the strange fish that produced the mucus, although he suspected it should be in the deep mountains near where Zhou Jiahui died. After repeatedly cleaning the site and the battlefield several times, he left the mountain range and headed straight for Hongyang Marketplace. Soon after, Zhou Zhangkong arrived at Hongyang Marketplace with a disguised identity, and in a private room at a tea house within the marketplace, he handed over Zhou Jiahui's belongings to Yu Daguang, a Foundation establishment cultivator from Spirit Beast Manor who was waiting there. In any case, that's the situation. Although I didn't find the habitat of that strange fish, I'm certain it's within that mountain range. Whether you hire loose cultivators to search slowly or send your own people, with more time, you're sure to find a place. In the private room, Zhou Zhangkong finished reporting his findings in one breath, then picked up the teapot on the table and poured himself a cup of spiritual tea, consuming it in one gulp before showing a satisfied expression on his face that he couldn't help but murmur softly, "This is the taste. Ever since I arrived in Jingwa country, I've rarely had the chance to taste this honey flower tea." Hearing his words, a gleam of something different flashed in Yu Daguang's eyes, and he immediately chuckled. "If you like it, nephew, I'll give you the rest of the tea pills I have here to enjoy at your leisure. Then I won't be polite with you, Master Uncle Yu." Zhou Zhangkong's eyes lit up, and he immediately took the jade bottle containing the tea pills from the table and played with it in his hands. This honey flower tea pill was a special spiritual tea produced by the Sanju sect's Zhou family, made from the leaves of the spirit tea tree, the pollen of several spirit flowers, and the honey of the jade spirit bee. Not only did it taste exquisite, but it could also slightly enhance the mana and increase divine sense strength. Zhou Zhangkong used to drink this kind of spiritual tea quite frequently when he was still at the Sanju sect. But after arriving in Jingwa country, as the Sanju sect was disbanded, important resources like the Jade Spirit Bee were taken over by Spirit Beast Manor. This spiritual tea then became a rarity within the Zhou family. with only a few people having a little stock, and they were absolutely unwilling to consume it regularly. However, a mere half bottle of honey flower tea couldn't satisfy Zhou Zhengkong's appetite. After toying with the jade bottle, he placed it into his storage pouch and then looked at Yu Deguang and said, "Now that I have done what you asked me to do, even killing Zhou Jiahui, can you see my dedication? When will you give me the foundation establishment pill you talked about?" Hearing his words, Yu Daguang lifted his teacup and took a gentle sip of tea before smiling lightly. "Don't be hasty, nephew. As far as I know, the foundation establishment pill that the Li family is preparing to refine will be finished soon. With the resources the Zhou family has put in this time, you should get at least 2 or 3 pills. Given your status within the Zhou family, couldn't you get one for yourself? If you manage to achieve foundation establishment in the Zhou family, they will surely reward you generously. Then come to our Spirit Beast Manor again, and we can exchange the promised foundation establishment pill for other equivalent resources. Wouldn't that be even better?" This sounded reasonable, but Zhou Zhengkong's expression darkened abruptly. He looked at Yu Deguang with an ugly expression and said, "Don't try to feed me fantasies. I just want to ask you this. Do you think that after I killed Zhou Jiahui, I have no other path to take and must be at your beck and call?" Yu Deguang was taken aback by his confrontation. Not expecting him to bring up such a matter directly, he was momentarily at a loss for words, not knowing how to respond. Seeing that he remained silent, Zhou Zhengkong's expression grew even uglier. "No, no, no. You've misunderstood me, nephew. I had no such intention." Noticing Zhou Zhengkong's increasingly displeased expression, Yu Daguang finally came to his senses and waved his hand to show there was a misunderstanding. Then, with a sincere face, he looked at Zhou Zhengkong and explained, "It's just that I really didn't bring the foundation establishment pill with me, and I'm afraid I need to consult with Master Uncle Xiao to get it." After speaking, he even placed his hand reassuringly on Zhou Zhengkong's shoulder, saying earnestly, "Above all, you must believe in our sincerity and in Master Uncle Zhao's regard for you. Believe in your own worth. We would never give up on such an outstanding talent like you." Hearing his explanation and flattery, Zhou Zhengkong's expression seemed gradually to improve. He had always been proud and confident, and even within the Sanjia sect, he was among the most talented and gifted of the younger generation. Therefore, he was confident that no matter where he went, he would shine and attract attention. The flattery from Yu Deguang was precisely scratching his itch. How could it not please and satisfy him? The only reason he was still putting on a stern face was to avoid giving Yu Deguang the impression that he was easy to bully. In addition to having some difficulty swallowing his pride tea that moment, he coldly huffed, "Humph. I hope you keep your word, or else don't blame me for turning on you." Yu Deguang, understanding his mindset on hearing this, nodded again and again. "Certainly, certainly, nephew. You just return to the Zhou family and wait patiently for the good news from me." Having finished speaking, he stretched out his hand to slap his storage pouch at his waist and took out a purse filled with a large number of spirit coins, placing it directly in front of Zhou Zhengkong. Wearing a smile, he said, "There are over 800 spirit coins in here. Consider it an advance payment to my worthy nephew. Once I've dealt with the relics of Zhou Jiahui, I will make up the remaining spirit coins to my worthy nephew. What do you think?" Upon hearing his words, a flash of joy flickered in Zhou Zhengkong's eyes. Then he immediately grabbed the purse, waited, and soon his expression completely softened as he nodded to him and said, "That's more like it." Then he put the purse into his storage pouch, picked up the teapot, and guzzled the remaining tea in one go before he patted his sleeve, stood up, and said, "Then I'll be heading back first. Remember to handle things efficiently, and don't make me wait too long." Seeing this, Yu Deguang immediately stood up with a smile on his face and said, of course, my worthy nephew. Please take your time." After seeing Zhou Zhengkong off from the private room and closing the door, looking at the completely emptied teapot, his expression turned an instant, and with a look of disgust, he coldly snorted and flicked his sleeve. "Humph, what a thing, a fool who betrays his own kin, and he even dreams of using our Spirit Beast Manor's foundation establishment pill to establish his foundation. Does he really think Master Uncle Xiao, a mighty purple mansion cultivator, would take a liking to such a fool?" It was not difficult to tell from his words that his previous conversation and promises to Zhou Zhengkong were nothing but flattery. In fact, he had never esteemed Zhou Zhengkong from the bottom of his heart and was full of disdain and contempt. After secretly cursing Zhou Zhengkong for a while, he seemed to remember something and couldn't help but reveal a contemplative expression, murmuring to himself, "But that Zhou Zhengchun, although his aptitude falls short. If the information from the Zhou family is all true, this child is indeed worth winning over. If he could be of use to me, then our Spirit Beast Manor would have another talent to employ." Zhou Zhangkong naturally had no idea how little he was regarded in Yudeguang's heart. After leaving the tea house, he had intended to go straight back to his clan. However, when he passed by the nearby Spirit Beast restaurant and saw the words Spirit Beast Restaurant on the banner from afar, the phrase Zhou Jiahui had said, "You're far inferior to Zhengchun," suddenly sprang to his mind. His face turned cold in an instant, and he changed his course towards the inside of the shop. Welcome, esteemed guest. Inside the Spirit Beast restaurant, upon hearing the footsteps from outside, Zhou Chun reflexively put on a smile, ready to greet the incoming guest. But when he saw who it was, his greeting halted. "So it's seventh brother. I pay my respects as seventh brother," said Zhou Chun after pausing a moment, quickly saluting Zhou Zhengkong with a bow as he greeted him. Ignoring his greeting, Zhou Zhengkong coldly stared at him and questioned, "You're supposed to be a core clan member of our Zhou family. Should you really be groveling to every loose cultivator that comes in? Doesn't that demean yourself and degrade your status?" "This guy must be an idiot." Zhou Chun looked at Zhou Zhengkong with a bewildered face, never expecting the other party to say such a thing to In fact, Zhou Zhengkong understood the principle of kindness in business quite well, but he had harbored a deep prejudice against Zhou Chun from the start and had come specifically to pick fault with him. Moreover, he had Zhou Jiahui's words, "You're far inferior to Zheng Chun," echoing in his heart. Under these circumstances, upon seeing Zhou Chun's submissive demeanor, it was inevitable for him to feel angered and undervalued on his own behalf. Whether he would admit it or not, Zhou Jiahui's words, "You're far inferior to Zheng Chun," truly bothered and upset him. Luckily, it was not only Zhou Chun in the store. Zhou Jiaxing, the shopkeeper, was also present. Seeing Zhou Chun standing there, dumbstruck by Zhou Zhengkong's words, Zhou Jiaxing hurried over, worried that a conflict would arise in the store, and said, "We're all family, Zhengkong. How could you say such things about Zheng Chun? If there's been some misunderstanding, come speak with me in the backyard first." With that, he patted Zhou Chun's shoulder, signaling him to hold his temper and not to quarrel with Zhou Zhengkong in the store. Zhou Jiaxing also reached out to pull Zhou Zhengkong, intending to drag him to the backyard for a scolding. However, Zhou Zhengkong simply sidestepped, avoiding the outstretched hand, and said indifferently, "No need. I'm in a hurry to get back to the family and don't have time for your nonsense." With that, he disregarded Zhou Jiaxing's displeased look, flung his sleeves, and turned to leave the store in the past. Even if Zhou Zhengkong did not hold much respect for these so-called elders in his heart, he would not have shown it so plainly. But now, having personally killed an elder like Zhou Jiahui, he felt a sense of superiority toward these so-called elders, believing that he completely had power over their life and death. Secondly, having decided to leave the Zhou family, he saw no need to humble himself to gain favor from these elders for a long-term future with the Zhou family. Thirdly, Zhou Jiaxing's obvious protection of Zhou Chun just now had irked him, leading him to automatically lump Zhou Jiaxing in with Zhou Jiahui's ilk, feeling that Zhou Jiaxing also favored Zhou Chun over him. All these reasons had led to the current scene. Watching Zhou Zhengkong's unhesitating departure, Zhou Jiaxing's face darkened terribly. He nearly gnashed his teeth and muttered fiercely, "Disrespectful to elders, slandering a clan member. I will personally write to the clan leader about this and make a serious complaint against him. He must personally apologize to me and to you, Zheng Chun." Having said that, he noticed that Zhou Chun had remained silent the whole time and thought Zhou Chun was so angry that he was at a loss for words. He hurriedly comforted Zhou Chun again. "Zheng Chun, don't take it to heart. That boy has been arrogant and conceited not just for a day or two. Maybe he's grown jealous and come to pick a fight after hearing the clan leader and others praise you so often. You mustn't fall for his tricks." At these words, Zhou Chun immediately shook his head, speaking calmly, "Uncle, I'm fine. Don't worry about me, that I won't quibble over these things with him." Then, with a tone of puzzlement, he added, "But if he has any grievances against me, Uncle, the reason you mentioned could explain it. However, why wouldn't he even show you, Uncle, any respect? Isn't this just making trouble for himself openly?" Zhou Jiaxing's expression changed when he heard this, and a look of confusion appeared in his eyes. Zhou Chun was right. Zhou Jiaxing couldn't think of any reason why Zhou Zhengkong would have an issue with him either in the past. When Zhou Zhengkong saw him, he at least superficially maintained all proprieties. It was impossible for him to act as rudely and impudently as he had today. But soon, as if he had come to a realization, his expression suddenly turned cold, and he said with a hint of annoyance, "I think I know why now that it must be because he knows he's about to succeed in Foundation establishment, so he reveals his true colors without hiding anymore. What a wolf-hearted villain hiding behind a gentle facade." By the end, Zhou Jiaxing himself ended up cursing out of anger. Zhou Zhenkong was about to succeed in Foundation establishment. Zhou Chun was slightly taken aback when he heard Zhou Jiaxing's words. He immediately started inquiring about the details. He was only aware that Zhou Zhenkong had broken through to the 12th layer of the Qi refinement realm 6 months ago, but had never thought that the other party would so swiftly attempt Foundation establishment. Confronted with Zhou Chun's questioning, Zhou Jiaxing hesitated for a moment before nodding. Zheng Chun, you are also a core clan member of the Zhou family, so I shall not hide it from you. Just make sure not to disclose this to anyone else. Don't worry, uncle. I will definitely keep it to myself. Zhou Chun promptly assured him with due seriousness. And so, Zhou Jiaxing revealed the cooperation between the Zhou family and the Leaf family in making the Foundation establishment pill. Originally, the reason the Zhou family had used performances of kindness instead of distributing spirit coins as welfare to clan members when they first settled in Jiufeng Ridge was that they had pooled their spirit coins within the family to tackle several major affairs. One of those affairs was to purchase spiritual medicines required for the alchemy of the Foundation establishment pill and to collaborate with the Leaf family in its creation. Now, after years of preparation, all the necessary spiritual medicines had been procured, and the Leaf family had conveniently started the alchemy process. This matter was known only to the Zhou family's clan leader, elders, and a few older individuals with deeper seniority like Zhou Jiaxing. Upon hearing Zhou Jiaxing's revelation, Zhou Chun was filled with a sense of surging emotions and couldn't help but entertain some thoughts about the still-to-be-formed Foundation establishment pill. Alas, he also knew that even if clan leader Zhou Daoist was willing to advocate for him and give him a Foundation establishment pill, his current 9th layer Qi refinement cultivation level was simply not enough to make use of it.so. This batch of Foundation establishment pills was destined to be unrelated to him. After revealing this secret, Zhou Jiaxing said through gritted teeth, "That boy Zhou Zhenkong is one of the family's candidates for Foundation establishment, and he is definitely going to be allocated some. With his high-grade spirit root aptitude, it's likely he'll succeed with just one pill, and that's why he's so full of himself now." But is that really the case? Zhou Chun felt that something didn't add up when he heard this. Even if Zhou Zhenkong did succeed in Foundation establishment in the future and became an elder of the Zhou family, he would still be a generation younger than Zhou Jiaxing and should reasonably show some respect when they met. After all, respecting elders was a family rule personally established by the Supreme Elder, Zhou Mingde. Zhou Zhenkong had no reason not to maintain at least that much of a facade, giving others no cause to criticize him. Besides, he hadn't succeeded in Foundation establishment yet. Had he? Wasn't he afraid that today's incident might lead clan leader Zhou Daoist to rescind his opportunity for the Foundation establishment pill? This doubt lingered in Zhou Chun's mind, but he chose not to voice it to Zhou Jiaxing, because Zhou Jiaxing's current attitude was undoubtedly more favorable to him. Jiufeng Ridge, White Orchid Peak. White Orchid Peak, another of the 9 peaks, was where Zhou Jiahui's home was located. Unlike Zhou Jiahe, who had never married or had children, Zhou Jiahui had a Daoist partner and children. Her Daoist partner, Xianxia, was originally a disciple of the Sanju sect, and after the sect split, he chose not to join the Spirit Beast Manor, but remained with the Zhou family too. Accompany her to Jiufeng Ridge. 7 days had passed since Zhou Jiahui had left Jiufeng Ridge, and her Daoist partner, Xianxia, began to grow anxious as she had not yet returned. It's already been 7 days. Why hasn't Jiahui come back? Isn't it always enough to go out for 5 days? In the room, Xianxia, whose hair was already streaked with white, paced back and forth with a worried expression, feeling very uneasy. After much hesitation, he couldn't shake off the worry in his heart and took the initiative to visit Pagoda Peak to see the clan leader Zhou Daoist to ask about the situation, Zhou Jiahui's Daoist partner. Although he did not know why Zhou Jiahui had left the family, he knew that she had been tasked by the clan leader Zhou Daoist, seeing that his partner had been away for many days without returning. He could only go to clan leader Zhou Daoist to find out more details. What? Jiahui has been out for 7 days and hasn't returned. Inside the Central Peace Hall, Zhou Daoist was also shocked after hearing from Xianxia that Zhou Jiahui had not returned home in 7 days. Then, with a flash of concern in his eyes, he nodded to Xianxia and said, "This matter has come to my attention that I will arrange for an investigation immediately. You go back home and wait for news." Upon hearing these words, Xianxia immediately bowed deeply to Zhou Daoist and said, "Then I'll leave it in the hands of the clan leader." After sending away Xianxia, Zhou Daoist thought for a moment and then summoned Zhou Jia, the peak master of Baoji Peak, and ordered in a grave tone, Zhou went to the underground river to collect poison thornfish mucus, and she has not returned for 7 days. I am worried something has happened to her. Go immediately to Hongyang Marketplace. Take Xianxia with you, and investigate the underground river to see if she's been there. Hearing this, Zhou Jiahe was instantly alarmed, and concern for her cousin appeared on her face. She immediately responded with a serious tone. Yes, Junior will follow the clan leader's orders meticulously. Without a moment's delay, she then took 2 large-horned green sheep and hurried to Hongyang Marketplace. What? Cousin 19 hasn't returned for 7 days. Inside the Spirit Beast restaurant, Zhou Chun was also startled upon learning of this matter from Zhou Jiahe, who had just arrived. Without any hesitation, he immediately nodded and said, "All right, I will accompany you, Cousin 13, right away." Thus, the cousin pair quickly left the marketplace, and at a certain place outside the Hongyan mountain range, they switched to the large-horned green sheep that Zhou Jia had brought and headed straight for the underground river together, of course. Though they were in a hurry, they did not let down their guard and used various methods to detect if anyone was following them. After reaching the outskirts of that mountain range, the two hid the large-horned green sheep in a cave where Luo Guangshuan had once stored his horses, then proceeded on foot towards that pond. It wasn't long before they arrived at the edge of the pond. There are no recently left traces. Cousin 19 definitely hasn't been here in the past 7 days. On the edge of the pond, after Zhou Jia scanned the pebbled beach inch by inch with her divine sense, she spoke with an ugly expression, recounting her own investigation, for safety's sake, and also following Luo Guangshuan's previous example. Under Zhou Chun's suggestion, Zhou Jiahui never ventured deep into the underground river whenever she came alone to the pond to catch poison thorn fish and collect their mucus, using only bait to attract them. If she had recently caught poison thornfish at the pond, even if she cleaned up the site before leaving, there would definitely be some traces left behind. Moreover, the most important point was that after each visit by Zhou Jiahui, she would leave a scratch mark on an inconspicuous stone by the pond to prove she had been there. Now Zhou Jiahe did not find the scratch mark that Zhou Jiahui was supposed to have left on that stone this time. It seems that Cousin 19 encountered some misfortune on her way here. Zhou Chun spoke in a low voice, expressing his own judgment with a very heavy tone. 7 days had passed, yet Zhou Jiahui had not even reached the pond. If she really met with an accident, the chances of misfortune were far greater than those of luck. Ever since Cousin was assigned this specific task by the clan leader, she was granted a heart-linking grub. If she really encountered misfortune, as long as she wasn't instantly killed, she would be able to leave behind a heart-linking grub as a marker, said Zhou Jia. Upon reaching this point in her thoughts, she then said to Zhou Chun, "Let's head back to the family immediately and ask the clan leader to use the mother grub of the heart-linking grub to locate Cousin 19's whereabouts." "All right, let's do that." Zhou Chun nodded, and the two promptly returned to the cave where they had left the large-horned green sheep, not caring that the animals had not yet properly rested. They fed them a strong medicine to stimulate their life potential, causing them to speed all the way. After traveling most of the distance, having run the two large-horned green sheep to death, Zhou Chun and Zhou Jiahe, the nephew and aunt duo, then directly used a flying artifact to cover the remaining distance, rushing back to Jufeng Ridge as quickly as possible. "All right, I understand the situation. You two rest well. I will have Elder 3 take the mother grub of the heart-linking grub personally for this task." Inside the central peace hall, after hearing the urgent report from Zhou Chun and Zhou Jiahe, who had rushed back, Zhou Daoi's expression grew solemn, and he swiftly made his response. Zhou Chun and Zhou Jiahe were truly exhausted in body and mind, and upon hearing the words, immediately returned to their residence on Baoji Peak to rest. After resting for half a day, Zhou Chun got out of bed with a heavy heart. The disappearance of Zhou Jiahui at this critical juncture was exceedingly delicate. Currently, Spirit Beast Restaurant had just revived its business with the big sales of Touch of Despair. If at this time the production of Touch of Despair encountered any issues, that would be a serious problem. Moreover, Zhou Chun was even more concerned about another issue. If Zhou Jiahui had truly met with an accident, could the location of the underground river possibly become known to outsiders? With such a heavy heart, he couldn't sit still and went to 100 Medicine's Peak. Though the formula for Touch of Despair powder is complex, this powder, after all, is not an elixir and doesn't present any alchemy technical difficulties. If there were a cultivator skilled in pharmacology who knew all the ingredients and conducted a meticulous analysis, I wouldn't dare to guarantee that the formula couldn't be reverse engineered. Therefore, if we do not want this poison to be replicated by outsiders, we must strictly control the leakage of the poison thornfish's mucus. Without this mucus, even if outsiders could reverse engineer the powder formula, it would be useless. Atop Hunter Medicine's peak, facing Zhou Chun's inquiry, Zhou Jiaowei spoke frankly about his own view. This response inevitably made Zhou Chun's mood even heavier. What the third family elder, Zhou Daoquan, said upon returning from outside made the few Zhou family members who were in the know look even worse. I ran around 4 times with the heart-linking grub's mother grub, changing routes each time, and didn't get even the slightest response. From this, it could be concluded that the heart-linking grub's offspring on Jiaowei's person is either dead or has been taken far away. In the central peace hall, several informed Zhou family clan's members gathered to listen to family elder Zhou Daoquan recount his recent outside experiences. The heart-linking grub is a special insect bred by the Zhou family, capable of sensing and pinpointing the location of its offspring even over 100 miles away. Therefore, every core clan member of the Zhou family, as well as some elite clan members who receive special attention, carry with them the offspring of a heart-linking grub, hidden in their shoe soles or trouser pockets that, in this way, should they encounter life-threatening danger while outside, they can allow the heart-linking grub's offspring to burrow deep underground, enabling the family to later find the location of their demise and pursue the culprits for retribution. Hearing that Zhou Daoquan had gone out several times with the heart-linking grub's mother grub and failed to locate the offspring carried by Zhou Jiaowei, all the Zhou family cultivators present recognized the seriousness of the situation. Simultaneously, the gazes of Zhou Chun and others turned towards the clan leader Zhou Daoyi, waiting for his statement. The heart-linking grub is a special spirit insect that our Zhou family bred anew after establishing roots in Jiufeng Ridge. Its existence is unknown even to the ordinary clan members of our Zhou family. The IT also does not possess any mana, making it unlikely to be discovered by enemies. And even if Jiaowei were captured alive, she would know to leave the heart-linking grub behind for the family to locate her. She wouldn't be foolish enough to let the enemy take her away along with the heart-linking grub. So we have reason to believe that Jiaowei has not only been killed, but that the heart-linking grub she was carrying might have been discovered and destroyed by someone. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Zhou Daoyi slowly expressed his view. Upon hearing this, Zhou Daoquan immediately raised his eyebrows and said in a heavy tone, "Does the clan leader believe there is someone in our family who disclosed the existence of the heart-linking grub? Someone colluded with outsiders to harm Jiaowei? We cannot dismiss this possibility." Zhou Daoyi nodded with a somber expression. The 19th sister was out collecting poison thornfish mucus when she was harmed. If outsiders harmed her, it must have been for the sake of the poison thornfish's mucus that in this case. Doesn't that make spirit beast manner the most suspicious? Zhou Jia said this through gritted teeth. That would make sense. Only they would be most likely to learn of the existence of the heart-linking grub from the traders within our family. Her speculation was indeed logical and plausible. But as the clan leader, Zhou Daoyi couldn't just make such a definitive assertion based on mere speculation. He quickly waved his hand and said, "We can't make hasty decisions like that. Perhaps there is no traitor, and Jiaowei simply encountered a powerful enemy who ambushed her without giving her any chance to prepare, resulting in her being killed or captured." Having said that, he spoke in a more serious tone. The most urgent task now is to find the actual location where Jiaowei ran into trouble. That be why investigating the scene of the incident, we can determine the truth of what happened. However, just as he finished speaking and was about to arrange for people to thoroughly search for the location of Zhou Jiaowei's incident, Zhou Chun, who had been silent up to this point, suddenly spoke up. Suppose, and I mean just suppose, if 13's speculation is correct and the enemy who harmed 19 did so for the sake of the poison thornfish's mucus, shouldn't he have waited for 19 to lure out the poison thornfish at the pool before making a move? If 19 wasn't targeted for the mucus of the poison thornfish, what kind of powerful enemy would leave her unable to even leave behind a heart-linking grub? Why would such a powerful enemy target 19? Zhou Chun reached this point and, upon seeing that he had captured everyone's attention, continued to say, "If it's the former, since there are no traces of 19 near the pool, it indicates that she met with misfortune on the way there. IT also suggests that she had discovered the enemy tracking her in advance and had ample time to leave a heart-linking grub. And if the enemy knew she was in charge of collecting the mucus and was able to track her accurately, yet she detected them, and afterwards they even managed to destroy the heart-linking grub, then there must be a leak from within the family. If it's the latter, we need to consider what benefits such a powerful enemy would derive from harming 19. What gain is there in doing so? Compared to Zhou Jiahe's conjectures, which were mixed with personal grudges, Zhou Chun's analysis was much more logical and reasonable, and it was devoid of personal bias and preference. As such, it garnered more attention from Zhou Daoyi. the clan leader, and Zhou Daoquan, the elder. Zhou Daoyi pondered briefly before looking up and saying, "Let's discuss the latter possibility that Zheng Chun mentioned. If it's the latter, then the person who harmed Jiahui has only one motive: to create confusion, and to make us direct our hatred towards Spirit Beast Manor. But with just this, we have no evidence, and the Zhou family definitely wouldn't cause trouble with Spirit Beast Manor. If he wants to incite the Zhou family to fight against Spirit Beast Manor, he will certainly continue to stoke the fires with other means." Having reached this point, his expression turned slightly colder as he said in a low voice, "If that's the case, we should remain unchanging in the face of myriad changes and wait for the murderer who harmed Jiahui to reveal himself again." But he also knew that this was unlikely. Therefore, his expression soon changed again, and he spoke with sadness. "If it's the former, then it's truly a misfortune for our family." After listening to his analysis, everyone felt that the actual circumstances were likely one of these two scenarios. Elder Zhou Daoquan also quickly spoke up. "Then we proceed on both fronts. First, we keep Jiahui's disappearance a secret and avoid causing any commotion to see if there's really a mastermind behind this. On the other hand, we should closely monitor and investigate those clan members who are aware of the heart-linking grub to see if we can identify the traitor." This statement was supposed to come from Zhou Daoyi, the clan leader, but Zhou Daoquan, as a family elder, was not out of line in saying it. It was simply a little inappropriate at most, but Zhou Daoyi was clearly not concerned about this detail. He nodded in agreement and responded, "Right, we'll do it that way to AS for Jiahui's spouse and children. I will make sure they are properly instructed." After finishing, his gaze swept over those present in the hall, before finally resting on Zhou Chun. He spoke, "Zheng Chun, you need not return to the marketplace just yet, that I will arrange for someone else to take your place. For now, you will stay in the family and assist me with investigating the traitor within the clan." Upon hearing this, Zhou Daoquan's gaze slightly sharpened as if deep in thought. Zhou Jia showed no particular reaction, still consumed by sorrow. As for Zhou Chun, he was startled at first, but then quickly replied, "Yes, Junior follows your command." Zhou Chun was left within the family clan to assist in the investigation into the potential traitor. Zhou Daoyi clearly had a special intention in doing so. At least in Zhou Daoquan's view, he was intentionally cultivating Zhou Chun's ability to manage the clan members. Therefore, after Zhou Chun and Zhou Jia had left, leaving only the two of them in the hall, he did not hesitate to look at Zhou Daoyi and asked, "Clan leader, are you planning to train Zheng Chun as your successor by having him stay to investigate the traitor?" And faced with such a direct question, Zhou Daoyi didn't hesitate at all before nodding and saying, "Indeed, I am considering something along those lines. But isn't this a bit premature? I'm not saying the kid can't handle it. It's just that he is still too young, and his cultivation is far too lacking. That'd be why pushing him out into the open now. Are you sure it's for his own good?" Zhou Daoquan looked directly at Zhou Daoyi, voicing his concerns openly. However, after hearing this, Zhou Daoyi slightly shook his head and said, "There are advantages in starting early, letting him learn these things sooner, so we can find out whether he is truly capable." After saying this, he waved his hand and added, "I have made my calculations on this matter, rest assured." Seeing this, Zhou Daoquan had no choice but to nod and replied, "All right, since you have it all figured out, I won't say any more." Because the message was kept in strict confidence, the disappearance of Zhou Jiahui did not cause any ripples within the Zhou family of Jiufeng Ridge. Her husband Xianxia and her children had all been consoled and warned by Zhou Daoyi. Despite being overwhelmed with grief, they had to endure the pain outwardly and weep silently at home in order to find the perpetrator, the designated assistant investigator into the traitor. Zhou Chun soon obtained from Zhou Daoyi the records of the core clan members' outings over the past 3 months, as well as the data on their direct relatives up to 3 generations. Then, cross-referencing the information in hand, he began to analyze and investigate each member one by one. In his heart, Zhou Chun also felt that the disappearance of Zhou Jiahui was likely related to Spirit Beast Manor and was probably due to a traitor within the clan. The Zhou family had relocated to Jinghua country for only a few years, and the only real enemies were the now disbanded Qiyun alliance and some loose cultivators. Putting aside those loose cultivators who harbored hatred and sought revenge against the Zhou family, it was very difficult for them to acquire information about Zhou Jiahui leaving the clan. Even if they acquired the information, silently taking out Zhou Jiahui would not be an easy task. Moreover, if those loose cultivators really wanted to take revenge on the Zhou family, they would have no need to choose Spirit Beast Manor as their target for instigation, because the Zhou family, no matter how angry, wouldn't actively seek revenge against Spirit Beast Manor, where a golden core stage cultivator was stationed. Therefore, from start to finish, Zhou Chun always believed that it was Spirit Beast Manor behind Zhou Jiahui's disappearance. Only an entity like Spirit Beast Manor, with its intricate connections to the Zhou family, could more easily learn about the existence of the heart-linking grub and more easily bribe a Zhou family cultivator to provide information. Therefore, at this moment in his investigation, Zhou Chun focused on whether those clan members listed had senior relatives in Spirit Beast Manor. Not only did he base his investigations on written information, but he also made overt and covert visits to some clan members to see if they exhibited a sudden increase in their cultivation level or unexpectedly came into wealth following an outing. After investigating within the clan for more than 10 days, Zhou Chun had interacted with most of the clan members on the list, leaving only a few with special identities for last AT this time. Looking at the last few names on the list, his gaze finally landed on the name of a peer cultivator, none other than Zhou Zhengkong, the Zhou family's foundation establishment seed. Zhou Zhengkong appeared on the list because he happened to have applied for leave on the same day Zhou Jiahui left the clan. Though his status was extraordinary, clan leader Zhou Daoist, being known for his fairness and strictness, naturally would not deliberately omit the record of his outing. Looking at the name Zhou Zhengkong on the list, Zhou Chun couldn't help but mutter to himself, "This lucky fellow. Thanks to the incident with the 19th aunt, I forgot to bring the complaint letter from the 16th uncle. I hope he could be a bit more sensible this time." But would Zhou Zhengkong truly be sensible? Zhou Chun did not believe he would be. Therefore, when he went to visit, he prepared himself sufficiently as a foundation establishment seed of the Zhou family. Zhou Zhengkong resided at the foot of Pagoda Peak, where he usually went to the summit for cultivation. When Zhou Chun arrived at the gate of his residence and activated the exterior formation, Zhou Zhengkong, upon seeing that the visitor was Zhou Chun, immediately revealed a flicker of unnatural expression in his eyes. He had heard about Zhou Chun's inquiries around the clan these past few days to S.O. Upon seeing Zhou Chun visiting, his guilty conscience made him quite startled and angry. Consequently, his tone was naturally very discourteous. "What are you doing here? Is this a place you're supposed to come to?" His nostrils were practically flaring towards the sky, his eyes filled with disdain as he looked at Zhou Chun, as if a master was regarding a servant. Despite having braced himself for the encounter in advance, Zhou Chun was still infuriated by his attitude. His expression immediately turned cold, and he coldly looked at Zhou Zhengkong, saying, "I am following the clan leader's orders to inquire and investigate the matter of your leaving the Zhou family 22 days ago. Please, cooperate with me." Yet to his surprise, Zhou Zhengkong became even more alarmed and angry upon hearing these words. Suddenly, with an agitated expression, he pointed at Zhou Chun and shouted angrily, "What do you mean by this? You want to use the clan leader to press me? Don't you see who I am? Don't you recognize my status?" However, with his prior experiences, Zhou Chun did not find his words surprising at this time. Without yielding an inch, he coldly met his gaze and said, "My meaning is simple. Please cooperate with me to complete the task entrusted by the clan leader." Having said this, he did not wait for Zhou Zhengkong to respond and continued, "If you want to keep making a fuss, I can only assume you have a guilty conscience for resisting the investigation and will truthfully report this matter to the clan leader." "You?" Zhou Zhengkong glared at Zhou Chun, speechless. Indeed, he had a guilty conscience, which was why he so vehemently opposed Zhou Chun's investigation and tried to use abusive language to force Zhou Chun to wisely back off. But he was not completely thoughtless and obviously understood that some things were doable but not sayable. Now that Zhou Chun had put it that way, if he persisted in his reckless behavior, the one to investigate him might very well be the clan leader, Zhou Daoist, compared to Zhou Chun. He obviously had much more reverence for Zhou Daoist. "Fine, you're ruthless. I'll remember this." He scowled at Zhou Chun, threatening him, then waved his hand impatiently and said, "What do you want to ask? Out with it quickly." Little did he expect that by stepping back, Zhou Chun would take even more advantage. With a flash of cold light in his eyes, Zhou Chun looked at him and said directly, "I now suspect that you have betrayed the family and colluded with outsiders to sell family secrets. I suspect your residence may contain illicit items given by outsiders, and I need to search your residence." Of course, Zhou Chun was deliberately looking for an excuse to get back at Zhou Zhengkong. Even Zhou Zhengkong himself could hear that he was being nitpicked. So, he immediately burst out in angry protest. "Bullshit! What evidence do you have to accuse me of betraying the family? Who gave you the authority to slander me like this? To slander a foundation establishment seed of the family? Whether it's slander or not, we'll know once we conduct a search, or is it that you have a guilty conscience, which is why you resist my search?" Zhou Chun's expression remained unchanged as he coldly looked at Zhou Zhenkong and then turned to walk away. As he walked, he casually called back without turning his head. "This is actually better. Let us go up the mountain to see the clan leader and truthfully report the previous matter," asking for his judgment. He had barely taken a few steps when Zhou Zhenkong, with a changing complexion, loudly called out, "Wait! What? Have you changed your mind?" Zhou Chun paused in his tracks, turning around to look at Zhou Zhenkong with a mocking smile as he asked. From Zhou Zhenkong's earlier concession, he knew that there was considerable reverence for clan leader Zhou Daoist. And once a concession is made, it opens the door to countless more. That's exactly why he used this method to humiliate the other party, to avenge the repeated insults he had endured. Zhou Chun had already quite grasped clan leader Zhou Daoist's attitude towards him and knew in his heart that he now had a powerful backer. Therefore, he was not very afraid of Zhou Zhenkong, mainly because his nature was not one to suffer in silence meekly. His tolerance would only surface when there was absolutely no chance of winning. Otherwise, there was no way he could be scolded to his face and remain silent. As a cultivator, one must have integrity. A cultivator who constantly yields will lose their spirit, and when facing the crucial realms where failure could mean death, how could they have the courage to break through? At this moment, facing Zhou Chun's mocking, Zhou Zhenkong couldn't help but turn dark in the face, clenching his teeth tightly. However, having already suffered a setback earlier, he was now forcefully suppressing the rage in his heart and refrained from continuing to argue with Zhou Chun. Grinding his teeth in anger, he said to Zhou Chun, "Fine, I'll let you search, so let's see what you can find." Having said that, he opened the courtyard door and strode inside. Zhou Chun, seeing this, was not about to be polite either. He truly followed suit, striding into the courtyard and then searching through each and every room. Compared to Zhou Chun's rather plain courtyard, Zhou Zhenkong's dwelling was undoubtedly much more luxurious. Every piece of equipment was made from superior materials, and a type of spirit spice that served to repel insects and calm the mind was constantly burning in the bedroom. After searching room by room in this manner, Zhou Chun walked into the study under Zhou Zhenkong's murderous gaze. Then he sat down boldly in the chair next to the desk, took out paper and pen, and laid them on the desk as if interrogating a prisoner. He looked at him and said, "All right, now you can tell me in detail about your recent trip out of the Zhou family, and be truthful about it." Hearing this, Zhou Zhenkong's face twitched uncontrollably, glaring at him as he retorted, "You brat, you're even more arrogant than me. I'll remember this incident today." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun casually responded, "I ask, you answer, and this too will be noted down." These words enraged Zhou Zhenkong even further. But, having conceded so much already, if he were to completely fall out with him now, wouldn't all the anger he had endured so far have been for nothing? Thus, he could only pinch his nose and forcefully keep his anger in check, reciting a set of flawless explanations he had prepared in advance. Zhou Chun, however, was deliberately nitpicking, challenging him everywhere, forcing Zhou Zhenkong to repeat many parts, and Zhou Zhenkong had to explain every single discrepancy Zhou Chun pointed out. This nearly drove Zhou Zhenkong to the point of slamming the table and lashing out in violence. It's basically done, but..." Zhou Chun, while writing on the paper, reached out for the teapot next to him, feeling thirsty and ready to pour himself some tea. But when he opened the pot, he realized there was no tea inside. It was empty. "Your teapot clearly smells of tea, yet there is no tea in it. Are you hiding the good tea on purpose? Come on, you're a Zhou Family Foundation establishment seed. You shouldn't be so petty." Shaking his head, Zhou Chun continued to tease Zhou Zhenkong while putting the teapot back. He didn't realize that upon seeing him return the teapot, Zhou Zhenkong's tense face subtly relaxed quite a bit, and unusually, he showed no sign of objection to Zhou Chun's mockery. Take tea this moment. Zhou Zhenkong felt both relief and regret. Relieved that Zhou Chun didn't identify the scent of the honey flower tea, and regretful that he had forgotten to put away the teapot that had been used to brew honey flower tea before Zhou Chun entered his residence. Fortunately, Zhou Chun seemed to have finished asking his questions, and seeing that he had nothing more to say, appeared to lose interest and got up to bid farewell and leave. Only after watching Zhou Chun walk away, did Zhou Zhenkong let out a furious, almost hysterical roar with a somber face. "Ah, demon mutt, I must slaughter you. I will dismember you into pieces and feed you to the wolves before I leave the Zhou family." When had he ever been subjected to such treatment before? Since he had memory, he had never been treated like this by a peer. Never. If it weren't for the fact that he did feel guilty, and the day for the Zhou family's distribution of Foundation establishment pills was approaching, not wanting to incur clan leader Zhou Daoi's disgust and suspicion at this crucial time, he would never have tolerated such humiliation. So now, all he had in his heart was one thought, and that was, as soon as he achieved Foundation establishment, to immediately dismember Zhou Chun without a moment's delay. As for Zhou Chun, remembering how he had manipulated Zhou Zhengkong to his will that day, he couldn't help but smile cheerfully as he walked, in a great mood. Having left Zhou Zhengkong's residence, he certainly did not honestly hand over the interrogation record to Zhou Daoi. If he had turned it in, even if he was justified, he would certainly have been severely reprimanded by Zhou Daoi. First, he wrote down a normal investigative report highlighting the key points, and then safely stored the original as evidence, in case future developments exposed the truth and he needed it to absolve himself. Even though he was quite certain in his heart that Zhou Zhengkong did not have the guts or the face to reveal the day's events. Reporting to the clan leader, I have completed the tasks you assigned, investigating the clan members on the list both openly and in secret, and I have recorded my findings. Inside the central peace hall, Zhou Chun, having finished investigating the last few people on his list, now came with all the investigation reports to report to clan leader Zhou Daoi. After listening to Zhou Chun, Zhou Daoi immediately looked at him and asked, "So, have you discovered anything? Are there any suspects?" "I am incompetent and did not sense any problems with the responses of the clan members." Zhou Chun bowed his head deeply as he gave his reply. He was telling the truth, but it was also a statement of helplessness. Because the matter of Zhou Jiahui's disappearance had to be kept quiet, he couldn't use it as a reason for his investigation, which meant many things couldn't be openly discussed. Consequently, the information gathered from such an investigation was naturally not very helpful. In such a situation, he naturally did not dare to easily label any clan member as a suspect, lest he cause an unnecessary misunderstanding. "It seems that you still have many concerns," Zhou Daoi said with narrowed eyes. Voicing his thoughts about Zhou Chun, he then nodded slightly and continued, "It is understandable that you have concerns, since this is your first time dealing with such matters. I cannot blame you for that." Zhou Chun did not speak, which was almost the same as acknowledging this point. Therefore, Zhou Daoi quickly stated, "You may leave the record of your investigation behind. I will find time to review it carefully." After speaking, he looked encouragingly at Zhou Chun and added, "You should not feel too much pressure. Not having discovered anything might be a good thing. Perhaps it just means there are no traitors among us." "Yes, I will remember that," Zhou Chun replied respectfully, nodding his head. Seeing this, Zhou Daoi waved his hand and said, "Then you may go and rest for a day or two. Afterwards, I will arrange some tasks for you." "Yes, I will take my leave," Zhou Chun said, and then he left the central peace hall and departed from Pagoda Peak. However, upon returning to his residence, Zhou Chun did not rest, but lay on the bed, repeatedly recalling the investigation dialogues he had with various clan members over the past few days. He genuinely wanted to uncover the truth. It wasn't just about avenging Zhou Jiahui, but also about keeping the secret of the touch of despair. Even though for now, it seemed he had no chance of returning to the marketplace again anytime soon. The touch of despair, a poison currently in high demand, was undoubtedly a political achievement. If Spirit Beast Restaurant could maintain its market position and achieve great business success because of this poison, then Zhou Chun, the man who spearheaded this initiative, would certainly gain favor and importance from the Zhou family cultivators and the higher-ups who benefited from it. Thus, at the moment, Zhou Chun was definitely the last person who wanted the touch of despair to be replicated by others. But the truth was not so easily found. Lying in bed and thinking for a long time, Zhou Chun's head began to spin, yet he still had little to go on. It was then that he felt the formation outside his courtyard being triggered. "So it's Brother Yong. What brings you here to see me?" Seeing the person knocking at the gate clearly, Zhou Chun instantly squeezed out a smile and greeted the visitor warmly. However, Zhou Jingyong, as he looked at the forced smile on Zhou Chun's face, slightly furrowed his brows and asked with concern, 13, you seem tired. There's something wrong within the family? I've heard that you've been quite busy lately." "It's nothing, don't worry too much, Brother Yong," Zhou Chun replied with a smile, skirting around the topic and unable to share much with Zhou Jingyong. So he shifted the conversation instead. "Let's talk about why you've come to see me, Brother Yong." Zhou Jingyong, seemingly picking up on something, did not press further. He just nodded along with Zhou Chun's words, saying, "Today I don't have anything significant. I'm here because I found out that my wife is expecting and my in-laws have specially come to visit her." At that point, his expression changed to one of distress as he said to Zhou Chun, So, in order to entertain these two seniors, I prepared some fine things and would like you to join us and enjoy them." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun was also taken aback. Then a genuine smile spread across his face as he responded, "My sister-in-law is expecting. That's indeed wonderful news. Congratulations, Brother Yong. Hee hee. Indeed, efficiency is what I value in my work." Zhou Jingyong chuckled proudly, his face beaming with joy. Zhou Chun sincerely rejoiced for him and immediately agreed. "Well, in that case, please wait for a moment. Brother Young, I'll get ready and then accompany you to see my sister-in-law." After a short delay, Zhou Chun, having washed up and spruced himself up, followed Zhou Jingyong to his house. Arriving at Zhou Jingyong's home, Zhou Chun first paid his respects to the visiting son Lianzhong and his wife. He then slapped his storage pouch at his waist, took out a brocade box, and handed it to Zhou Zhengyong's partner, Sun Yujiao. With a smile, he said, "Upon hearing the joyful news of my sister-in-law, I was overjoyed. Please accept these 7 spirit dates in this box for nourishing your body." Upon hearing his words, Sun Yujiao was somewhat startled and involuntarily looked toward her partner Zhou Jingyong. Seeing this, Zhou Jingyong immediately smiled and nodded, saying, "Since it's the thoughtful gesture of 13, Yujiao, you should accept it." Sun Yujiao was no longer hesitant and immediately said with a smile, "Then sister-in-law would like to thank the 13th brother on behalf of the child in my belly." After saying that, she took the brocade box, didn't even bother to look at it, and quickly stored it away in her storage pouch before beckoning Zhou Chun to sit down with her. Tito entertained his father-in-law and mother-in-law, who rarely visited their home. Zhou Jingyong had indeed gone to great lengths on the dining table. Many of the ingredients were the kind that contained pure spiritual power, the equivalent of spiritual object-grade materials, typically only used by the Zhou family during certain banquets. Consuming this meal might only have a slight effect on an individual's cultivation level, but the taste and quality were certainly beyond reproach. Zhou Chun could tell that although Sun Lianzhong had repeatedly complained about his son-in-law wastefully spending money before eating, he was clearly very happy and in high spirits during the meal. After the few of them had finished the dishes on the table, Zhou Jingyong brought out a pot of spiritual tea, as if presenting a treasure that he poured 2 cups of light green tea with a rich fragrance and respectfully held up the cups to Sun Lianzhong and his wife, saying, "Father-in-law, mother-in-law, please try our Zhou family's special honey flower tea. This is a spiritual tea that is nearly extinct in our family that I've gone through a lot of trouble to get a bead of it from one of our elders to offer as a token of respect to you both." Attracted by the tea's aromatic fragrance, Sun Lianzhong and his wife immediately turned their gaze toward Zhou Jingyong upon hearing his words, their eyes brimming with satisfaction and pride. They were clearly very pleased with the filial piety of their son-in-law. Then we won't stand on ceremony." With a chuckle, Sun Lianzhong promptly took a sip of the tea. He then closed his eyes slightly, revealing an extremely contented expression. After savoring for a good while, he finally opened his eyes, full of satisfaction, and praised, "Good tea. Indeed, a good tea." Unable to resist, he took another sip. Seeing this, Zhou Jingyong also showed a happy smile on his face. He then grabbed another teacup, poured a cup, and passed it to Zhou Chun, saying, "13th brother, have a cup too. You probably haven't tasted honeyflower tea in a long while, have you? This tea fragrance." Zhou Chun stared blankly at the teacup Zhou Jingyong was handing him, not reaching out to take it, as if he had suddenly thought of something and closed his eyes in contemplation. This reaction left Zhou Jingyong completely puzzled, and he immediately asked, "13th brother, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with the tea?" "No, it's not that there's anything wrong with the tea, it's just that I suddenly remembered something related to honeyflower tea." Zhou Chun opened his eyes, shook his head slightly, then took the cup from Zhou Jingyong's hand and gently sipped it. Indeed, it was a good tea. This was Zhou Chun's first taste of honeyflower tea since coming to this world, and its flavor was indeed exceptional, surpassing the several kinds of spiritual tea he had tried before, and the effects were no different. But now was not the time to appreciate the tea. Zhou Chun only allowed himself a brief moment to enjoy the taste before he looked earnestly at Zhou Jingyong and asked, "Brother Yong, where did you get this honeyflower tea from? I remember that after our family branches separated, our clan shouldn't have any left, right?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Jingyong sighed softly and said, "Indeed, without the jade spirit bees and the Qingming tea trees, our Zhou family is truly unable to produce honeyflower tea anymore. Nowadays, only a very few of the elder family members still have a small stock left, and they are too reluctant to drink it." As he continued, he was not embarrassed to reveal his shortage. "Today's bead of honeyflower tea. I had to rely on the face of my father, who passed away many years ago, and I had to persuade Uncle Nine for a long time, using the unborn child in Yu Jiao's belly to appeal to his emotion. You child, really thoughtful. Having heard Zhou Xingyong's words, Sun Lianzhong was visibly moved and looked at his son-in-law with eyes full of affection. However, Zhou Chun did not dwell on that subject. After hearing Zhou Xingyong's response, he immediately showed a thoughtful look and muttered to himself. In that case, even for an elder like Uncle Nine, he wouldn't have regular access to a spiritual object like honey flower tea anymore. How could it be possible to drink it regularly? With a sigh, Zhou Xingyong shook his head repeatedly. Not just Uncle Nine, I guess even the clan leader and the supreme elder wouldn't have the opportunity to frequently drink honey flower tea anymore. They probably only get it out to entertain important guests or savor a little on their own birthdays nowadays. Is that so? Zhou Chun murmured softly to himself, then suddenly raised his head and gave Zhou Zhengyong a bow. Brother Yong, I apologize, but I have urgent matters and must meet with the clan leader immediately, so I must excuse myself. After speaking, he also bowed to Sun Lianzhong and his wife. Uncle Sun, Aunt Lin, please take your time. I must take my leave first. Without giving Zhou Zhengyong a chance to ask for reasons or to detain him, Zhou Chun swiftly left the house under the astonished and skeptical gaze of Zhou Xingyong and his family. After staring at Zhou Chun's departing figure in a daze for a while, Zhou Xingyong finally regained his senses and quickly explained to Sun Lianzhong and his wife. Father-in-law, please forgive him. The 13th brother has always been steady and well-mannered, very mindful of etiquette. He must have really encountered something urgent. It was not his intention to disregard your presence. Upon hearing this, Sun Lianzhong immediately waved his hand and said, Xingyong, there's no need for more words that we all watched what just happened. Nephew Xingchun surely has some important business to attend to. We shouldn't disturb him further. Father-in-law, I'm glad you understand. Zhou Xingyong felt a sigh of relief in his heart. Then he hastily picked up the teapot again to refill the cups of the two elders, diligently attending to them. Meanwhile, after Zhou Chun left Zhou Xingyong's house, he brought out his flying artifact and flew directly towards Pagoda Peak, not daring to delay even for a moment. When he arrived at the central peace hall and saw clan leader Zhou Daoist, he immediately cupped his fists in a salute and said, Clan leader, please enlighten me, Junior. Has just discovered an important clue and wishes to seek your guidance to resolve my confusions. Oh, what do you want to ask? Zhou Daoist looked at him with a surprised expression, immediately intrigued by his question. I would like to boldly ask the clan leader, with your status and that of the supreme elder, are you able to enjoy honey flower tea and such spiritual teas on a regular basis? Zhou Chun asked with a serious look, voicing the doubts in his heart. Certainly not. Even back in Fenghua, the supreme elder and I could only get 3 to 5 bottles of tea pills each year. And even then, we had to give some as gifts to fellow Daoists outside the sect and bestow some upon the younger generation, as well as reserve some for entertaining other distinguished guests. If we really count, the number of times we can enjoy honey flower tea by ourselves in a year is just a few times at best. Zhou Daoist shook his head slightly, giving a very detailed answer to Zhou Chun's question. Then a flicker of doubt crossed his eyes, and he looked at Zhou Chun with a puzzled face, asking, Zheng Chun, why do you suddenly ask this question? The important clue you've discovered, does it have to do with this honey flower tea? After Zhou Chun heard his response, he became even more confident in his speculation. Hearing Zhou Daoist's question, Zhou Chun took a deep breath and said in a grave tone, Clan leader, please hear me out. I think I might know who betrayed the family secrets, who betrayed the family and harmed Aunt 19. Who is it? Speak quickly, who is it? Zhou Daoist's expression darkened, and his eyes shone with a cold light as he pressed Zhou Chun for the name. Didn't the clan leader just ask me why I brought up honey flower tea? In fact, in my previous investigation report, I forgot to mention that when I was conversing with my 7th brother in his study, I had opened the teapot on his desk, and there was still a faint but distinct fragrance of honey flower tea coming from it. It's just that I haven't drunk honey flower tea for so long that I couldn't recognize it at the time. That it wasn't until today, when I drank a cup thanks to my 10th brother, that I remembered the fragrance from the teapot in my 7th brother's study. You said yourself, clan leader, that even in Fenghua, a cultivator of the Zhou family at the foundation establishment level, like you couldn't frequently enjoy honey flower tea. Yes, oh how. After all this time, could my 7th brother still manage to enjoy honey flower tea by himself in a place like his study? Where does this honey flower tea come from? When I pieced this together with the fact that my 7th brother also happened to be out on the same day Aunt 19 left the family, I can't help but suspect there's a connection between these two events. Moreover, I once witnessed my seventh brother coming out of the Spirit Beast Pavilion in the marketplace. I had also asked Uncle 16 about it, and he can testify that when my seventh brother went to the marketplace, he did not visit our Spirit Beast restaurant. That I think that, too, is against common sense. Zhou Chun looked at Zhou Daoist with a grave expression, speaking in a low tone about his findings and conjectures. Although he had not explicitly named anyone, his words had clearly indicated who he was referring to. Now it depended on how Zhou Daoist viewed his conjecture. Shock, disappointment, and disbelief were the expressions and emotions that Zhou Daoist felt at that moment. Listening to Zhou Chun's words, he had never imagined that Zhou Chun's suspect would turn out to be Zhou Zhenkong, a foundation establishment seed who had been the focus of the clan's nurturing. This revelation left him extremely shocked and in disbelief. He was very reluctant to believe that Zhou Chun's suspicions could be true. But as he carefully pondered Zhou Chun's words, he found that the conclusion, drawn from a combination of facts and conjectures, seemed very reasonable and could not be completely denied. For a moment, he stood there in a daze, unable to speak for a long time. Observing his reaction, Zhou Chun knew it would be difficult for him to accept that his suspicions were true. He was even more worried that Zhou Daoist would make a decision detrimental to himself. Therefore, after a brief hesitation, Zhou Chun suggested again, "Actually, if you, clan leader, want to verify the truth of my suspicions without harming Seventh Brother's trust in the clan, it's quite simple. You just need to ask whether the Supreme Elder has recently bestowed any honeyflower tea upon him. If the Supreme Elder has given a large amount of honeyflower tea to Seventh Brother, then it's normal for him to be drinking honeyflower tea alone in his study, which would mean I have been overthinking." Zhou Chun's suggestion was actually quite risky, because if the Supreme Elder, Zhou Mingde, whether truthfully or not, admitted to doing this and protected Zhou Zhenkong, then Zhou Chun's suspicions would be unfounded. Yet, Zhou Chun still chose to do so. The reason was simple. He absolutely could not allow Zhou Daoist to get the wrong impression that he was acting out of jealousy towards Zhou Zhenkong. Besides, based on Zhou Zhenkong's previous behavior, Zhou Chun was already 80 to 90% sure that the latter was a traitor, even if the Supreme Elder Zhou Mingde protected him this time and helped him escape danger. By increasing surveillance in the future, there was no fear of failing to catch him colluding with outsiders that up to this point. Even Zhou Chun himself had not considered the possibility that Zhou Zhenkong could be the murderer of Zhou Jiehui. After hearing Zhou Chun's suggestion, Zhou Daoist came back to his senses and nodded repeatedly, saying, "Zheng Chun, your suggestion is excellent. I will go and verify this matter with the Supreme Elder." Having said this, his expression turned solemn, and he instructed Zhou Chun seriously, "Besides myself, do not mention what you said today to anyone else. Not even the other elders and the Supreme Elder understand?" "Yes, I understand." Zhou Chun felt a chill in his heart and immediately responded with due formality. He understood that Zhou Daoist was protecting him. Thereupon, Zhou Chun was sent back to wait for news on Baoji Peak. After sending Zhou Chun away, Zhou Daoist was left alone in Central Peace Hall, deep in thought for several hours, before he was able to completely calm and adjust his mindset. Then he went to visit the abode of the Supreme Elder Zhou Mingde at the peak of Pagoda Peak. "Clan leader, what brings you to my place today? Has something happened in the clan?" Inside the abode, Zhou Mingde, looking at Zhou Daoist, who did not usually visit without important matters, asked about the purpose of his visit directly. He is a Supreme Elder dedicated to reclusive cultivation, seldom involving himself in clan affairs. He was only consulted by Zhou Daoist and others when they faced issues they could not resolve or decisions they could not easily make. Therefore, he understood that Zhou Daoist's visit without prior notice must be due to some pressing matter that I in response to his question, Zhou Daoist first nodded and then shook his head, saying, "There is indeed a small matter in the clan, but it's not something that you need to worry about. Uncle, that I came to see you today to ask for some honeyflower tea for entertaining guests." "You're asking for honeyflower tea to entertain guests?" Zhou Mingde was slightly startled. Then he scrutinized Zhou Daoist carefully. He shook his head and said, "I don't have much left of the honeyflower tea. Back when we first arrived at Jingwa country, we spent most of what I had on gifts and hosting guests. Now I have less than 2 bottles left in my possession." Upon hearing this, Zhou Daoist's brow furrowed. "Not even you have any left?" Then he nodded and said, "In that case, I will have to think of another way to get some from other clan members. I remember that Zheng Kong also received some honeyflower tea from the clan before, and he's young. He should still have some left." To his surprise, upon hearing this, Zhou Mingde immediately shook his head and said, "Don't get your hopes up about Zheng Kong. He begged me for half a bottle after he tasted it here 2 years ago. I didn't have that much to give him, and in the end, I only gave him 2 pills to satisfy his craving. However, The moment he said that, he saw Zhou Daoi's expression drastically change. His face filled with anger as he exclaimed, "Then it really is him." This sudden outburst also caused Zhou Mingda's expression to change dramatically, and he looked at Zhou Daoi with a grave face, urgently asking, "What do you mean it really is him? What exactly are you hiding?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Daoi took a deep breath and said with a heavy tone, "Uncle, please see the truth. It's not that I deliberately concealed it just now, but I really couldn't dare to let you know about it before everything was certain. Now that everything has become clear, I can only tell you the whole truth." Then he began with Zhou Jiahui's disappearance, how the Zhou family searched in vain, how they investigated for a traitor, and how Zhou Chun deduced that Zhou Zhangkong was the most likely suspect based on the clue of the honey flower tea. He reported all the clues and suspicions to Zhou Mingda in their entirety, just like Zhou Daoi's intense reaction when he first heard Zhou Chun's suspicion of Zhou Zhangkong as the suspect. Zhou Mingda was also extremely shocked and incredulous when he heard that his most favored junior might be the clan traitor, especially since he had no direct impression of Zhou Chun, only knowing of a young clan member for his top 10 finish in the youth competition of the 5 great cultivation clans, and as the discoverer of the Red Shine Iron Mine. Now, hearing Zhou Daoi suspecting and determining Zhou Zhangkong to be the clan traitor based merely on the conjecture of a 20-something junior, he too felt it was absurd and was infuriated. Just because there's a teapot in Zhangkong's study that had honey flower tea brewed in it, you suspect him of betraying the clan and harming an elder. Daoi, do you not find this matter absurd? And what about that junior you mentioned? How do you know he is not slandering Zhangkong out of jealousy for his treatment within the clan, envious that Zhangkong is about to take the Foundation establishment pill and establish his foundation? Without any actual evidence, you suspect a clan foundation establishment seed. Like this? Is that reasonable? Zhou Mingda glared at Zhou Daoi with a look of shock and anger, his tone very intense. And no wonder he was like this. After all, Zhou Zhangkong, being the descendant of his own elder brother, had been cherished like his own future generation since childhood, and he had placed great expectations on him. Now, to hear Zhou Daoi suspect his most cherished junior of betraying the clan without any solid evidence, how could he not be utterly outraged? But Zhou Daoi, having had several 2 hours of calm reflection in the central peace hall beforehand, faced this expected reaction with a very composed demeanor. Instead of rushing to argue, Zhou Daoi met his gaze with a solemn face, saying, "Uncle Ancestor, please calm down first. I know how much you cherish Zhangkong. Over the years, my attention and support for him have been no less than yours, and you cannot deny this." On hearing this, Zhou Mingda suddenly opened his mouth, but was unable to retort. 20 years ago, shortly after he had broken through to the Purple Mansion phase, he was busy familiarizing himself with this realm, diligently practicing spells, and indeed had no time to take care of Zhou Zhangkong, only being able to ask clan leader Zhou Daoi to take care of him on his behalf. Later, after the Zhou family took root in Jiufeng Ridge, he was fully aware of his own importance to the family, feeling a great sense of responsibility. So he continued to practice diligently and had no time to specifically care for Zhou Zhangkong. Plus, by that time Zhou Zhangkong had already grown up, and it was enough for Mingda to occasionally bestow some treasures on him and impart some guidance. Now, unable to refute his own words, Zhou Daoi was set in his mindset and continued. "You said we have no evidence to suspect Zhangkong, which is clearly not correct. Zhangkong happened to leave the clan on the same day Jiahui left, and it was shortly after Jiahui had left that he came to me saying he wanted to go out to ease his mind. This timing of leisure is too coincidental. And the time Zheng Chun saw him coming out of the Spirit Beast Pavilion wasn't that shortly after the Green Lotus Temple's disciple recruitment ended, and only a few days after you and I lifted the house arrest on him? At that point in time, to go to the Spirit Beast Pavilion, was it also to pass the time leisurely? Plus, the scent of honey flower tea that Zheng Chun smelled in his study. Both you and I know that in a place like a study, tea is only drunk alone, and that teapot must have been freshly brewed with tea not more than a day old. And that was just after Jiahui had gone missing for over 10 days. You also said that you have not given him much honey flower tea, and the Spirit Beast Pavilion only has spirit honey for sale, not directly selling honey flower tea. Where did his honey flower tea come from? Can you explain it for him? And one more thing, from the time he returned from his time out until today, he has asked me several times when he can get the Foundation establishment pill. If it wasn't because we suspected him before, I wouldn't have given a second thought, but now I dare not disregard the motive behind his inquiries. It was clearly visible that with every point Zhou Daoi made, Zhou Mingda's expression darkened, and his anger waned by the time Zhou Daoi finished synthesizing all the intelligence, The anger on Zhou Mingda's face had almost completely dissipated. Zhou Daoi's words were not yet done, as he quickly continued. I believe I understand Zhengkong quite well, that he has good talent and aptitude. But because of this, it has fostered his pride, that he has always believed that his future achievement will certainly not be limited to my current realm, and may not even be limited to the Purple Mansion phase. Of course, there's nothing wrong with that. If a young person doesn't have aspirations, they can't really be called young. Who hasn't been overly ambitious in their youth? But Uncle Ancestor, the setback he received from us preventing him from joining the Green Lotus Temple was great. He even felt we were obstructing his path. Certainly, both you and I know, once he establishes his foundation and gradually understands how difficult it is to open the Purple Mansion and how rare spiritual objects that are useful to those in the foundation establishment stage are, he will naturally come to terms with these things. We didn't take his immature thoughts too seriously. At this point, Zhou Daoi couldn't help but give a bitter smile and a deep sigh. But now, it looks like the foolish acts you and I would not believe him capable of doing, he might indeed be capable of. Things that normal people would not do. There will always be abnormal people who do them. The anguish and sorrow within that last statement were known only to Zhou Daoi himself. Had there not been so many clues pointing towards Zhou Zhengkong, Zhou Daoi would have never believed that Zhou Zhengkong, the family's prize candidate for foundation establishment, could actually betray the family. This was something that perhaps even if spoken aloud, not many of the Zhou family members would dare to believe, because Zhou Zhengkong's qualifications were truly outstanding, with an excellent spiritual root talent and an exceptional family background. These factors combined foretold that he was destined to become one of the most powerful figures within the Zhou family, with a very good chance of dropping from that statement. With such great prospects, only someone who had lost their mind would contemplate betraying the family, to break away from the family. Although I still find it hard to believe that Zhengkong would do such a thing, since you, Daoi, are utterly convinced of this matter, I can allow you to verify its authenticity. How do you plan to do this? Zhou Mingda, after a long silence, looked at Zhou Daoi's complex expression and made a decision that was in keeping with his status. He had been able to step forward and lead the Zhou family cultivators to establish a foothold at Jufeng Ridge. His loyalty and affection for the Zhou family were beyond question. Therefore, although he found it hard to believe that Zhou Zhengkong could betray the family, he would not forcefully stop the investigation once Zhou Daoi, the clan leader, who also had his deep trust, decided to look into the matter. However, such an investigation had to be conducted under his supervision. Zhou Daoi understood this and quickly said, "It's simple that if Zhengkong is indeed such a fool, unaware of his folly, we just need to summon him to confront him and search him on the spot. I in the presence of you, my dear uncle, and the younger generations. If those clues pointing at him are indeed factual, he won't be able to conceal his reactions." Good, then let's proceed that way. Zhou Mingda's eyebrows twitched, and he immediately went with Zhou Daoi to the central peace hall, then watched as Zhou Daoi instructed the blue macaw Lon Lon to summon Zhou Zhengkong. Not long after, Zhou Zhengkong arrived in the hall. It was clearly visible that upon seeing Zhou Mingda also present in the hall, Zhou Zhengkong's eyes betrayed a flash of panic. Although he covered it up quickly, the subterfuge did not escape the notice of the two watchers, who felt their hearts sink instantly. Then Zhou Mingda, as if he had entirely forgotten the process he had previously discussed with Zhou Daoi, stood with his beard bristling, glaring at Zhou Zhengkong, who had just entered the hall, and shouted, "You miscreant, your misdeed has been exposed." Zhou Zhengkong was taken aback, his footsteps thumping as he staggered backwards several steps, saying in a fluster, "What are you talking about, great uncle? I don't understand what you mean. Still trying to argue your case." Zhou Mingda bellowed angrily and immediately waved his hand, casting a body immobilization spell to freeze Zhou Zhengkong in place. Then, with a gesture of his hand, the storage pouch at Zhou Zhengkong's waist fell into his hand. He easily opened the pouch and shook out everything inside. Soon, the jade vial containing a few remaining honey flower tea pills was drawn into his hand. Upon seeing the rather fresh-looking pills inside, Zhou Mingda's face revealed genuine rage. "For the sake of these mere tea pills, you betrayed the family, schemed against your elder." He gripped the jade vial tightly, his face full of anger, glaring at Zhou Zhengkong, the fury in his eyes almost taking form. This moment, Zhou Daoi, after using his divine sense to sweep over the heap of items on the ground, quickly fixed his gaze on a money pouch filled with a large amount of spirit coins, saying, "There's a lot more spirit coins here. Since he's been cultivating within the family, I have a good idea of what his assets should be. The amount of spirit coins in this storage pouch is clearly far beyond what he ought to have." With this prompt, Zhou Mingde also glanced at the bulging money pouch, and his face grew even angrier as he raised his hand, and with a slap, a loud smack sent Zhou Zhengkong tumbling to the ground through the air, simultaneously releasing the effect of the body immobilization spell. Speak up. I'm waiting to hear your defense. Let's see how skilled you are in conjuring up a story that is so airtight that it leaves no room for error, that none can pick apart. At that moment, Zhou Mingde was like an enraged lion, his gaze fixed fiercely on Zhou Zhengkong, which was quite intimidating. How much he had struggled to believe that Zhou Zhengkong could betray the family was now matched by the rage in his heart. Even Zhou Daoist, who knew him quite well, couldn't predict how he would deal with Zhou Zhengkong now. Pagoda Peak, Central Peace Hall. Looking at Zhou Mingde, who resembled an angry lion, Zhou Zhengkong on the ground was also terror-stricken, nearly scared to death. Since he could remember, it was the first time he had ever seen Zhou Mingde so furious, and the anger was directed at him. And seeing the jade bottle held in Zhou Mingde's hand and the massive number of spirit coins pointed out by Zhou Daoist, he was utterly horrified and confused, unable to come up with a reasonable explanation at that moment. The saying goes, to catch a thief, catch the loot. And he was now like a foolish thief caught with the stolen goods, completely unable to defend himself. Spare my life. Great-uncle grandfather, spare my life, please. Your grandson was foolish and was tempted into making a big mistake. Your grandson knows his mistake now. I beg great-uncle grandfather to spare your grandson's life for the sake of my late great-grandfather. Your grandson will certainly turn over a new leaf and start afresh. The utterly horrified Zhou Zhengkong, in the end, chose to admit his wrongs and beg for mercy, hoping that Zhou Mingde would spare him for the sake of their blood relation. But what he failed to notice was Zhou Daoist, who twitched at the corner of his eyes after hearing him speak and turned his head away with a look of reluctance. Obviously, regarding understanding Zhou Mingde, Zhou Zhengkong was not as clear as Zhou Daoist. He didn't understand what kind of person Zhou Mingde was, nor had he fully realized how serious his betrayal of the family was, and the kind of blow it was to Zhou Mingde. He still had the audacity to think about turning over a new leaf, starting anew. That was absolutely ridiculous. Zhou Mingde's face grew even angrier as he strode up to Zhou Zhengkong, and looking down at him bellowed, "Tell the truth about how you colluded with outsiders. Dare to hide even the slightest information, and I will kill you right now." As he spoke, he raised his palm, and the light of spirit within it surged like flames. This sight made Zhou Zhengkong lose all his courage. He could not afford to hesitate or hide anything. He quickly recounted how Spirit Beast Manor had sent someone to lure him, how he couldn't stand Zhou Mingde and Zhou Daoist for blocking him from joining the Green Lotus Temple, and how, in a fit of anger, he had agreed to the other side's recruitment. After listening to his words, not just Zhou Mingde, but even Zhou Daoist almost burst out laughing in anger. Zhou Mingde, in his fury, kicked Zhou Zhengkong away on the spot and cursed loudly. "Idiot! My brother was once a clever and sharp man. How could our lineage produce such an idiot as you? That wretched woman Xianxia is over 200 years old, yet you still wish to form a Daoist partnership with her. And what makes you think she would fancy someone foolish like you? Do you know what she has done before? A fool like you. Once you reach the Foundation establishment and share her bed, it's likely you wouldn't live past 3 days." No wonder Zhou Mingde was so angry. According to Zhou Zhengkong's account, it was Xianxia, the Purple Mansion phase cultivator from Spirit Beast Manor, who had taken the lead in luring him. She had shown considerable sincerity in her proposal. As long as he succeeded in his Foundation establishment and joined Spirit Beast Manor, she would become his partner for dual cultivation, thereafter supporting him in opening his Purple Mansion and even advancing to the Golden Core stage. Not to mention the promised Foundation establishment pills, magic artifacts, and spiritual objects. Those were beyond the wildest dreams of an ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator. Any normal cultivator would know such things were impossible, yet Zhou Zhengkong actually believed them, which was enough to drive Zhou Mingde to the peak of rage. Even Zhou Daoist, at this point, looked at Zhou Zhengkong with a face full of disappointment and said, "Zhengkong, oh Zhengkong, if you betrayed the family for your own Dao, although unforgivable, I could still somewhat understand your actions. But that you could be so superficial as to be beguiled by that woman Xianxia, foolishly believing her promises, has truly disappointed me." At this moment, Zhou Mingde suddenly glared at Zhou Zhengkong as if he had just remembered something and burst out. "So your primordial young body, as an idiot, was not taken by some loose cultivator woman, but by that wretched woman Xianxia?" Zhou Zhangkong was so scared by now that he could not utter a word. But looking at his expression, Zhou Mingda knew he had guessed correctly. He roared in anger. That wretched woman! She dares to insult the Zhou family like this. I will make her pay the price. With this, he also understood why such a fool as Zhou Zhangkong would believe Xiao Lingyan's lies. After all, Xiao Lingyan was indeed a one-in-a-million beauty, not to mention that she also practiced seductive secret techniques. Zhou Zhangkong, that fool, had his primordial yang body taken by Xiao Lingyan when he was just over 20, and accustomed as he was to pride and vanity, led astray by her seduction in his frustration. It was not strange for him to betray the family. What about Jiehui? How is Jiehui now? If you want a lighter punishment, then confess everything as it is. Zhou Daoist looked intently at Zhou Zhangkong and quickly brought up the matter of Zhou Jiehui. However, upon hearing his words, Zhou Zhangkong tilted his head, not daring to meet his gaze or answer. Seeing this, Zhou Mingda immediately roared, "Degenerate! Confess everything truthfully." But how could Zhou Zhangkong dare to confess? Even if he was foolish, he knew that if Zhou Mingda and Zhou Daoist found out he had killed Zhou Jiehui and fed her body to the wolves, the fate awaiting him would be exceedingly grim. At this moment, facing the pressing interrogation of the two, he had no choice but to steel himself and fabricate a lie. I don't know either. I just provided the information to you, De Guang, and handed over the breath-seeking worm tracking girl 19. Then I didn't manage it anymore. However, his words could hardly fool the two experienced old hands of the cultivation world before him. Zhou Daoist immediately responded with a grave voice. It seems he is unwilling to tell the truth, but I'm afraid the reality is much worse than what we have imagined. Upon hearing this, Zhou Mingda instantly gave Zhou Zhangkong a cold look and said, "You're unwilling to tell the truth, you say? Then let this old man make you tell the truth." After saying this, he waved his hand and knocked Zhou Zhangkong unconscious. He then reached into his storage pouch with a slap and took out a jade box. As soon as the jade box was opened, a white worm that looked a bit like a maggot, but with two long antennae, squirmed and crawled out from within a piece of honey-like substance, accompanied by Zhou Mingda's manipulation of spells. The white worm instantly turned into a white line that flashed and disappeared as it burrowed into Zhou Zhangkong's nostril. Not long after, the unconscious Zhou Zhangkong became alert again. This moment, his gaze was dull and lifeless, his pupils unfocused, like a flesh puppet without consciousness. Zhou Mingda looked at the puppet-like figure before him, a flash of otherworldly light in his eyes as he slowly asked, "What has become of Zhou Jiehui now?" "She's dead." Zhou Zhangkong's mouth moved as he softly answered Zhou Mingda's question. Upon hearing this, both Zhou Mingda and Zhou Daoist's expressions darkened. Then Zhou Mingda continued to inquire, "How did she die?" "Killed by my sword, piercing her heart." Zhou Zhangkong answered every question, seemingly completely unaware of how disadvantageous his answer was to him. Zhou Mingda at that moment was also forcefully suppressing the anger in his heart, and asked again, "Why did you kill her?" "Because she discovered I was tracking her and recognized me. I had to kill her to silence her." Having said that, Zhou Zhangkong fell back with his head thrown back, once again passing out. It turned out that Zhou Mingda was too angry to ask any further and had directly recollected the soul-snatching worm that controlled his mind. "Uncle Ancestor, how do you intend to deal with him?" Zhou Daoist looked at the unconscious Zhou Zhangkong on the ground and asked the most critical question. Now that all the truths had been revealed, it was time for reckoning. A disloyal beast who betrays us from within. What use is there to keep him? He should be executed in front of all the clan members, as a warning to future generations. Zhou Mingda's expression was icy as he scanned Zhou Zhangkong and coldly uttered a strategy for dealing with the situation. The affection he had for Zhou Zhangkong was now replaced with loathing, and all he wanted now was for this fool who had shamed him to atone with his death. He indeed deserves to die. Zhou Daoist first nodded in agreement with the decision. Then he shook his head and said, "However, executing him in front of the clan members seems improper. That it would not only stir up resentment within the clan members towards Spirit Beast Manor and exacerbate the conflict on both sides, but it would also damage your reputation, Uncle Ancestor." Having finished speaking, he then respectfully bowed to Zhou Mingda. "In my humble opinion, it would be better to secretly execute him under the pretense that he went missing, and then deliver his body to Yu Jinghua to demand an explanation." No wonder Zhou Daoist managed to become the clan leader of the Zhou family. Zhou Zhangkong's betrayal of his family in collaboration with outsiders would, according to family law, merit a public execution as a deterrent to the clan members, serving as a warning. especially since the Zhou family had taken root in Jiufeng Ridge and hadn't yet invoked family law to execute any clan member. If they could carry out a public execution of Zhou Zhenkong, who was once regarded as a promising foundation, establishment seed of the family, it would surely serve as an excellent example of killing the chicken to warn the monkeys. This would severely deter those who harbored even a slight wavering of loyalty to the family, making them understand the severe consequences of betraying the family. But the downside of doing so was also quite clear. Zhou Zhenkong, as a descendant of Zhou Mingde, the supreme elder, had always been supported by the family's resources. Now, such a foundation establishment seed upon whom the family had placed great hopes had betrayed them. This would make those Zhou family clan members who had been dissatisfied with Zhou Zhenkong's special treatment in the past wonder. How would they view Zhou Mingde, the supreme elder? Could they still trust the judgment of this supreme elder in the future? I'm afraid that the deep prestige Zhou Mingde had accumulated beforehand would be greatly diminished because of this. This is extremely unfavorable, both for Zhou Mingde himself and for the higher echelons of the family. Once a crisis of trust arises, it can have almost catastrophic consequences for a power. Unfortunately, even if Zhou Mingde understood this as Zhou Zhenkong's great-uncle, he couldn't state this openly to avoid suspicion. But Zhou Daoist, as the clan leader, the enforcer of the clan rules, was the third party involved. He could say this, and it would be both reasonable and appropriate. Thus, after listening to Zhou Daoist's words, Zhou Mingde hesitated only briefly before nodding in agreement. Very well, let's do as you say, Daoist, that I will personally carry out the execution of this beast. Immediately, he cast a spell to wake the mentally scarred Zhou Zhenkong. Then, facing the terrified Zhou Zhenkong who had just woken up, he berated loudly. You scum, for your elder brother's sake, leave the Zhou family right now, and never set foot in Jiufeng Ridge again. Upon hearing these words, Zhou Zhenkong was momentarily stunned. Then his face filled with wild joy as he repeatedly kowtowed and responded. Thank you, great-uncle grandfather. Thank you, great-uncle grandfather. I will roll out of the Zhou family right now. After saying this, he hurriedly scrambled toward the exit of the hall, fearing that a slow escape might cause Zhou Mingde to change his mind. Once outside, he realized that both his storage pouch and spirit beast pouch were missing from his body. This change of events caused his face to pale, and he couldn't help but look back at the central peace hall before he bit his lip and rushed toward the gate without saying a word. Obviously, compared to those external possessions, he knew his life was more important. Hurrying all the way and leaving Jiufeng Ridge behind, Zhou Zhenkong then made a beeline for Hongya Marketplace. Even now, his heart felt no remorse. He was lucky enough to think that he would still be welcomed if he went to seek refuge at Spirit Beast Manor. Little did he know, even if he made it to the marketplace alive, having completely lost his usefulness, he would be discarded like chaff. The chance of being trusted and reused as he fantasized would never materialize. Of course, he definitely wouldn't have this opportunity, because not long after he left Jiufeng Ridge, less than 100 miles away, a fiery red figure suddenly appeared before him and blocked his path. Fire Divine Jackal. Confronted by the giant crimson-furred wolf-like beast, Zhou Zhenkong's face changed drastically, and he collapsed on the ground in terror. No, great-uncle grandfather, you're breaking your promise. You said you would spare my life. He let out a cry of despair, finally realizing the significance of the appearance of the Fire Divine Jackal. But the reply he received was a fierce flame spewing from the mouth of the Fire Divine Jackal. A ball of flaming red fire burst forth from the Fire Divine Jackal, landing on Zhou Zhenkong instantly. And in the blink of an eye, the kinslaying beast was reduced to a pile of ashes, without a body as evidence. It's doubtful that Yu Jinghua would admit to any of this. Inside the central peace hall, watching the Fire Divine Jackal return from its task, Zhou Daoist gently shook his head with a light sigh of regret. Zhou Mingde, however, spoke in a cold tone. It doesn't matter whether Yu Jinghua admits it or not. What's important is that I indeed lost a beloved descendant because of their spirit beast manor. If they do not give me an explanation, the Zhou family will naturally have to give spirit beast manor one in return. Zhou Daoist fell silent. Then he could see that the supreme elder's anger had not subsided with Zhou Zhenkong's death. Rather, it had grown more intense due to the execution of his own kin. And since this anger couldn't be vented on the family members within the Zhou family, it could only be channeled towards outsiders. Shortly after giving Zhou Daoist his instructions, Zhou Mingde, filled with immense anger, went to the gates of Spirit Beast Manor alone. The mountain gate of Spirit Beast Manor was located within Black Earth Ridge, where the Xianxia sect had initially planned to take root. Black Earth Ridge was an area of barren mountains and treacherous waters within Lanzhou, infested with numerous demon beasts and venomous insects. The reason why the Xianxia sect had chosen this place for their mountain gate after moving here was precisely because they knew the land was unclaimed as long as they cleared out the demon beasts and venomous insects. It would be a fine place for cultivation. After the division of the Xianxia sect into 4 parts, both the Spirit Beast Manor of the Zhou family and the Elixir Leaf family found new locations to establish their mountain gates. Only the Spirit Beast Manor and the Formation U family took possession of the spiritual mountains on the east and west sides of Black Earth Ridge, where they established their mountain gates. Among the 4 powers, the Spirit Beast Manor had absorbed most of the non-familial disciples from the original Xianxia sect, and thus their influence was considered the strongest. Now, not only do they have Yu Jinghua, a golden core stage cultivator, but also 4 other purple mansion phase cultivators and dozens of foundation establishment stage cultivators. Full of anger, Zhou Mingde arrived at the Spirit Beast Manor and quickly met with Yu Jinghua, the supreme elder of the sect. As a golden core stage cultivator, Yu Jinghua, although over 700 years old, appeared to be about the same age as Zhou Mingde, perhaps even younger, with very few white hairs on his head. Seeing Zhou Mingde's furious appearance, Yu Jinghua was slightly taken aback before taking the initiative to ask, "Wenda, who has made you so angry that you come rushing over to me like this?" Hearing this, Zhou Mingde took a deep breath to suppress the raging anger within him and said in a heavy voice, "I have now changed my name to Zhou Mingde, and it would be appropriate for Senior Yu to address me as Mingde in the future." Having said that, he did not give much face to Yu Jinghua, the golden core stage cultivator, and directly shouted angrily, "As for who has angered Zhou Mingde, if Senior Yu calls over that whore Xiao Yan to confront me, you will find out." Strangely enough, Yu Jinghua, a golden core phase cultivator, did not seem to take offense at such disrespectful language, almost as if he had grown accustomed to it. He only frowned slightly, speaking in a low tone. "Did Ling Yan provoke you? That's impossible. She has been cultivating within the sect all this time. How could she have provoked you? Not just Xiao Yan, but also that beloved disciple of yours, Yu Deguang." Zhou Mingde glowered as he locked eyes with Yu Jinghua. Then he mentioned another name that caused Yu Jinghua's expression to change. "Even Deguang is involved." Yu Jinghua murmured under his breath, his brow furrowed. He quickly nodded and said, "All right, I will have them come here to confront you." Then he sent out a message, ordering Xiao Yan and Yu Deguang to come see him. However, what he did not expect was that upon learning of Zhou Mingde's stormy arrival at Spirit Beast Manor, Xiao Yan and Yu Deguang, fearing trouble, had already left the sect's mountain gate in advance. At this moment, he had no way to summon them for a confrontation. This realization made Yu Jinghua suddenly aware that the two might indeed have secretly carried out actions against the Zhou family without his knowledge. For a time, he felt greatly annoyed. Although he had now established Spirit Beast Manor and asserted its independence, Yu Jinghua had once sheltered the Zhou family for many years and did not lack sentiment towards them. In fact, it could be said that had the Xianxia sect not been forcibly divided by the Green Lotus Temple, he would still have been the Zhou family's pillar within the Xianxia sect, continuing to protect them. His original intention had been to establish Spirit Beast Manor, with the Zhou family as the core. However, direct descendants of the Zhou family, such as Zhou Mingde, did not wish to use the Zhou family's resources to support so many cultivators outside the family. And the other cultivators, not wanting the Zhou family's direct descendants, who constituted only a small number, to control most of the new sect's resources, had no desire to continue serving the Zhou family as subordinates. Further affected by other factors, this eventually led to the direct descendants of the Zhou family striking out on their own to form a separate branch, making a clear distinction from the Spirit Beast Manor at that time. Considering the interests of the new sect, and in order to secure his position as the founding patriarch of Spirit Beast Manor, Yu Jinghua had forcefully retained most of the resources that originally belonged to the Zhou family by leveraging his influence and cultivation level. This had always made him feel guilty towards the Zhou family. So, after the establishment of Spirit Beast Manor, he strictly ordered his disciples not to become enemies of the Zhou family or harm any Zhou family cultivators. And of course, his inner guilt was one thing, but the real reason he was now so tolerant of Zhou Mingde lay in another secret known only to a very few in any case. Learning now that his disciples had dared to defy his orders and provoke the Zhou family, Yu Jinghua was indeed very angry. After all, he was the founder of Spirit Beast Manor to openly defy the founder's commands was almost akin to betraying one's masters and ancestors. Despite the inner fury, he could not show it directly on his face. He simply looked at Zhou Mingde and said gravely, "They are not currently within the sect's mountain gate. Tell me directly what has happened, Mingde, and I will deal with it fairly. Then I shall see how Senior Yu deals with this fairly." Unable to contain his fury any longer, Zhou Mingde spoke of Shaolin Yan and Yu Daguang's detailed machinations to lure Zhou Zhengkong into betraying the Zhou family. And he did not even conceal the fact that Shaolin Yan had snatched the primordial yang body from Zhou Zhengkong. And as he listened to the recounting, Yu Jinghua's brows knitted more deeply, and anger started to show on his face. He was certainly aware of Zhou Zhengkong, the young prodigy of the Zhou family. If Shaolin Yan and the others could lure the Zhou family's prodigy to Spirit Beast Manor for dedicated cultivation, Zhou Mingde might have turned a blind eye to the issue and not pursued it. But now, having heard that Zhou Zhengkong was played with like a male pet by Shaolin Yan, directly resulting in the loss of a Jiaqing rank cultivator from the Zhou family, and forcing Zhou Mingde to personally execute his most cherished junior, Yu Jinghua could not contain his rage. What audacity, such audacity they have. Yu Jinghua's angry roar was unmistakable, his face flush with anger. This rage of his could be said to be 70% genuine and 30% feigned, not entirely an act. He immediately assured Zhou Mingde, "I know about this matter, and when they return, they will certainly be strictly punished, with no leniency." "Don't try to fool me with those words. Elder Yu, what does strict punishment amount to? Are you going to kill them or cripple their cultivation levels? One is a purple mansion phase cultivator, the other is your junior. Can you do either of those things? Without accomplishing either, what significance does strict punishment have?" Zhou Mingde looked at Yu Jinghua with a cold smile, shaking his head continuously, which made Yu Jinghua's eyelids twitch and his complexion look extremely unsightly. By the end, Zhou Mingde was even more infuriated and shouted, "At most, you will ground them to seclusion for a decade or two, but what Zhou lost is a beloved grandson. Then what do you want to happen? How do you want me to compensate you?" Yu Jinghua, with brows tightly furrowed, looked at Zhou Mingde and asked, already aware of Zhou Mingde's intention for coming today. Clearly, knowing that it was unlikely he would kill or cripple Shaolin Yan and the other, Zhou Mingde's angry confrontation was solely aimed at gaining benefits. Zhou Mingde was not shy about his demands and immediately requested half of the Jade Spirit Bees, and a Qingning tea tree will quell the resentment in my heart. That's impossible. Yu Jinghua rejected this proposition without hesitation. Zhou Mingde wanting to leverage this incident for some benefits was something he could understand, and he was willing to offer some compensation to move past this event. However, that certainly did not include anything as exorbitant as what had been asked for. He then solemnly addressed Zhou Mingde. "I understand the sorrow in your heart, Mingde, and I am willing to offer some compensation to make amends, but I ask you to consider your demands carefully." Upon hearing this, Zhou Mingde promptly changed his demand. "Then half of the Jade Spirit Bees is a must. I insist on them." After hearing this, Yu Jinghua also fell into a deep thought. After contemplating for a long time, he finally faced Zhou Mingde and said, 100 Jade Spirit Bees, including 1 Bee King, is the greatest compensation I can offer. If it is only that much, then a Qingning tea tree must be added." Zhou Mingde's brows twitched as he bartered anew with his conditions. "So be it." Yu Jinghua frowned, but ultimately nodded slightly in agreement. Immediately, he personally accompanied Zhou Mingde to retrieve the agreed items. Once Zhou Mingde had left with the items, Yu Jinghua's face turned ashen as he summoned all the Purple Mansion and Foundation establishment cultivators in the sect, giving them a severe talking to. Through this incident, he had come to realize that despite being a golden core stage cultivator, his deterrent control over the cultivators below him was not as strong as he had thought. To say it plainly, Spirit Beast Manor's grassroots structure had been hastily established. The Foundation establishment and Purple Mansion cultivators within the sect had mostly no former connection to him. Yu Jinghua, and many had even belonged to the factions of the Li and Yu families. Under these circumstances, if he didn't handle matters personally, defiance both overtly and covertly was inevitable. He had been aware of some of these issues and had wanted to keep the Zhou family within Spirit Beast Manor from the start. That way, he could use the Zhou family cultivators to monitor and control these people. Unfortunately, the Zhou family was not inclined to serve a turncoat like him, unwilling to sacrifice the interests of the entire family for his sake, thus abandoning him proactively. Now, if he wanted to mend this link, he could only rely on himself to help and nurture trusted followers to rise in rank again. But did he truly have such an ability? Let's not mention how much effort Yu Jinghua put into securing his position as the patriarch of his sect. But after Zhou Mingde returned to the Zhou family with the items, he started discussing the next steps with Zhou Daoi. Although the number of jade spirit bees has decreased, with the bee king present, given careful cultivation in the future, they are bound to flourish. It's just a pity that Yu Jinghua still played a trick on me. Giving only a small sapling of the Qingning tea tree, it will likely take decades before it can grow and produce spiritual tea in quantity. As Zhou Mingde said this, he was also somewhat annoyed and angry, but on the contrary, Zhou Daoi, after hearing his words, maintained a very calm attitude, not showing any regret or disappointment. He simply shook his head and said, being able to get Yu Jinghua to cough up these items is already quite good. After all, the constraints formed by the relics left by our ancestors are just so. If he really set his heart on giving us nothing, could we truly risk the entire clan's lives in a do or die struggle with him over this matter? Zhou Mingde actually understood this point, but when he thought of how those items originally belonged to the Zhou family, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh of discontent. Alas, I just hope that the future generations of the Zhou family will be able to reclaim what we have lost. If they can achieve this while I'm still alive, I will die without regrets. After discussing who would take care of the jade spirit bees and the Qingning tea tree, Zhou Mingde suddenly thought of something. He looked at Zhou Daoi and asked, now that Zhou Zhangkong, the traitorous beast, has been executed, who do you plan to have take the Foundation establishment pill that was meant for him? This junior has not yet decided. Do you have any suggestions, great uncle? Zhou Daoi looked at Zhou Mingde and asked in return, showing no attitude. Upon hearing this, Zhou Mingde was not shy in responding immediately. I suggest giving it to Jiaqing. He achieved excellent results in the cultivation battle hosted by the 5 major cultivation families and is the direct grandson of Elder Daofu who sacrificed his life for our family. He deserves to consume a Foundation establishment pill. Then let's give it to Jiaqing. I have no objections. Zhou Daoi nodded and directly agreed. Seeing his agreement, Zhou Mingde's expression relaxed, and he immediately said, then that's settled. I'm going into seclusion for a while, so I'll have to trouble you, Daoi, to take care of the aftermath. Great uncle, rest assured, I will handle the follow-up affairs well, Zhou Daoi replied, and then escorted Zhou Mingde out of the hall. After Zhou Mingde left, he commanded the blue parrot Lan Lan to summon Zhou Chun. In any case, that's the situation. Now that Zhang Kong has been punished, this matter comes to an end. You must continue to keep the secret and not reveal the true nature of what happened. Understand? Inside Central Peace Hall, Zhou Daoi did not conceal anything from Zhou Chun, telling him all about how he discovered and executed Zhou Zhangkong and instructed him to keep it confidential. Zhou Chun was profoundly shocked by Zhou Mingde's decisive and ruthless methods when he heard about them at a descendant he had doted on and nurtured for decades, upon whom he had placed immeasurable hopes, could just be executed upon proclamation. Such decisive ruthlessness was not something an ordinary person could achieve. In his amazement, he also quickly promised, clan leader, rest assured, I understand the consequences and will surely not leak a single word. It's a pity your cultivation level is still lacking. Otherwise, I would have fought for you to get that Foundation establishment pill left open by Zhang Kong's demise. Zhou Daoi sighed lightly as he looked at the young junior in front of him whom he increasingly favored, lamenting the timing. Then his eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked earnestly at Zhou Chun, saying, but don't be disheartened. Once your cultivation reaches the 12th level of the Qi refinement realm, I'll do my best to support your Foundation establishment. This was the first time he had explicitly stated that he would support Zhou Chun. With his words, Zhou Chun's path to Foundation establishment would undoubtedly be much smoother. Hence, even with Zhou Chun's composure, he was overwhelmed with emotion at this moment and promptly bowed deeply in gratitude to Zhou Daoi. Clan leader's grace is deeply appreciated. I am immensely grateful. Please accept my bow. I never imagined, truly never imagined that the Jade Spirit Bees would see the day they returned to the Zhou family. Atop Baoji Peak, dozens of Zhou family cultivators, including Zhou Chun, were all gathered outside a newly established beehive, observing the giant bees flying up and down, familiarizing themselves with their new home, their faces filled with a sense of nostalgia and emotion. Those giant bees were about the size of sparrows with their bodies covered in emerald green patterns. Even their wings were as if carved from jade, emanating faint ripples of mana. These were the Jade Spirit Bees, a type of extremely rare and unusual demon bee. Although when gathered in swarms, the Jade Spirit Bees boasted formidable combat strength, their greatest utility for cultivators was in producing spirit honey. The spirit honey fermented by the jade spirit bees was not only incomparably sweet and delicious, but also an excellent, nourishing spiritual object. The applications of this spirit honey were extremely varied. It could be drunk simply diluted with water, made in a honey tea, or used as an additive in elixirs. The spiritual power and nutritional components contained in the spirit honey were easily absorbed and refined by cultivators. The known uses of spirit honey included advancement in cultivation level, healing internal injuries, replenishing qi and blood, and even extending lifespan among various other effects. Cultivators like Zhou Chun and their fellow Zhou family cultivators would often suffer from qi deviation and damage to their meridians due to improper cultivation practices when they were children just starting to cultivate. Most cultivators would have no choice but to rest and recuperate for 10 days to half a month before resuming their cultivation. However, Zhou family cultivators merely needed to consume a spoonful of spirit honey to recover completely within 3 days and continue their cultivation. Due to the exceptional rarity and value of the jade spirit bees, the ancestor of Zhou family, Xianxia, who originally discovered and brought these bees back, has her name and meritorious deeds etched on the merit wall inside the Zhou family ancestral hall, even though she never advanced beyond the foundation establishment stage in her lifetime. That same ancestor, Xianxia, had in fact initially brought back fewer than 100 jade spirit bees. It was the collective effort of the entire Zhou family nurturing and passing on the legacy from generation to generation that led to the growth and strength of the bee colony, with the number of bees increasing by more than tenfold to date. Unfortunately, when the Xianxia sect was divided, all the jade spirit bees were forcibly kept by Yu Jinghua at the spirit beast manor, and not a single bee was allowed to be taken by the Zhou family at that time. Many Zhou family cultivators even believed they would never see these spiritual bees reappear in the Zhou family in their lifetime. Unexpectedly, in just a few short years, the family's higher-ups successfully brought the spiritual bees back to the Zhou family. This event also caused those in the Zhou family who were unaware of the full context to deeply admire and revere clan leader Zhou Daoist and Supreme Elder Zhou Mingda for accomplishing such a feat. This also somewhat diminished the impact of the subsequent news that Zhou Zhengkong had gone missing outside. After the matter with Zhou Zhengkong was concluded, Zhou Chun did not get the chance to return to the marketplace. Zhou Daoist arranged a new position for him as clan leader's personal secretary, responsible for assisting the clan leader in handling family affairs. Additionally, the task of collecting poison thorn fish mucus, originally assigned to Zhou Jiahui, was also handed over to him. It was precisely because of this position as clan leader's personal secretary that Zhou Chun stepped firmly into the view of all Zhou family cultivators, becoming a prominent figure within the family. Everyone knew that before Zhou Chun, clan leader Zhou Daoist did not have a personal secretary to decide, and all family matters were decided by him alone. Now, clan leader Zhou Daoist had specifically created a secretary position for Zhou Chun, allowing him to assist with handling family matters. What this meant was clear even to the simplest of minds. By this time, all of the various merits Zhou Chun had earned for the Zhou family over the years were also made public. When it became known that Zhou Chun, in terms of individual meritorious contributions, had already ranked second among the family's qi refinement level cultivators, all those who had reservations about him being favored and cared for by clan leader Zhou Daoist fell silent. While the number of meritorious deeds does not wholly represent a person's capabilities, it does indicate the size of one's contributions to the family. For the family, a cultivator who has made significant contributions deserves a higher status and better treatment. What's more, Zhou Chun was only serving as a personal secretary to the clan leader, not the clan leader himself. Thus, under these circumstances, the impact of the news that Zhou Zhengkong, the family's foundation establishment seed, had gone missing, was further diminished. Within just a few months, almost no one mentioned it anymore. One day, as Zhou Chun was organizing the ledgers in the central peace hall, he suddenly heard a burst of excited laughter emanating from the mountain. This caused him to stop for a moment, and he immediately stopped writing and stood up to walk out of the hall. Once outside, Zhou Chun looked up and easily spotted a man in gray clothes suspended in mid-air, laughing exuberantly. Suspended in mid-air. This was a natural divine skill that qi refinement stage cultivators achieved upon successful foundation establishment, a utilization of mana, flight by controlling qi, true fire barrier, foundation establishment, true fire. All these varied applications of mana were divine skills that cultivators were able to master only after their mana had transformed upon reaching the foundation establishment stage. However, generally, no foundation establishment stage cultivator would be so ecstatic to lose their Composure over mastering such abilities. There was one exception to this rule, and it was exactly what Zhou was witnessing now. A Qi refinement stage cultivator successfully establishing their foundation and using these abilities for the first time. Indeed, upon seeing the man in gray in the sky, Zhou immediately recognized his identity. That it was Zhou, a core member of the Zhou family, who had been in seclusion at Pagoda Peak for over 3 months, attempting foundation establishment. More than 3 months ago, when the elixir from the Li family arrived, containing the 2 foundation establishment pills meant for the Zhou family, Zhou and Zhou Jiaqing, who had already been designated to take these pills, entered the sealed chambers on Pagoda Peak to tackle the foundation establishment stage. Now it appeared that at least Zhou had succeeded in foundation establishment. After a moment of astonishment, Zhou hurriedly cupped his hands in salute and loudly congratulated him. Junior respectfully congratulates Uncle 11 on his successful foundation establishment. May you enjoy a prolonged life and extended years. The phrase prolonged life and extended years would never go amiss when congratulating a cultivator on their breakthrough in cultivation. For the very purpose of cultivation is the pursuit of longevity. Each significant breakthrough in the realms of cultivation greatly extends the cultivator's lifespan. Hence, upon hearing Zhou's congratulations, Zhou in the sky laughed even more heartily. He was 11th in the Jia generation and was already 76 years old, having surpassed the proverbial 70. If he had not succeeded in foundation establishment, he might have had only a little over 40 years to live, if he even lived that long. But with his successful foundation establishment, his lifespan had been extended to over 200 years, and, at his current age, he was still considered young among cultivators at the foundation establishment stage, with endless possibilities ahead. Ha ha! Nephew Xianxia is too courteous. He laughed heartily and immediately soared through the air, landing swiftly in front of Zhou. Attracted by his laughter, Supreme Elder Zhou Mingde and clan leader Zhou Daoist, who had been cultivating in their caves, were also drawn out. Excellent, excellent, Zhou. Your success in foundation establishment has truly done justice to the family's nurturing efforts. Zhou Daoist first voiced his praise upon seeing the successful foundation establishment of Zhou. Facing his praise, Zhou also bowed with a look of gratitude, saying, Junior owes all to the family's nurturing grace, to the profound love and high regard of the supreme elder and clan leader. The kindness bestowed by the family I shall never forget for all my days. Hearing these words, Zhou Mingde also couldn't help but nod his approval. Very good, and I hope you will always remember what you've said today and not fail the trust and cultivation the family and we have placed in you. Yes, Junior will never dare to forget. Zhou solemnly promised with resolve in his voice. Following tradition, the Zhou family held a foundation establishment celebration for Zhou, attended by most of the Zhou family cultivators who congratulated him and bestowed various gifts. A number of loose cultivators with good relations to the Zhou family also took part in the celebration. In the midst of this bustling excitement, another cultivator, Zhou Jiaqing, who had failed at foundation establishment, slipped out of seclusion. Unnoticed, the single foundation establishment pill could almost increase the probability of successful foundation establishment by 30% for those in the Qi refinement realm. So consuming the pill did not guarantee success. Zhou Jiaqing was just one of those unlucky ones. Even though he had taken the foundation establishment pill, he did not succeed in foundation establishment, barely managing to preserve his life and cultivation level due to the effects of the pill. He had always been too ashamed to face his fellow clanspeople. Not until Zhou's successful foundation establishment and the subsequent celebration did he lose all lingering hope. He had no choice but to leave his seclusion with regret and humiliation. But even though he came out quietly, he still had to give the Zhou family an explanation. Hence, after leaving his seclusion, he did not return to his cave, but instead kneeled and faced the wall outside the family's ancestral shrine. After clan leader Zhou Daoist finished attending Zhou's foundation establishment celebration and returned, he easily noticed Zhou Jiaqing kneeling outside the ancestral shrine. The fact of Zhou Jiaqing's failure to establish foundation was no secret to Zhou Mingde and Zhou Daoist. Understanding that Zhou Jiaqing was profoundly affected by this event, they had been pretending to be unaware, hoping he would come to terms with it on his own. Seeing that Zhou Jiaqing had finally come out, Zhou Daoist felt a sense of relief in his heart. He slowly walked up to Zhou Jiaqing, who was kneeling on the ground, and sighed gently. It's normal not to succeed. Foundation establishment is by no means guaranteed to be able to save your life, and cultivation level is already quite good. But Junior cannot forgive himself. The Supreme Elder and clan leader placed such trust in Junior, bestowing the Foundation establishment pill that countless clan members yearn for, to assist in Junior's Foundation establishment. It's such an immense trust. It's regrettable that Junior lacks the ability, failing the trust of the Supreme Elder and clan leader, failing the family's nurturing. Junior feels immense guilt. I truly do not have the face to meet the two elders or the clan members again. By the end of his words, Zhou Jiaqing was choked with sobs. He was already over 60, and in his life he was used to seeing all manner of storms and was not someone who would easily shed tears over an affair. But Foundation establishment was the greatest event in the life of a Qi refinement cultivator. Zhou Jiaqing had secured the opportunity to attempt Foundation establishment with an inherited family blessing and his own diligent efforts. Under normal circumstances, it should have been his. Successful Foundation establishment, living up to the family's nurturing and the high hopes of his elders. But he failed. This failure not only let down his family and elders' nurturing expectations, but also shamed the memory of his deceased grandfather. This kind of blow was hard to bear even for someone like him who was over 60. The fact that you think like this proves that neither the Supreme Elder nor I was wrong about you. The family decides who gets the Foundation establishment pill based on strict standards. And if you were chosen, it means you were indeed more outstanding than the others at that time. And nobody ever said that those who take the Foundation establishment pill are guaranteed success, nor is there any declaration that if one fails at Foundation establishment after taking the pill, they become the family's sinner. If you had succeeded, that would have been cause for celebration. Even though you failed, it's merely bad luck. Neither the Supreme Elder nor I will blame you for this, and the other clan members will gradually understand you as well. Zhou Daoist comforted Zhou Jiaqing in a gentle tone, trying his best to guide this self-blaming family junior. Since the loss was irretrievable, a Qi refinement realm 12th layer cultivator full of vigor was naturally more useful to the family than one who wallowed in self-pity. As the clan leader. Even considering it from this aspect, Zhou Daoist had to console and guide Zhou Jiaqing well. Under his comforting and guidance, Zhou Jiaqing did indeed gradually feel much better, stood up, and dared to face him directly again. Turning around to meet his gaze, he then raised his sleeve to wipe away the tears from the corners of his eyes and bowed deeply to him, saying, "Thank you for your guidance, clan leader. This junior knows what he must do now. For the rest of my life, I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to serving the family, to repay the cultivation grace the family has bestowed upon me." Seeing this, Zhou Daoist immediately responded with a pleased smile. "That's the spirit. You're still young, as long as you work hard for the family. You may well have another chance to attempt Foundation establishment in the future." These words, full of suggestive meaning, quickly ignited hope in Zhou Jiaqing's eyes. He immediately made a firm statement. "Thank you for the instruction, clan leader. This junior definitely won't disappoint you again." After seeing Zhou Jiaqing off as he left Pagoda Peak to descend the mountain, Zhou Daoist then shook his head slightly and turned to return to his cave dwelling. Now, with Zhou Chun assisting in handling family affairs, he had gained quite a bit of free time, significantly increasing his cultivation time. This way, Zhou Chun was getting experience, and he had more time for cultivation. It was a win-win situation. Well, at least it was a win-win for him. And for Zhou Chun, he certainly wasn't at a loss either. As the clerk for clan leader Zhou Daoist, he could be exempt from all other miscellaneous family duties and had the opportunity to cultivate on the spiritually rich Pagoda Peak. His cultivation wouldn't be delayed, and he would have access to many of the Zhou family secrets, getting a lot of first-hand information. For instance, when Hunter Medicine's Peak had prepared a new batch of bee spirit pills, and how many were put into the family treasure vault for clan members to exchange and use. There were few who would know before him that if he needed some, he could take the initiative and exchange them before others. Moreover, being by the side of clan leader Zhou Daoist every day, whether he had questions about cultivation or needed guidance on raising a spirit pet, he could seek advice at any time and get valuable insights. This was a privilege that ordinary Zhou family clan members simply did not have. It could be said that, apart from not being within the reach of the Supreme Elder yet, Zhou Chun's current treatment wasn't much different from that of Zhou Zhengkong in the past. Although not yet listed as a Foundation establishment seed for the family, he was in fact already enjoying that level of privilege. Flying Rock Peak, Book Collection Tower. Since Zhou Chun became the clan leader's secretary, the frequency of his visits to the Book Collection Tower had greatly decreased. He only came occasionally, when he found some spare time. But that wasn't to read books, it was to visit the Greenwood spirit ape that guarded the Book Collection Tower. The experience of getting help from the Greenwood Spirit Ape to capture the Emerald Crown Flying Serpent had given Zhou Chun a great deal of inspiration. Creatures such as the Greenwood Spirit Ape, unique to the Zhou family, could prove extremely helpful if a good relationship was established. In the future, asking for their assistance would be much easier than persuading a cultivator in the Foundation establishment stage, and there would be no favors owed in return. However, his visit to the book collection tower today was merely in passing, to pay a visit to the Greenwood Spirit Ape. His true intention was to go up to the second floor and select a secret technique for cultivation. The 5 elements spiritual armor technique he had chosen a few years ago was now mastered, and he could easily use it at will. The hidden cicada breathing technique, which he had acquired from slaying a bandit cultivator, was also successfully cultivated. Now is the time to cultivate yet another secret technique. Secret techniques, after all, simply required time for cultivation, and having many at one's disposal was never a burden. Especially since, unlike spells, the power of secret techniques was not so easily capped and would increase with the cultivators. Advancement in cultivation level. The same 5 elements spiritual armor technique, used by Zhou Chun, amounted to a first-tier high-grade defensive spell, but used by a cultivator in the Foundation establishment stage, the defensive effect could compare to a second-tier defensive spell. Therefore, secret techniques cultivated in the Qi refinement realm could still be of use in the Foundation establishment stage. Same rules as before. You go up and pick a secret technique by yourself, then bring it down to me, Elder Zhou Daoquan said, after he lifted the spell restricting access to the second floor and gestured for Zhou Chun to go up by himself with a sweeping motion of his hand. Zhou Chun, however, didn't hurry up after hearing his words. Instead, he bowed respectfully and said, Elder's discernment shines through in the past. I represented our family in the martial arts competition among the 5 major cultivation clans and was rewarded with the opportunity to choose a secret technique. After being promoted to a core clan member, I should also be granted an opportunity to select a secret technique. Therefore, this time, I would like to choose 2 secret techniques at once. Choose 2 secret techniques at once. Do you have that much time to cultivate them all? Elder Zhou Daoquan asked, slightly astonished, looking at Zhou Chun with surprise in his voice. Zhou Chun had anticipated such a question and immediately replied, I no longer need to perform various chores, and I've gradually become familiar with handling various clan affairs. The time available for cultivation each day should suffice to support the cultivation of 2 secret techniques. Upon hearing this, Elder Zhou Daoquan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, Good lad, it seems you really have what it takes. Then, waving his sleeve grandly, he said, Fine then, you're granted permission to choose 2 secret techniques for cultivation. Thank you, Elder, Zhou Chun replied with thanks and immediately stepped towards the second floor. After a short while, he returned to the ground floor with 2 chosen secret techniques in hand. During his last selection, Zhou Chun chose the 5-element spiritual armor technique because he lacked sufficient defensive methods. This time, the 2 secret techniques he selected were both meant to enhance his offensive capabilities. Xinjin's Sword Qi, an offensive secret technique, can only be cultivated by those with a metal attribute spiritual root. It has 2 layers. Once the first layer is formed, a stream of Xinjin's spiritual power can be condensed within the greater Yin Lung meridian of the right hand and used as sword qi to strike the enemy. The second layer allows for another stream of Xinjin's spiritual power to be condensed within the greater Yin Lung meridian of the left hand. Blood-burning spirit conversion technique, a supplementary secret technique upon successful cultivation, allows one to burn one's own vital blood to convert it into mana. Boy, are you planning to fight someone to death? Why would you choose these 2 secret techniques? Elder Zhou Daoquan couldn't help but roll his eyes and asked with an incomprehension, looking at Zhou Chun after reviewing the 2 secret techniques Zhou Chun had brought. In no wonder he couldn't understand. Both secret techniques could harm the user before hurting the enemy. It goes without saying for the blood-burning spirit conversion technique. The vital blood of a cultivator burned is difficult to recover. Burning too much could not only be life-threatening, but even surviving by a fluke could greatly reduce one's lifespan. As for Xinjin Sword Qi, to successfully cultivate it and increase its power, one needs to use a secret technique to absorb the Taibai gold power from spirit gold veins, converting it into 5 elements gold qi. This process not only causes severe pain, but the cultivator must also endure torture-like agony at all times. The slightest carelessness could damage the right hand's meridian, and in severe cases, it could lead to lifelong, incurable injuries. Moreover, what makes this secret technique most feared is that after each use, to condense the Taibai gold power in the arms again, one must once more endure the agonizing pain of the golden qi invading the body. Although most cultivators, in pursuit of strength, are able to endure hardships that ordinary people cannot bear, someone like Zhou, who was already far ahead of his peers, didn't need to suffer like this at all. So, Elder Zhou Daoquan was very puzzled. Seeing this, Zhou could only explain. Elder has misunderstood. I chose these two secret techniques only because I value their potential to save lives and turn the tide in emergency situations. Compared to my life, what does a bit of suffering count for? By the end, his expression also showed unwavering determination. He was not afraid of hardship, as long as it made him stronger. That was all that mattered. However, after hearing his explanation, Elder Zhou Daoquan's expression suddenly turned strange. What's so bad about enduring some hardship? Zhou Daoquan echoed Zhou words in an odd tone, then looked at him with a smirk and said, I hope you still think so after you begin your cultivation. This action made Zhou feel a little uneasy, and he began to question whether he had really made the right choice. But he soon dismissed these distracting thoughts and became resolute once again. To endure the pains that others cannot is to surpass the common man. Zhou believed firmly that he could do it after deciding on two secret techniques. Zhou Daoquan, considering his need to be stationed at Pagoda Peak for work, allowed him to take the secret technique manuals back with him to ponder and practice. However, if he were to leave Jiufeng Ridge, he must return the secret technique manuals to the book collection tower first to prevent them from being lost in case of an accident outside. This exceptional convenience was clearly granted because his status was now different from before. Zhou was well aware of this. Therefore, after thanking Zhou Daoquan repeatedly, he took the secret technique manuscript back to Pagoda Peak contentedly. Not long after, when Zhou began trying to cultivate Xinjian's sword qi, he finally understood the meaning behind Zhou Daoquan's words. When he first started practicing the secret technique, he only slightly operated it to absorb some of the golden qi contained in ordinary iron. But even so, the pain of the golden qi entering his body, persistent like continuous pricking of needles, made him instantly break into a cold sweat, with veins on his forehead throbbing. After gritting his teeth and persevering for a while, he eventually could not bear it any longer and stopped practicing in the following days. Zhou attempted to practice Xinjian's sword qi every day, but he was unable to complete even a single normal cycle of cultivation. Many times, the pain was so unbearable that he contemplated giving up, especially after being injured by the golden qi in his meridians on 2 occasions. But whenever he thought of the difficulty in obtaining the secret technique, the descriptions of its power in the classics, and Zhou Daoquan's words, Zhou would grit his teeth and continue to persevere. He had already talked big. Giving up now would be like slapping his own face, wouldn't it? Also, if he were to give up on this secret technique, wouldn't that mean he couldn't endure hardship? If he couldn't bear the hardship that others could not, how could he convince the elders of the family that he could achieve what others could not, to become a cut above the rest? Whether for the sake of honor or actual benefit, Zhou had no choice but to grind his teeth and keep going. The Xinjian sword qi secret technique, he had to make it succeed. Persistence pays off, and after 2 or 3 months of near-death struggles, Zhou finally began to grow accustomed to the pain of the golden qi entering his body. His greater yin lung meridian in his right hand became more resilient. From repeated injuries and recoveries, managing to gradually accommodate the golden Q, that moment, he finally completed a cycle of secret art cultivation and successfully sealed a trace of the golden qi in the greater yin lung meridian of his right hand. Yes, they say, the beginning is always the hardest. After his first successful attempt, subsequent successes in cultivation became much easier to keep it a secret. Aside from the clan leader Zhou Daoi and third elder Zhou Daoquan, no fourth person knew that Zhou was practicing Xinjian's sword qi. Once the secret technique was mastered, it would become his greatest trump card. As spring went and winter came, flowers bloomed and withered in the blink of an eye. 7 years had passed since Zhou came to this world. In these 7 years, he had fully integrated into this world, thoroughly considering himself a member of it. Now, every word and action, every move he made was no different from a native of this world. The Zhou family, cultivators and clan members had also fully adapted to him as he now was. No one thought about what he used to be like anymore. And as 7 years passed, Zhou had reached the age of 28, with his cultivation level having broken through from the 6th layer of the Qi refinement realm to the 10th layer. 4 levels in 7 years. Such a cultivation speed astonished many Zhou family cultivators. But those who truly knew the situation were not surprised at all, because this pace was completely based on the premise of an accumulation of a significant amount of elixirs. However, because Zhou Chun had taken too many elixirs in the past few years, he now clearly felt that the effects of the elixirs on him had diminished significantly, and he had developed a considerable resistance to them. Therefore, if he didn't want to waste the elixirs, he would have to stop taking them for a while. Otherwise, if his body's resistance became too high, when he took the Foundation Establishment pill to challenge the Foundation Establishment stage, the effectiveness of the pill would be greatly reduced, which would truly be a case of losing much by trying to gain a little point one day. Zhou Chun was invited to the home of his 10th brother, Zhou Xingyong, to witness the testing of the spirit root aptitude of Xingyong's eldest son. Just half a year ago, Xingyong's partner, Sun Yujiao, had successfully given birth to a healthy baby boy whose nickname was Lanner. The reason for only giving a nickname at this point was the child's spirit root aptitude had not yet been tested. The Zhou family was a family of cultivators, and the generational names of the Zhou family were only used by cultivators. Xingyong's son would only be given a name with a generational marker if he possessed spirit root aptitude. Otherwise, any random name would suffice. Testing for spirit root aptitude was like opening a blind box. Before the box was opened, no one knew what was inside. Xingyong and his wife felt that it would be better to have a familiar friend present to witness the event, fearing something unforeseen might occur if they were alone. According to Xingyong, Zhou Chun's fortunes were flourishing at the moment, and having him present might just bring some good luck to his son. Zhou Chun naturally would not refuse such a request, by the time he arrived at Xingyong's home. Sun Yujiao had already soothed her son to sleep. Then, looking at the sleeping baby, both Zhou Xingyong and his wife showed nervous expressions and exchanged glances, hesitating for a long moment without taking action. "How about you do it, 13th brother?" Xingyong scratched his head, looking at Zhou Chun with a conflicted expression. As the child's father, he naturally wanted to be the one to test his son's spirit root aptitude. However, he also feared that if the results were disappointing, he might regret it for the rest of his life. He was caught in a dilemma. "Brother Yong, you're putting me in a tough spot." Zhou Chun laughed bitterly and shook his head as he replied, "I can help you with anything else, Brother Yong. But when it comes to this matter, as the child's father, you really are the most appropriate person to handle it." As he spoke, Sun Yujiao also quickly nodded in agreement. 13th brother is right, my husband. Don't hesitate anymore. Haven't we already agreed? Whatever the result, we must accept it calmly. The words of a good brother and his wife seemed to give Zhou Xingyong the courage and confidence he needed. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded firmly and said, "All right then, I'll do it." Without further doubt, he formed a spell with his hands and executed the spirit testing technique, specifically designed to assess spirit root aptitude. Although this spirit testing technique had a singular purpose, it was a genuine first-order superior spell. If Xingyong's cultivation level hadn't broken through to the 9th layer of Qi refinement last year, he wouldn't have been able to perform this spell at all. Xingyong performed the spell incantation. A Dharma sphere formed of countless white runes took shape in his hands and was then flung into the body of the baby on the table. Wah! The sleeping baby seemed to sense something, suddenly letting out a loud cry. But at that moment, Zhou Xingyong and his wife paid no attention to this minor detail, as both were staring intently at their child without blinking. And as the white Dharma sphere entered the baby's body, a stream of pure spiritual light shot forth from the top of the baby's head. The spiritual light was a mix of blue and red and continued to rise for about 5 feet before stopping its momentum and gradually dissipating. Seeing this, Zhou Chun immediately congratulated the couple with a smile. Congratulations to Brother Yong and sister-in-law. Not only does your nephew possess a spirit root aptitude, but it's also a mid-grade spirit root aptitude of the wood and fire attributes, Brother Yong. Your lineage has a successor." Upon hearing his congratulatory words, Xingyong's smile could no longer be contained. He burst into joyful laughter, shouting, He has mid-grade spirit root aptitude. My son has mid-grade spirit root aptitude. I, Zhou Xingyong, also have a successor." Zhou Xingyong's son, Zhou Xinlan, was discovered to have a medium-grade spirit root aptitude, and the news quickly spread throughout the Zhou family. Frankly, a medium-grade spirit root aptitude wasn't considered exceptionally outstanding. It was just good enough to meet the qualifications for joining the major sects, with a fair chance of achieving Foundation establishment in the future. The Zhou family currently had about 20 to 30 Qi refinement realm cultivators with medium-grade spiritual roots, so the number wasn't considered small. That Zhou Xingyong's son was tested to have this aptitude didn't quite reach the level of excitement for the whole clan to cheer about. The reason news of his son's medium-grade spirit root aptitude spread so quickly was because the fellow bragged about it to everyone he met, showing it off wherever he went. Helpless to change it, the Xian generation of the Zhou family only amounted to 7 individuals, and his son was the second one with a medium-grade spirit root aptitude, with the first one having parents who were both mortals. Therefore, Zhou Xinlan was actually the first one with a medium-grade spirit root aptitude among the descendants of the Zhou generation cultivators in the Zhou family. This gave him the capital to boast. The clan leader, Zhou Daoist, was also pleased to see this, and would even prefer it if someone came to him to complain. Should anyone dare to complain, he would seize the opportunity to say, "If you have the ability, you too should go have a child," pushing for a hardcore procreation. Regrettably, no one had yet taken the step to actually come forward and complain. When little Zhou Xinlan turned 1 year old, after Zhou Chun finished drinking his birthday wine, he soon left Jiufeng Ridge. This time leaving the clan, Zhou Chun was going to a deserted pure gold vein to gather high-quality golden qi to cultivate the Xinjin sword qi. This pure gold vein was located inside a mountain range at the northwestern part of Lanzhou near Lingzhou, originally belonging to the Green Lotus Temple. After the ore within the vein was completely extracted, the vein was abandoned by the Green Lotus Temple, and now was occupied by a group of loose cultivators. These loose cultivators lived around the abandoned vein and would go digging in it whenever they had the chance, hoping to find any remaining pure gold or that might have been left behind. In fact, many spirit gold ores sold by the hands of loose cultivators came about that way. And it wasn't that the loose cultivators who had the ore had discovered a new vein themselves. Such practices of entrusting abandoned veins to loose cultivators to squeeze out the last bit of resources from them had become a convention in the cultivation world. By doing so, the forces that occupied the veins saved costs while still achieving their goals, and the loose cultivators could profit from this arrangement. The red shine iron mine that was mined by the Zhou family and other 5 major cultivation families would probably be handled in the same way in the end. From Jiufeng Ridge to the abandoned pure gold vein, there was a distance of over 1,000 li. Zhou Chun traveled alone for 4 to 5 days before finally arriving at the designated mountain range to avoid attracting attention. Zhou Chun had disguised himself as a slightly dark-skinned youth in green clothes. His yellowed and darkened complexion made him appear much older. At least in his late 30s at this age, his Qi refinement realm 10th level cultivation level, albeit still somewhat uncommon, was at least not as conspicuous as the cultivation level possessed by his real age would have been. This time, his identity had also become that of the loose cultivator Han Sanju. Sanju was a homage to the erstwhile Sanju sect. That should be the Sanjin Mountains ahead. According to the information, the abandoned vein is large and easy to find. But to save time, I might as well ask the nearby cultivators, Zhou Chun thought as he surveyed the undulating mountain from horseback, quickly coming up with a plan that he dismounted, releasing the horse he had bought from a nearby city back in the wild, and then cast the wind control skill on himself to dash through the mountains. At the same time, a dark-plumed hawk was released from the eagle cage on his back by Zhou Chun, soaring into the sky to search for traces of humans in the forest. This trained hawk, rented from his family specifically for this trip, was meant for locating humans and acting as a lookout. As for the red-beaked sparrow he had used before, it had already died of old age 6 months prior. Undoubtedly, compared to the red-beaked sparrow, which was relatively small, flew not too high and not too fast, the hawk was far superior in reconnaissance and finding people. From thousands of zhang in the sky, it could easily spot rabbits hopping in the forest below because it was very fast. After releasing the hawk, Zhou Chun found a target in less than 2 hours. That was a loose cultivator searching for herbs in the forest, with a mere 4th layer Qi refinement cultivation level and appearing to be at least 40 years old. Such an age coupled with this level of cultivation showed that not only was the person's spirit root aptitude poor, but they also must have begun the path of cultivation at a rather advanced age. Sure enough, when Zhou Chun sought him out and conversed with him, he learned that the man had only begun to come into contact with the way of cultivation after turning 20. This Mr. Gong, an original mortal herb collector, had chanced upon saving an injured loose cultivator who was gathering herbs in the mountains, and in return, received teachings on the path of cultivation and was introduced to the world of cultivation. Unfortunately, due to his low aptitude and lack of guidance or support, after nearly 2 decades, he had only managed to reach the 4th level of Qi refinement. However, he had great perseverance and pride. After learning about the dangers of evil Qi from the loose cultivator he saved, he never meditated in the wild to cultivate, even when not actively practicing cultivation. Otherwise, even with poor aptitude, 20 years of cultivation wouldn't result in such a low level of attainment. Having learned this, Zhou Chun also held great admiration for the tenacity demonstrated by the cultivator. Surnamed Gung, that he couldn't help but sigh with emotion and said, "The path to immortality is elusive and hard to pursue. I admire Taoist friend Gung's perseverance. Consider these 3 spirit coins a toll for inquiring about the way. I hope there will be another day when we can meet again." After speaking, he forcefully stuffed the 3 spirit coins into the other party's hand, then cupped his fists in farewell and left. Watching his rapidly departing figure and looking at the spirit coins in his hand, the cultivator surnamed Gung, while happy, was also very grateful and returned the gesture with a cupped fist salute. "Taoist friend Han, take care on your journey." After parting ways with the cultivator surnamed Gung, Zhou Chun, following the directions given, took less than half a day to find the deserted pure gold vein within the Cangjin Mountains. This pure gold vein was originally a rich medium to large vein, stretching over dozens of miles, with over a dozen mine shafts dug out from the mining operation alone. Later, when the Green Lotus Temple abandoned this place, a large number of loose cultivators intervened and the number of mine shafts dug out among the mountains appeared to increase tenfold or even more. Therefore, upon arriving near the deserted vein, Zhou Chun easily spotted one abandoned mine shaft after another. Now, most of these mine shafts had become the dwelling places of wild beasts, while some secluded ones were transformed into temporary shelters by cultivators still mining in the area. All in all, this area was not peaceful. But Zhou Chun didn't need to worry about that. His cultivation level at the 10th layer of the Qi refinement realm meant that he could, if not walk sideways through the abandoned vein, definitely not fear being harassed by anyone there. After all, most loose cultivators at this cultivation level could completely hunt demon beasts to earn spirit coins and had no need to mingle in such abandoned veins. This was the place where those truly low-level loose cultivators scrambled about, their place to pan for gold. Now, after stopping and going through the mountains and forests for several hours, Zhou Chun found a main mine shaft. The so-called main mine shaft referred to the mines initially excavated by the Green Lotus Temple. Only deep within such a mine could there reside the high-quality golden qi that Zhou Chun desired, due to the large amounts of pure gold that had once been fostered. Hiss, hiss. The low hissing of snakes slowly rose within the mine shaft. Accompanying it was the sound of faint footsteps. Zhou Chun held a sun glow stone in his hand, proceeding step by step along the deserted mine tunnel toward the depths of the earth, several yards ahead of him. The silver lightning python Bai acted as the vanguard, clearing the way for him by driving away snakes, insects, rodents, and bats that lived along the mine tunnel. The silver lightning python had now grown over 3 yards in length and possessed a cultivation level comparable to a 6-layer Qi refinement realm cultivator. Zhou Chun had also gradually started to allocate more resources towards it, beginning to feed it beast spirit pills and other elixirs and spiritual objects that would aid in its growth. For the time being, though, Zhou Chun had no need for its help in combat. Most, it was used like now to help with some minor, non-dangerous tasks to in this way. Driving snakes downward, Zhou Chun walked over 20 miles inside the underground mine tunnel until he finally found his target. Where he was now, inside a branching tunnel off the main mine path, was the end of this branch. Here, Zhou Chun sensed the presence of golden qi. Although it was not very dense, it barely met his requirement. Little White, go ahead and keep watched out if you detect anything. Be sure to notify me immediately. With a thought, Zhou Chun immediately issued an order to the silver lightning python to stand guard some 30 yards away. Once the silver lightning python had left, he slapped his storage pouch at his waist and took out a pale golden gourd-shaped magic artifact. Since the Zhou family possessed a secret technique like Xinjin sword qi, they naturally considered the future need of family cultivators to use high-quality golden qi for their practice. The gourd magic artifact in Zhou Chun's hand was specifically refined for collecting golden Q. That moment. He opened the lid of the gourd magic artifact, placed it with the opening facing up in front of himself, and sat down cross-legged. Then he started to run the Xinjin sword qi secret technique to begin accumulating and absorbing the free-floating golden qi in the vicinity. Under the influence of the secret technique, it didn't take long before streams of invisible golden qi were gathered by Zhou Chun in front of him and then absorbed into the gourd magic artifact he operated. Actually, he possessed a purification stone pot, so there was no need for such trouble. He could have directly cultivated the secret technique right there. But the problem was that the existence of the purification stone pot couldn't be exposed. If he cultivated here, it would be difficult to explain upon his return. After all, Zhou Daoist had tasked him with collecting enough golden qi to bring back to the family. The family would help purify away the evil Qi it contained before letting him use it for cultivation in about half a day. Zhou Chun collected all the golden Qi in the vicinity into his gourd magic artifact. However, the amount of golden Qi he needed was substantial, and he also had to consider the replenishment of the secret technique's expenditure in the future. This time, he had to collect as much golden Qi as possible for the next half-month. Zhou Chun went in and out of various mine tunnels in the abandoned or vein continuously, searching for the golden Qi he needed. Thanks to his tireless efforts, the amount of golden Qi stored in the gourd magic artifact grew day by day, nearing its limit of containment. That day, Zhou Chun went down into a mine tunnel again, searching for any remaining golden Qi. Then, in one of the branch mine passages, he found some usable golden Qi. But just when Zhou Chun was gathering the golden Qi, as usual, an accident occurred. At that moment, while Zhou Chun was operating the secret technique to gather golden Qi, a strange noise suddenly came from about 30 feet away in the mine tunnel wall. Before the startled Zhou Chun could stop his cultivation and stand up, a demon beast covered in golden scales and resembling a pangolin burst through the wall and lunged straight at him. This situation frightened Zhou Chun quite a bit, because as soon as he saw the demon beast, he recognized its origin to turned out to be a rare golden armored piercing mountain beast with dual gold and earth attributes. And it was in a fully mature state. A fully mature, golden armored piercing mountain beast was as powerful as a cultivator in the 12th layer of the Qi refinement realm. And its fighting prowess in these underground environments would be a match for even 2 cultivators in the 12th layer of the Qi refinement realm. Zhou Chun, let alone his inconvenience in moving, wasn't sure he could handle the demon beast even under normal circumstances in this underground environment. Therefore, in shock, Zhou Chun quickly urged the bright dawn pendant he wore, releasing layers of dawn light to protect himself. That be why the time he had done all. This, the golden armored piercing mountain beast had already reached him at was then Zhou Chun realized that the beast's target was not himself, but the gourd magic artifact in front of him was after the golden Qi inside the gourd. A thought flashed through Zhou Chun's mind, and he immediately understood the golden armored piercing mountain beast's intention. Then he panicked, leaving aside the time it took to collect all that golden Qi in the gourd. The gourd magic artifact itself was the Zhou family's only remaining artifact of its kind. That if he lost it, it would be a great hassle to forge a new one, and the cost in spirit coins would be substantial. Substantial enough that he, Zhou Chun, would have to give up most of the good deeds he had accumulated within the family. How could Zhou Chun not be anxious? But his anxiety was useless at that moment. The golden armored piercing mountain beast opened its mouth, bit the mouth of the gourd, and then turned tail to flee with it directly in. Its grasp at it turned to escape. Its flat and narrow tail swung out and struck Zhou Chun heavily, causing the protective dawn light from the bright dawn pendant to waver incessantly. When the strike proved ineffective, the golden armored piercing mountain beast completely abandoned the idea of attacking Zhou Chun and lunged towards the hole it had made when entering, ready to make a quick getaway. But right at that moment, a serpentine forked lightning bolt suddenly tore through the darkness of the tunnel and struck the golden armored piercing mountain beast right on its head. Under the thunder strike, the golden armored piercing mountain beast shuddered, and the gourd it was holding in its mouth fell to the ground. By the time it recovered from the paralyzing effect of the lightning strike and picked up the gourd once again, Zhou Chun had also forced himself to stop cultivating and stood up. Bye-bye, well done. In the mine tunnel, Zhou Chun, who had just abruptly ceased his meditation and got to his feet, praised the silver lightning python bye-bye in his heart as he watched the golden armored piercing mountain beast. The forked lightning in the shape of a snake was indeed a thunder element spell released by the silver lightning python bye-bye. Among all spells, the thunder element spells undoubtedly possessed the greatest power. Although the silver lightning python bye-bye was currently only a mid-tier. Rank 1 demon beast, its dominant and powerful thunder element spells had successfully interrupted the golden armored piercing mountain beast's escape, buying Zhou Chun crucial time. While silently praising the silver lightning python bye-bye for its significant contribution, Zhou Chun didn't hesitate to slap his storage pouch and summon the Moonblade Meteor Wheel, slashing it fiercely towards the golden armored piercing mountain beast. Faced with the aggressively spinning silver-black circular magic artifact, the golden armored piercing mountain beast didn't show any sign of panic. Its scales slightly tensed up, with golden light surging on its body surface. It directly lashed its tail towards the oncoming circular magic artifact. The collision between the tail and the circular magic artifact in midair emitted a sound like the clashing of gold and iron, with countless sparks flying in the process. The usually unbeatable Moonblade Meteor Wheel This time, finally met its match. He couldn't even tear a single scale of the golden-armored, piercing mountain beast. After deflecting the circular magic artifact with the contest of strength, the golden-armored, piercing mountain beast immediately started excavating the ground beneath with golden light surging through its claws. Its claws seemed to possess some magical power, as any soil or stone that came into contact with them quickly softened and was sliced into chunks and scraped out. In just the span of a few breaths, it had dug a 3-foot-deep hole in the hard mine tunnel floor, burrowing half its body into it, right in front of Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun watched, both shocked and angry, hastily propelling his magic artifact to slash at the half of the beast's body still visible outside the hole. But it was as if there were eyes on the golden-armored, piercing mountain beast's tail. Every time the Moonblade meteor wheel came slashing down, it was promptly swept away, seeing its exposed body diminishing quickly. Zhou Chun, intermingling fear and rage, eventually withdrew the Moonblade meteor wheel and brought out another magic artifact that he hadn't used in actual combat since acquiring it. "Grow!" Zhou Chun shouted, and a small, yellowish earthen seal in mid-air spun rapidly, expanding in size until it stopped, as big as a water jar. "Fall!" Zhou Chun shouted again, and the enormous seal, now like a water jar, slammed down, savagely crashing onto the golden-armored, piercing mountain beast about to completely disappear into the mine tunnel. Boom! A rumbling like an earthquake resounded through the mine tunnel, causing the entire vein to shake and even causing a small-scale collapse in some areas. Amidst this earth-shattering noise, a sharp and pitiful scream clearly reached Zhou Chun's ears. As the tremors gradually subsided, Zhou Chun scanned with his divine sense and saw a concave crater had appeared on the floor of the mine tunnel. In the bottom of the pit, the golden-armored, piercing mountain beast lay spitting blood, with countless broken bones, shaking as it tried to stand up again to continue its escape. But Zhou Chun would not give it that chance. Zhou Chun's thoughts stirred, ready to once again activate the mini Thousand Hill seal to deal a relentless blow to the beast, to thoroughly crush it to death. Listening to the rustling sounds of falling rocks and soil, he suddenly realized that he absolutely couldn't continue like this. His last attack had already caused a quake. Another one would not only be unbearable for the golden-armored, piercing mountain beast, but the mine tunnel would likely also not withstand it and would collapse. Thus, he quickly changed his magic artifact, taking out the locking gold ring that he had not used since obtaining it. He cast the pale golden circular Dharma tool with a flick of his wrist, and it shot out, looping over the head of the golden-armored, piercing mountain beast. Still in a dazed state, the golden-armored, piercing mountain beast was too slow to react and got easily ensnared by the circular Dharma tool. As Zhou Chun succeeded with his move, he immediately prompted the circular Dharma tool to shrink and tightly clasp around the head of the golden-armored, piercing mountain beast, attempting to strangle it to death. But the golden-armored, piercing mountain beast was, after all, a very powerful low-level demon beast, renowned for its defense. When its life was threatened, the instinct to survive quickly triggered its innate spell. Dazzling golden light shone brightly from the golden-armored, piercing mountain beast, and the circular Dharma tool, which had shrunk to less than the size of a human head, was forcibly stretched several sizes larger by the golden light, and eventually pop! It snapped, forcefully shooting out. Then the golden-armored, piercing mountain beast spat out the gored Dharma tool it had kept in its mouth, glaring at Zhou Chun with bloodshot eyes, and violently counterattacked. As it opened its mouth, a golden light shot forth, streaking towards Zhou Chun like a long spear. Zhou Chun, seeing this, frantically launched the dark iron shield Dharma tool to protect himself. However, the power of the golden light long spear was unimaginably strong, shattering the dark iron shield Dharma tool into several pieces. Zhou Chun's pupils contracted, and he quickly reached out to his waist for the spirit beast pouch, releasing the rock earth turtle. He didn't want the rock earth turtle to join the battle in the mine tunnel, as in such narrow quarters, the already ungainly rock earth turtle would be further hindered from moving freely. Moreover, its spells cause significant terrain destruction. During a battle, if one is not careful, it is very easy to collapse the mine tunnels. But now, the golden-armored, piercing mountain beast was proving to be extremely ferocious, and Zhou Chun could only let it come out to serve as a meat shield to block the firepower for him, as expected. When the rock earth turtle appeared, the golden-armored, piercing mountain beast immediately felt threatened, and its attention swiftly focused on it. The two differed greatly in size, but in terms of cultivation level, the golden-armored, piercing mountain beast was actually a bit stronger. Zhou Chun estimated that for the rock earth turtle to reach the level of the golden armored piercing mountain beast, it would need to eat that piece of feldspar stone first. He had now understood why the golden armored piercing mountain beast had appeared here. It was mostly attracted by the rich golden chi accumulated inside the gourd, wanting to devour the abundant golden chi to strengthen its bloodline and attempt to advance to a mid-level demon beast. Among the low-level demon beasts, the bloodline of the golden armored piercing mountain beast was not bad. In its evolved form, the golden armor earth evasion beast was also a very powerful mid-level demon beast. Luckily, the golden armored piercing mountain beast was now injured by the many thousand hills seal. And even though the rock earth turtle's cultivation level was a bit weak with its thick defense, it was not at all afraid of the opponent. Zhou Chun hid behind the rock earth turtle, his mind turning, and immediately issued an order to it. The rock earth turtle opened its mouth and spat out a ball of yellow light, which flew towards the golden armored piercing mountain beast and instantly turned into an earthy yellow light dome, trapping it inside. This was the earth element technique, earth prison technique, that the rock earth turtle had mastered after advancing to a higher grade demon beast, capable of encircling territory and trapping enemies. The golden armored piercing mountain beast, trapped in the prison, certainly would not sit still and wait for death. It immediately started snarling and clawing at the light dome. Under its sharp claws, the earthy yellow light dome quickly showed cracks and seemed unable to hold it for much longer. But at that moment, Zhou Chun seized the opportunity to cast the secret technique, 5 elements spiritual armor technique, adding another layer of insurance to himself. When the golden armored piercing mountain beast tore through the earth prison technique and regained its freedom, a silver-black circular magic artifact whistled down upon it, striking it and sending it flying into the mine's tunnel wall. However, the creature's defense was so strong that even such a hit seemed not to have caused any significant damage. It merely agitated its internal injury and caused it to spit a small mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Zhou Chun knew it was impossible to end the battle quickly and had to prepare for a prolonged fight. Now he could only drag it out, gradually aggravating the internal injuries of the golden-armored piercing mountain beast, wearing it down to death. Subsequently, Zhou Chun and the rock earth turtle engaged in a back-and-forth fierce battle with the golden-armored piercing mountain beast in the underground mine tunnels. After nearly a quarter of an hour of continuous fighting, Zhou Chun had to take a rejuvenation pill to recover his mana, and only then did he finally manage to wear down the golden-armored piercing mountain beast to death. The dead golden-armored piercing mountain beast body showed no obvious wounds on the surface. It died mainly due to massive internal bleeding. The direct cause of its death was still the initial bombardment from the many thousand hills seal. A rejuvenation pill is worth 80 spirit coins, and there's also the loss of half a gourd of golden chi, which is at least worth 30 spirit coins, not to mention the destroyed dark black iron shield armor tool, which would take at least 60 to 70 spirit coins to replace. I wonder if I've made a profit or a loss this time. In the mine tunnel, a breathless Zhou Chun looked at the corpse of the golden-armored piercing mountain beast on the ground, his face revealing a wry smile that in fact, in the midst of the battle, the golden-armored piercing mountain beast had given up on the idea of escaping with the gourd magic artifact, and he could have let it escape. That way, at least he wouldn't have needed to use a rejuvenation pill. But at that time, seeing that he could kill the golden-armored piercing mountain beast with a bit more effort, Zhou Chun didn't consider so much. Now he just hoped that the body of the golden-armored piercing mountain beast would be worth the cost. As the body of the golden-armored piercing mountain beast could curl up, Zhou Chun rolled it up and, to his surprise, was able to fit the entire body into his storage pouch, which saved him a lot of effort. After storing the body, he looked at the half gourd of golden chi left and felt a pang of heartache, shaking his head. Initially, he would have been able to return to his family right after this, but now it seems he had to continue staying here for a while longer. Right, the golden-armored piercing mountain beast seemed to have the habit of collecting various spirit gold ores. Might there be pure gold or in its nest? Just as he was about to leave this tunnel, Zhou Chun looked at the hole the golden-armored piercing mountain beast had broken through to escape, and suddenly, an idea struck him about something he had almost overlooked. After inspecting the entrance of not more than 2 feet wide, he called over the silver lightning python, "Bye-bye. Bye-bye, it's up to you now." Following Zhou Chun's command, the silver lightning python Bye-bye immediately slithered into the hole created by the golden-armored piercing mountain beast, following its lingering scent to locate its nest. Zhou Chun had no idea how far away the nest of the golden-armored piercing mountain beast was from here, and now he could only wait. After waiting for about a quarter of an hour, Bye-bye finally came back out. Through communication with Bye-bye, Zhou Chun confirmed that the nest of the golden Armored Piercing Mountain Beast indeed contained pure gold Oregon, but the challenge was how to retrieve that pure gold Oregon. The hole made by the golden armored Piercing Mountain Beast was too small. Zhou Chun's body could barely squeeze through it. The problem was that this path was 4 to 5 miles long and extremely difficult to navigate due to its twisty, winding nature that if he were to go in, and if someone else happened to come to this place in the meantime, he would be trapped like a turtle in a jar.
And that's the end of today's chapter from the Dimensional Diary. If you enjoyed wandering these worlds with me, don't forget to like the video, share it with fellow adventurers, and subscribe so you never miss the next story that unfolds.